What is up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Thank you, Jay. Again, welcome to our coverage of SummerSlam here on the Jeff Meacham Network. We're on the Cassidine Studios today. We're on the Simple Man Studios channel, and we are on the J Hebert 95 Studios channel. It is going to be a hell of a card. We got the Stat Boy 9000 board in the back with our boy Mikey in Tennessee. What is up, Mikey? Good to see you. And, of course, for the first time in forever, across the room from me today, it's our buddy, the Renegade. And his real name is JJ. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, man. That was a hell of an introduction. Damn. I wondered how long it took you to put that together. That was good. I'm doing good. Badass, yes. It will be my birthday in August. Hence the birthday trailer and everything. It'll be my birthday on the 22nd.
Yep.
Yes.
And what a grand birthday it'll be.
Barely hear Mikey, by the way.
Yeah, you may want to turn your mic up a little bit, Mikey.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, brother. So, yeah, again, CJ, we'll talk more about Rick tomorrow. Everybody has their opinions, but as I've said, opinions are like a-holes. Usually, everybody has one. They usually stink. So, I don't disagree with it being unsafe, but, people seem to think in the circle that he's going to be okay. So, we'll see how it lays out. Happy SummerSlam Saturday to you as well. And does Edge have a match tonight? Not as of yet, but, things can change in a heartbeat, especially in the WWE. So, we will see exactly what we have to work with. There are only 8 matches as of now, so I'm not overly concerned about the hastiness of predictions like we usually are, because they haven't announced any kickoff matches either. So it's not like we have to rush through this, but I want to make sure we get everybody in here. I know Noah is out on a group errand with those people in his neighborhood and his family, and James apparently is on his way. He was out earlier. He is on his way to his studio, and I know my shots lined up kind of screwy. We had to kind of pick and choose because the sun is still a thing outside here in SoCal right now. Once the sun goes down, I will move to a couch and actually be comfortable for SummerSlam, because that's kind of what I like to be for a Big Four, is comfortable. So in the meantime, and plus, I'm not going to be on camera a whole lot today. As you've observed when Paul has been in the room with Noah on previous calls, the echo is a thing. So when Noah and JJ are calling the show, I will be probably off camera for one thing, but if I'm on camera, I will be on mute for the majority. Plus, I found out where I'm sitting with the TV right here, as my head found out earlier, the TV's right here. We'll definitely be on mute in the meantime. But and JJ Snickers at my pain. I see how it is. It's all good. I'm looking much more forward to this than I was. I'm not going to lie, and I think JJ has been a huge part of that. I think he's been able to make me realize, as he has throughout his entire return to watching and being a part of this channel and watching wrestling in general, is that it was bad when he left in 2013-14. It was getting to be intolerable to watch, and everybody in this room and everybody at home knows that by SummerSlam 2014, I was inconsolable after that show, and I didn't want anything to do with anything at that night in particular. But the product is better, I think, than people are giving it credit for. And there are quite a few people that are in our various outlets of our circles that are not being able to find that level of objectivity and just criticizing, and that will be addressed throughout the course of the night, by the way. CJ is asking a question, and then we'll throw it to JJ here. Back in the 90s, did WWE and WCW ever have people the same night? Not those two on the same night. The last time we had anything like that at all has been WWE and AEW. I think it was either last year or the year before, where they ran, like, AEW ran one of their specials, and WWE ran a pay-per-view. Oh, no, it may have been NXT ran a pay-per-view, and AEW had theirs as well. So it's one of those deals where they're not going to probably do that because they're not crazy. However, I know All Out and NXT are either having the same weekend or the same night. That'll be interesting to see how that shakes out in a few weeks. Again, JJ, elephant in the room, but it's the first pay-per-view not under the direct control, creative-wise, of Vince McMahon.
As far as we know, it's the first one to not have any Vince input. You've got to figure that Vince probably had some of these storylines written out for a little while. So while there could be some tweaks to the angles that Hunter and Stephanie and Nick are going to make in their expertise and their booking and where they want to guide the new era of the WWE too, Vince's hands are very much still completely in the cookie jar on this one, as these are all angles, all matches that he's started to push towards. Now, the Raw on Monday should be a completely different thing because everything that was pre-booked, the oven's already been preheated as you were. We're just throwing the ingredients in, letting them bake. Monday should be the first show where we can go completely different ways with the fallout of SummerSlam. That's going to be the true test, I think. Again, Hunter, Stephanie, Nick may have called in a couple things to try to spruce up some excitement, and we'll definitely get into some things that I think might happen or possibly could happen when we talk more about our predictions. But at the end of the day, we're still watching a Vince McMahon meal. Like I said, it's the best analogy I could make. The oven's already been preheated. They're just going to throw the ingredients in the oven and watch it bake tonight. Tomorrow or Monday is going to be the true key, like I said, with the fallout. And as far as being comfortable, some people in our circle, Jeff, would say that the most comfortable seat in the house for SummerSlam would be the toilet. I'm not saying that personally.
Wow.
I'm not saying that personally. I'm looking forward to SummerSlam. Someone else put, what's your excitement level? I've got an 8 for excitement today. I'm not a full 10, but I'd say I'm about a 7.5, 8 for excitement. But some people that I know, some people in the internet wrestling community would say the most comfortable seat in the house for SummerSlam is the toilet. Like you said at the start of the show, Jeff, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Most of the time they stink. So I definitely don't agree with that statement, but that's the way some people think.
Mikey, what do you think about this question? Because this has been another one of those that's been brought up time and time again here recently. Will the TV14 thing actually go into effect tonight? Will it go into effect tomorrow night or Monday night, rather? Where do you stand on this, brother?
I'm going to say no because I agree with what Renegade said. This is Vince McMahon's swan song pay-per-view, even though he's already gone. It's like he said. This is his goodbye. This is his thank you. This is his I hope I've done good for you. After we eat the meal and digest it, like we have a new chef. He's going to take all those ingredients, he's going to put them together, and hopefully he'll free them up and say, you know what, guys? Go a little bit edgy. Ladies, go a little bit more hardcore. Guys, swing for the fences with the chair. Get bladed if you have to. Bring it back slowly. Don't just turn on the gas and go full throttle. You gotta let that sucker cook. Otherwise, you're gonna flambe the bastard completely. So my answer is no.
I have flambe. I went poof and kitchen burned down. Right, Fresh Prince? Anyway, if you know, you know. If you don't, if you're Max, your best good friend. Anyway, yeah, it's let's see, we got a lot of stuff going on here. Ken's here, CJ's here. I see Richard Mouse says Peacock says SummerSlam is TV14, so we'll see if that actually is a thing, Jay.
At the end of the day, like Mikey was alluding to, this is something you want to let bubble under and marinate. You don't want to just throw it on a hot open flame and let it char. I don't like my stuff well done. I like it medium rare, medium,
Oh, I love that
but
story.
but you don't want to throw it just on there and let it burn. You gotta slow build. Hunter was a key factor in Attitude Era television. He was the man coming out every week telling people to suck it and telling women to flash the crowds and them in the ring. Okay, so the fact that things are probably going to go back to TV 14 with him in command, not a surprise whatsoever. But you don't want to rush right into that. You don't want to come out on Raw Monday night and have a live sex celebration and a striptease. You want to slow build to it. Hunter's another one that's always been in favor of long-term storytelling, which is something that Vince and his cronies feel like the modern audience can't handle anymore. I think that Hunter feels the crowd can still handle it. And granted, I didn't watch the Black and Gold NXT, but from the little bit of research I've done, long-term storytelling in the Black and Gold was a thing. So he very well could start trying to go back to that. And again, when we get into some of our predictions, I'll give an example of some long-time storytelling that I think could potentially start a direction here today.
We are working on the go here because the headset thing is still bugging me. Even the echo is still bugging me. So what I'm going to try to do is mute the actual output when you're talking. That way I'm not bouncing. But that way I don't have to hear 3 times as opposed to 2 or 1. It's like just, meh. Okay, so those are disconnected. See, a lot of good stuff in here. And again, that's kind of been pretty much determined at this point. Nick's going to run the business. Stephanie Triple H will work on the rest of it. Although Stephanie is a hell of a businesswoman herself. So don't discount Stephanie's ability to be on the business side of things. And we will see what happens here. CJ says, I'm trying to be excited, but I've been beaten down for so long. Death by 1,000. I mean, he's not wrong. It's been a rough road to hoe. But yeah, as I said, JJ's presence on this channel and back in my life as a fellow wrestling fan has definitely given me a clear perspective in that, he went into NXT completely cold. He didn't get the Black and Gold perspective on NXT. So what he's seen, he has been able to appreciate on levels different from Mikey and I, from the rest of us in this chat room. So I think the main roster product can be handled the same way. It's just a matter of allowing it to be a thing and letting it breathe rather than, criticize for the sake of criticism, which drives me up the effing wall when people do that to this day. It irritates the shit out of me. Let's see here what we've got. So yeah, and everybody's saying it says TV14 on Peacock, so it looks like we're gonna get what we want here, which is awesome. I feel like Triple H would want to put Ronda over Liv, get bladed Mikey. Really, did I miss something that Mikey said about bladed or something? Okay, I didn't think so.
I said.
Let's see.
He's calling me out. That's okay.
I must have missed something. It's okay. Just kind of read through the comments here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and I'm not sure what they're saying here. Hopefully we can get them to get a English Oh, okay. Well, we do our shows in English, so feel free to get a universal translator. Otherwise, you're going to be lost, my friend. I apologize, Seth, in advance. It's going to be one of those deals today. All right, so there's a lot of comments. I'm going to go ahead and get the predictions going here. So let's go ahead and let's get it started. And I'm not going to do the song because I'm not that. I'm one of those Dusty Rhodes guys. Most people don't have rhythm. That would be me. That would be me, Dream. All right, let's go ahead and get the match that people were talking about. There's a question here actually about both of these matches. I'll talk about them kind of concurrently, if you will. We've got Logan Paul, the newest signee to WWE, taking on our buddy Mike the Miz Mizanin, and another thing. It's being called a celebrity match, but I don't think it really is at this point because of the fact that both of them are signed to WWE contracts full time, and Pat does his podcast. He doesn't do anything outside of WWE on a full time basis, and that is Pat McAfee and Happy Corbin. Now, to answer the first question I saw, as of right now, there are no matches announced for the kickoff, which is why we're kind of dawdling, if you will, for lack of a better term. But I will go ahead and start with Mikey since I've had very little time to speak here. Mikey, what is your opinion about the match between. Let's go with McAfee and Corbin first, and we'll see what you have to say, my friend. Go ahead.
All right. I chose Pat McAfee to win this match. I like Pat McAfee. He's a great guy. He's funny on commentary. And there's an echo. Okay, now there's not. Last night on SmackDown, Corbin did the horrible I have a ticket storyline. Hi, James. How's it going? And, of course, he hit McAfee with a low blow. If you saw a response between Dory Lou and I on Twitter, you didn't make McAfee mad. You straight out ticked him off. Because let's face it, many of a self-defense class teacher has instructed many a person never hit a guy below the belt, because at the end of the day, all you're going to do is make him mad. It's not going to, unless you got to really kick for the fences. So my choice is McAfee. He's going to come out on top. He's going to get his redemption. And your first celebrity winner of the day, Pat McAfee.
But again, Mikey, is it really a celebrity match? Because Pat's a full-time WWE employee. Yes, he is a commentator by trade or by current design, but he's still a full-time employee. He has been training at the PC. He has had in-ring stuff at NXT, but is it really a celebrity match like the and to be honest with you, I don't think the Logan Paul match is a celebrity match either. He's a signed WWE contracted superstar.
Yeah, but he's got to get some more matches under his belt, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, everybody has their first match, right?
True. That is
everybody has their second match.
And maybe at the end of the day, I'll turn around and say, well, you know what? McAfee should be a full-time athlete again in WWE. A full-time talent.
I've been saying he needed to be full-time after his performance against Adam Cole. This dude should be the top freaking babyface of the company or one of the. Yep. I'm that confident in his skills. I'm dead serious.
By the way, James, welcome into the chat. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you on screen today. Good to see you joining the party. I did get your message after you had to sign off. Nothing of substance to report further. We talked and we're good.
We talked about everything we needed to talk about. Good. Sorted that.
Everything's good. Everything is good to go today. But what about you? You mentioned that Pat should have been used further in the athletic situation. We all know how we feel about. We've made it more than clear. Everybody feels about Corbin. Corbin had such great expectations. Not the movie, although that's a damn good movie, by the way. But that's what JD's realm. That is mine. Well, sure, we'll get to the movie at some point, Jay. But then he moved up to the main roster, and it's just been one friggin' thing after another with this guy. Whereas McAfee has surprisingly impressed the hell out of me. He really has, because I was not a fan of McAfee, the NFL punter, at all. I didn't like him. I thought he had a bad attitude. I thought he was, came off very much a shitty person. And I have been. It's very much like Riddle. Don't like the dude. Still don't like the dude outside of the ring, but his character has grown on me like a fungus or maybe even a mushroom. But anyway, stance on McAfee versus Corbin.
Honestly, there's a couple things that I noticed now. Obviously, we're in a complete shake-up time right now, right, with WWE, to the point where none of us knew where the hell things were going to go. And we thought it was still going to be Vince in charge by the time the show happened. And everything got flipped upside down. I go back to an In Your House match, and it was between a Rocky Maivia and a Mankind, right? And that was the starting match of what would be one of the most legendary feuds in the history of the business. Now, I'm not saying that Corbin and McAfee are going to be any, types of Maivia and Mankind, right? It's not going to be Rocky and Mankind, but there is new change now. It happened practically overnight. I'm not saying where the gimmicks are going to change overnight, but this could be the start of something bigger down the road. You could see a return of Baron Corbin ditching this whole Happy Corbin BS and going back to the Lone Wolf, which is arguably the best gimmick he ever had, was when he was in Triple H's NXT. And then you look at Pat McAfee and how Triple H used McAfee during the pandemic. He was thriving in NXT to the point where Vince wanted him called up immediately. He put him as a commentator for some reason, but then he also had him in a match. And he excelled there too. He excelled on the biggest stage possible. On a Vince show. This guy's a multi-tool athlete. Expect more from these guys in the future. But as far as tonight, it's got to be McAfee, because McAfee, by far, is the biggest star and the most valuable player if you're talking about future faces of the company. I'm not saying he's going to be above Cody, but what we need is more than just one face. McAfee can easily be one of those faces of the company. Absolutely can be. If you're trained by Rip Rogers and you exceed Rip Rogers' expectations, you don't sleep on this guy. You just don't.
What the world needs now is more McAfee. What do you think, JJ? Time to give your 2 cents.
Okay, Jesus, Jeff, you got to cut the shit already. First thing I'm going to say before I get into my thoughts on the match, I'm going to address Richard Morales, who had made a comment about how I came in looking exhausted today. Let me just say, dude, for the record, I am not exhausted. I have been having like something in my eye the last couple of days, and it's been a pain in the ass trying to get it out or whatever. I've been trying to wash my face and just nothing seems to work. So if you see me rubbing my eyes, it's just about that. You know, I've got something I can't get out right now. But any event, when it comes to McAfee and Corbin, I think it's going to be unanimous here. It's got to be McAfee. And I think this is one of the first times where we can really take a look to where Hunter is going to go in the future. Because as was pointed out, Corbin's best run was as the lone wolf in Hunter's NXT.
Yep.
So could this and a loss from this turn him back into that gimmick? There are so many matches on this card. And I think it was CJ that you had pointed out had the death of 1,000 cuts and how everything's worn him down, and he's got a 2 for this pay-per-view. Like, there's so many matches on this card that even though Vince put the ingredients in, preheated the oven, we're going to let it bake, like I keep saying, Hunter's booking and Stephanie's booking could completely turn some of these characters and angles down a whole new highway coming out of this pay-per-view. And this is the first of many we're going to discuss tonight. There's 8. I think there maybe is only one that I can think of, and I'd have to re-see the card, that's not a possibility for. There's so many matches where that can happen. It's going to be interesting to see. I personally didn't see the Lone Wolf, but I know that it made my nephew turn his back on Kofi Kingston, who had been his favorite for years. So there's something there to the Lone Wolf gimmick. And the fact that nothing Corbin has tried has stuck. Go back to the well. Go back to what put you on the map. Go back to what worked.
Yep.
You know, I haven't really ever bashed Corbin, but I haven't seen enough from him. You know, I always go back to the King of the Ring tournament that he won, and every match that I saw him in that tournament was freaking outstanding.
Right.
I told Jeff when we did our King of the Ring show, I was like, man, I didn't want to like this dude, but I ended up becoming a fan because every match was amazing. This is going to be the first one that really shows, or at least that we're talking about. It's going to be the first one that can really show what Triple H is going to do, because I think this Happy Corbin shtick is over. It's been over since Madcap turned on him and just obliterated him.
Yeah.
You know, and McAfee got laid out on SmackDown. He's got to get his revenge. Bottom line.
I agree.
Yeah, and again, Ken, you know, that's where I'm at. You know, like JJ made very clear here, while I was trying to get my technology shit together here. Dylan was so into Kofi Kingston, so much so that even with a ban on him watching wrestling, I defied maternal orders and let him watch the WWE Championship celebration when he defeated Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania. Because that was a moment for everybody that had supported Kofi. It really was. But Corbin's personality, his presentation in NXT, definitely got a 6-year-old to change an opinion. When that's your core audience, even back then, even NXT, that means it's working, y'all. That means it's working. So, for me, I was all about rooting for Corbin. Let's see who their pre-show panel is. Lawler, of course, he's in Tennessee, so he's
some woman,
bald-headed chicken effort Rosenberg over there on the other side.
Oh yeah, hi Rosenberg and whoever this Irish guy is.
Hey, goody, the Irish Wonder Rosenberg on the same side of the table. Let's just get back to our show then. Jesus, just don't bring out Sam.
Kevin Patrick.
King.
Is that Caleb Braxton?
Caleb Braxton, Paulie's favorite person.
Kevin Patrick.
Another King of the Ring that actually made the King gimmick work to a effing T. We talked about that on our King of the Ring show. We were talking about the other day in the car, for Christ's sakes. Anyway,
Patrick isn't a bad
Booker T.
He isn't a bad
interview. Corbin because Greg Cherry's a mark for him. Dude, I was a mark for Corbin before I started working with Greg. Hush your face. I'll terminate you worse than No DQ did, Ken. Get the hell out of here. Cut the shit, Ken. Anyway, somebody mentioned the fact you said it. He says it every week. What do you think he's not paying attention? Anyway, there was a comment up here about me not liking Riddle because Riddle's into the ladies, and I find myself in ladies. Do you watch my channel? Do you actually watch my channel? I know you do because you're here all the time. Yeah. Sausage Fest. Just saying.
I just want to say that I don't think.
I like Riddle because he has a bad attitude as an MMA fighter, and his attitude was so bad he actually made me want to root for Goldberg. That's instant grounds for dislike right there. If you make me like Goldberg, you're a bad person. All right, this match I gotta go with Pat. Like I said, Pat's growing on me. I love Pat McAfee. I think he's done a wonderful job as a SmackDown color commentator. Grown into the role. They're previewing my favorite match of the night. Anyway. I want Pat to win. I honestly want the Happy Corbin thing to stop. It started last year at this time, at this event, with me there because he went out on the town after getting his butt whooped again and hit a jackpot at the tables. It's like, where the hell was I? Why could I hit the jackpot instead of Happy Meacham could be a thing? Seriously. But no, I got to be sad, depressed Meacham because Corbin's been a obnoxious character again. See what happens. No good deed goes unpunished. I make sure every day I go to SummerSlam. I go out with my friend afterwards, and what happens? Corbin's world turns upside down again. See? No good deed goes unpunished, folks. All right. Enough of that. Cut this shit, Jeff. I know. All right. So let's talk about Pogan and Maul. Wow, I need to have a drink, clearly. I had enough drinks today. All right. Where the hell's the There it is. Logan Paul and The Miz again. I feel this is the most celebrity of a match. But like I said, Logan is now a contracted WWE talent. So whether we all like the Paul brothers or not, and there's a lot of people that like Logan more than Jake, can't say as I blame them, if we're going to be honest, Logan is still under contract officially to the WWE brand. And we are stuck with him if you call it that. I actually have liked the evolution of the character. I'm not going to lie. I think he's done much better since he came back, since he signed the contract. And I think him signing the contract with Triple H and Stephanie there definitely sent a message even before we knew officially what was going on with Vince. So it was a cool kind of show of like, okay, this is what's going on around here. And I'm actually going to start with James on this because of what I just mentioned about the contract being signed with Triple H and Stephanie there. James,
right? Yeah.
Is this a sign of the celebrities that have kind of been on the peripheral within the company becoming more involved, and B, with Logan Paul signing his contract with Triple H and Stephanie hovering, is this the first major sign that we are definitely going to get into WWE here going forward?
Yes and yes to both. Personally, for me, and this is going to surprise a lot of people when I say this, don't sleep on this match. I can't believe I'm saying that. Don't sleep on it. One thing I must say, since this does involve a Mike Mizanin match, even though I don't think I was that critical on this particular show, I have been critical of him in the past beforehand. JJ and everybody that was a fan of Mike Mizanin in the beginning, I sincerely apologize for ever discrediting The Miz as a worker. I'm dead serious when I say this. Okay, so I'm doing a retro. You'll get more in-depth things. So a little preview here for the retro 2012, which JJ, you're still invited if you want to come on for that. I saw Rey Mysterio versus The Miz. And what The Miz pulled off on this match, I had no idea he had in his arsenal. And I'm talking, this dude was pulling out like cravat-style headlocks. He's doing Dax Harwood's slingshot powerbomb. He's doing freaking like classic wrestling moves that I didn't even know. And it felt like I was going back 10 years, but it was such a modern smoothness to it that I was like, and this was with an injured Rey, mind you. Rey Mysterio was injured at that time, which means The Miz carried him to, and I quote, the best match of SummerSlam that year. Don't at me. So don't sleep on this match. I'm dead serious, because I saw a lot in Logan in that one performance, and he's so good begrudgingly as well. So I think this is going to be a sleeper match. Logan Paul wins, but this will be a sleeper for sure. There's my hot take there. I probably just pissed off any person that hated The Miz.
He can hear me, but the rest of y'all can't. So let me try that again. What do you think, JJ? I mean, you and I both know original Miz fit from the get. It took me a while, even having known Mike as long as you did, but didn't get the character first. You've been on the Miz train since day one, brother.
Well.
Yep.
First of all, let me say thank you, James, for coming to the dark side. We do have cookies. We've got alcohol.
Good.
We've got soda.
Cool. We'll skip the alcohol. I'll have everything else.
The Miz, in my personal opinion, has been one of the most underrated talents on a WWE roster since 2010.
I believe it now.
Since Bryan was coming in as part of NXT in the Nexus, and they had their little clash.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because I think that's what it was. I think Daniel Bryan needed The Miz as much as The Miz needed Bryan. The Miz started getting good.
Bryan as a worker definitely brought the best out of Mike Mizanin, but he didn't stop there. He just kept growing and growing. Logan Paul is definitely going to take this one. They're not going to sign this celebrity to an extensive deal just to job him out in his first match since signing. Bottom line, that would be horrible business. I don't care if Hunter did take over, and this is one of the few matches on the card that I don't see Hunter really doing anything with as far as where do they go from here, because none of these guys really came up through his vision of NXT. Miz was already on the main roster by the time the black and gold started rolling, and Logan's a celebrity who just came into this. So this is one of the matches that I think that maybe Hunter's got the least as far as what he can do with it coming out of it. Obviously, they're going to probably continue this angle for a little bit. Maybe get another match at Clash at the Castle. But other than that, this needs to be a one in or two or done instance, because I want to see what Logan can do away from Miz. I don't want Miz to be his crutch.
Right.
I don't want Miz to be his Triple H, his Austin, his guy that you keep going back to because you know it's a solid feud. You think about Rock and you think about Rock Hunter, Rock Austin, Rock Foley, and how we always kind of came back to those feuds because we knew they drew money. I don't want Miz to be that guy for Logan Paul.
Right.
I want to see where he can go from here. So this match, maybe one more, move on.
Right.
But thank you so much for acknowledging the greatness that is Mike Mizanin. That warms my heart, James.
No, for real. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, actually, because no, I didn't believe it for the longest time. I thought he was just a run of the mill kind of wrestler that
I know
came
you
from
didn't.
the other side, and
in the beginning, he very much was.
He
Like
was.
some of the
I
stuff
think-
he did at
yeah.
Ultimate Pro Wrestling definitely was shaky, definitely needed work, but you could kind of see the diamond beginning to get polished.
I think
But like
yeah.
you said, that Bryan feud is really
is
what
really
both
what
of them
made him,
needed.
yes. And I think it happened a lot sooner than a lot of people realized too, because that the program that he had early on with Bryan really showed that he wanted to get better in ring. And by that 2012 match with Mysterio, it wasn't Mysterio having to carry him; he had to carry an injured Mysterio because he was not at 100%. I looked into this; he was operating at the worst style. He was operating at the worst shape he was ever in his entire career. He has flat out admitted that 2012 and 2014, Ray has had some of the worst matches of his career, some of the worst shape he was ever in, right? So when the Miz is carrying him, and it was the best match on that card entirely, not that there was much to freaking beat, that's saying a lot. And we're talking like a 4-star classic between those two. For real, I'm not even kidding. So it's like, that's why I say don't sleep on this match. Logan, as far as Logan goes, when it comes to Triple H, he agrees with Vince sometimes, right? I think this is one of those things where he agrees with Vince. Logan's a freaking natural. Let's just call it what it is. As far as in-ring persona, in-ring charisma, and being able to, wrestle the fundamental stuff, natural, right?
Yeah, Logan Paul.
What has he learned since, though?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Logan Paul, Bad Bunny, and Stephen Amell, I want to say, are probably the 3 best celebrities that they have had come into wrestling in years. All 3 of them get it. And even to a lesser extent, Knoxville. Like I was watching the Broken Skull sessions with Sami Zayn the other night and listening to him talk about working with Knoxville and how proud he is of that match because of what Knoxville was able to accomplish as a 50-something-year-old, essentially stuntman actor. You've got to get these guys that get it. And even though we want to crap on Knoxville in that match a lot of the time, he got the entertainment aspect of it. He got the comedy aspect of it. Having done Jackass, he could take the bumps from it and make it look good. So WWE's been very lucky lately with their celebrities.
That's fair.
Thank you, James.
Yeah.
One of us. Anyway, Mikey, you've also been following Mike Mizanin since pretty much the beginning with him, and you've seen his development and coming up from developmental in UPW, coming up from where he was and where he is. Can you please grab me Diet Coke while you're over there? Thank you. Or Diet, whatever the hell brand it is today. Is it Shasta? Is it Shasta? If it's Shasta, call Aaron. Even better. I was going to say, we're drinking the store brand, Aaron, just for you, buddy, because you're not here. It's all good. We love you, man. We'll see you after on the actually, we'll be able to do one night, but we'll catch your shit later. Mikey, where are you on this match? And again, we were talking earlier about that you said this was more of a celebrity thing as well, even though Logan Paul is a signed, contracted superstar. What say you, sir?
Well, I picked Logan Paul in this match because the words
Mikey,
Logan
can't hear you, buddy. For whatever reason.
You can't hear me. Why can you not hear me? Is my microphone not
I
working?
can hear Mikey just fine, Jeff. So, Mikey, continue. Yeah, Jeff, I can hear him. I think he's.
I can hear him too. You're good, Mikey. I think it's just that the way Jeff's got his thing so that there's less of an echo.
Okay.
For the record, I don't think that needs to be done. I'm pretty sure you guys should be fine. But
okay, well,
go ahead, Stat Boy.
Thank you, sir. The words Logan Paul impressed me at WrestleMania is one of the main reasons why I chose him for this match. Don't get me wrong. I like The Miz. I like Mike Mizanin on Miz and Mrs. He's a great father. He's a great husband. He's great with the girls, with his daughters. And if you haven't seen season 3, by the way, go back and watch season 3 of that show, because you get to see the person and you get to see the persona. Logan Paul needs to get his revenge after what happened at WrestleMania. So that's another reason why I picked this match. They're calling each other out. Hey, you gave me the skull-crushing finale at WrestleMania. I'm going to come back and I'm going to kick your ass. And that's the end of it. That's what I also think. Now, moving forward, do I see Logan Paul as a champion of some kind? Not right away. Do I want to see him get involved in somebody else? Yes. Who is that person? I have no idea yet. Who's going to want to step up and call Logan Paul out for being a YouTuber, for being a social media star, for being all that stuff? Who can he work with is the next question.
I got one right here for you, Stat Boy.
Go for it.
Dolph Ziggler.
Good call. I like it. It will work. It will work beautifully. I like that. I approve that.
He's got that Hollywood persona about him as well. He does the stand-up. He's been kind of in and out of the company. He's got those looks. He's got the social media presence. Dolph Ziggler is the perfect next guy for Logan Paul.
There you go.
And he's a hell of a worker, so he can help elevate Logan a little bit as well.
So I absolutely am choosing him. I want to see more. I don't want to see as much as Miz probably deserves a win, because let's face it, he hasn't been winning lately. He hasn't been doing much from what I've seen. He has to finish this one. Yeah. Then Miz can focus on IC title, US title, tag title, get back in the title hunt somehow, but give Logan the spotlight tonight.
Definitely.
For me, I still will never understand why they decided to split The Miz and Logan Paul. I just felt like they were just a natural fit. To this day, I still feel that way. I think I get the whole idea. Miz doesn't want to share the spotlight with anybody. It's your prototypical WWE Vince style answer, but I thought they worked and clicked, man. I really did. I hope they revisit it down the line somehow. I feel like that could have gotten a lot of steam for the tag division. Honest to God. But hey, what can you do, right?
and Ken, I mean, Logan is such a natural heel anyways. Granted, Miz is the heel going into this match with Logan being the fresh signee. But I mean, down the road, like I said, there'll probably be one more match in this feud. By the time we get to Dolph, maybe Survivor Series or Rumble, because Logan Paul's not someone you're going to want to have on every Raw, SmackDown, every premium live event. He's going to be a guy you want to save for the major stuff. So Clash at the Castle, possibly. Survivor Series, Rumble, maybe Chamber, only because it's part of that build to WrestleMania. Mm-hmm. And then Mania, you're going to want to save him for big draw events. So by the time we get to Survivor Series or Rumble, Dolph's character or Logan's character could be at the point where one's face, one heels.
Maybe. I don't know. For me, it's like,
all right, good to go.
Ooh, I was just gonna say, we need a mouthpiece for Logan Paul and quick right now. I saw that promo he cut. Today is the day, and that day is tonight. What?
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
What?
There's definitely some polish needed, no doubt about it. But, it's one of those, everybody in the business has that moment. I have said for years, the problem is developmental is not being able to develop in front of the small crowds anymore. They're developing in front of 15,000 people in a worldwide audience. That's not conducive to healthy, proper stages of growth and development. So, but that's just me.
Plus, they don't have somebody like a Dusty Rhodes who is iconic in his promos to help guide these guys. I don't know who their promo coach is now, but you figure when it was Dusty Rhodes, he was arguably one of the greatest promos of the 80s, helping guide these kids. And we don't have that anymore since he passed away.
Yeah, but you do have Cody. And not for nothing, but when Cody is like in his element, there's nobody better. He's a very close second, you know.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so here's my next thing. This hasn't officially been rescheduled as a different match, but I do want to bring it up. Do we get a replacement match tonight? And will we be okay if it's anybody but Johnny Gargano at this point? Whoever wants to go first, by all means.
I'll go first.
Go ahead, Step Boy.
And if you saw on Twitter, Dory Lou is very upset that this match did not take place. She was looking forward to this match. Riddle, I hope you get better soon, quick. That injury is no joke. It's so bad I can't even pronounce it. A brachial mishap, I'll call it. We did talk about this morning on the way to work. And if they're going to throw out a replacement, throw out the phenomenal one because he needs a match at SummerSlam. Bring out AJ. AJ versus Rollins, excellent match.
Yeah.
This is a 9-year streak that Seth Rollins is potentially breaking. He has been on every SummerSlam card since 2014. Do not break this streak because he can go another year. I say big props to Riddle. I hope you get well quick. Bring out AJ and put these two in a match.
When he got hurt in 2015, you know what? He was in the Universal Championship match following year. I forgot about that. He had the match where he got hurt against Kane when he was WWE champion. But he was back by SummerSlam because he wrestled for the Universal Championship against Balor.
Yeah, he was gone after the house show.
I forgot all about that. I was going to say, hey, wait a minute, Steph was. Yeah, no, he wasn't wrong. Okay, so that would suck. I mean, you know, Mikey's all about numbers and streaks and whatnot. That would suck if this is the There has to be a reason because I don't think Riddle's legitimately hurt. There has to be something more to this.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you exactly what it is. Apparently he's got a broken whoozy what's it's in his throttalingus. So there you go.
Throttalingus, is that the follow-up song for Metalingus?
I think so.
That match is later. Hush.
I can't believe they got the Judgment Day. Sorry.
On this day, I see clearly. I talk clearly here anyway.
On this day, why did you break the Judgment Day?
Okay, so I definitely think we're going to see Seth Rollins. I'm almost sure we're going to see him compete, and if we do, it's going to be against Gargano because that's just everything that's going down the pike, everything that's been talked about. So I can't foresee if it's not Gargano that they're going to put him out there. I know Mikey said AJ. I know Dory loves AJ Styles. Can't say as I blame her. AJ is one of the best in the history of the business and especially of our generation. But I don't think Seth can either loss. I don't think AJ can either. So that's the wrong way to book it for my money.
How about this idea? Ciampa? Tommaso Ciampa?
Ciampa's a possibility, but I think that Gargano is the odds-on favorite. You know, if you're Vegas odds bookie, Gargano's the odds-on favorite. He's already out there in Nashville anyways. I like Mikey's idea of AJ as a possibility. I mean, you figure we're in TNA's backyard where they first started 20 years after they kicked off. AJ sent that video, congratulations, for Slammiversary. He wasn't able to appear live and in person. What better way to give back than to have him in this impromptu match at the old asylum? You know, as an offshoot if Gargano isn't a thing. Like that's great storytelling, which is something that Hunter's a fan of. Going back to my point earlier. This could be another one of those ways where we really start to see where Hunter's going to take things. Gargano, again, big possibility. But AJ Styles, the phenomenal one who made his career in Nashville for TNA those early years, definitely not so far-fetched either.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up AJ and Slammiversary. I was going to talk about a different match next, but I'll go ahead and bring this match up since you brought it up. You got to love how AJ Styles, for lack of a better term, a regularly independent contracted WWE superstar, is granted the permission to appear at TNA/Impact's 20th anniversary show. Meanwhile, Mr. I am so irrelevant can't be bothered to show up at his own founding company's anniversary show, but he's got to show up and get up and flare shit tomorrow night and be on this show for no particular damn reason. Anyway, Usos and the Street Profits for the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships. And Double J's here because we're in Nashville. The same building he walked out on WWE, by the way, after lip-syncing our buddy Road Dogg. Well, maybe my buddy Road Dogg, not your buddy Road Dogg. My buddy Road Dogg. Maybe yours. I forget who likes Road Dogg and who doesn't. I forget that, so forgive me.
Well, one of us on the panel chased him down into a elevator, so let's not forget that one.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Can somebody get the numbers on that bus? Because that shit just ran him over. Lord Almighty.
Regina George status.
I apologize. I'm
I
sorry.
had referenced
Move
that
on.
for weeks, but that was fucked up. Anyway, done. Threw him under the bus. Anyway.
I wasn't thrown under the bus. I was catapulted
Anyway.
under the bus.
I like the Profits. I do. I have from the beginning. But I still maintain a couple things. Number one, I don't think Bud Light's losing at all tonight, for the record. But if they do lose, it's not going to be this one. I think Roman is the one that if there is a loss in that family, it's going to be him. I don't think it's going to be the Usos. I don't think it should be the Usos. And the Street Profits have kind of got to the point where they've actually, got to the point where they're still having the fun time, but they're getting more serious. But I'll throw it to you, since I know you were so happy about me picking on Jarrett there just now, because you gave me the face and everything. And go ahead and bring up Double J's part of this match. I can give a shit about his part of the match at this point. I don't know what the hell he's here. I don't understand it. But the Profits, I think, are at the point where if they don't win, we're going to see a massive shift. And I think that shift's going to be Montez dropping Dawkins on his head. So Usos win here for my prediction, for the record.
I also have the Usos retaining, but I have it retaining because of Jarrett. I think this is where Jarrett's going to get involved. You want to know why he's here? I'm going to tell you exactly why I think he's here. Last night on SmackDown, we saw a super kick catch Jarrett that was designed for, I believe, Tez. Tonight, Jarrett is going to try to get his receipt with a guitar shot. He's going to miss the Usos and take out one of the Street Profits, allowing the Usos to get the 1, 2, 3 and retain the titles. It's very much going to be kind of like a match that happened SummerSlam 97, I think it was, where a certain Heartbreak Kid ended up costing The Undertaker the WWF Championship. And he was the referee at the same time. Which, by the way, that was 25 years ago to the event. Not the day, but to the event. So that's why I think Jeff Jarrett's here.
For the record, I love Report Card Radio, our other buddy Mike, acting like he's going to throw me a curveball and actually make me respect Jarrett, and then he buries Jeff in the process. This is my favorite comment of the night so far. I appreciate that, Report Card Radio. I love you for that. Yeah, he's the one booking live events. Wait, Jarrett's an executive role company and he put himself in a match and is getting himself over? The hell did they? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. That was good shit. James, take it away, brother. Go ahead.
Well, first I will say. Yeah, there you go. That's the Jeff Jarrett impersonation of his TNA theme. Oh wait, I gotta do the laugh. All right, there you go.
If you're gonna make sure you're gonna go, we're in my world.
My world. Yeah.
Just remember, he ain't dead and he ain't The Rock. I don't want to hear your big mouth talk in my world.
My world.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Usos is probably the most obvious choice, and for all the reasons everybody mentioned, it just they're not taking the belts off them this soon. This is probably one of the matches that is this and the undisputed title, probably not changing. And quite frankly, nor should it. My bigger question is, why the hell is Ciampa with The Miz? What? Does anybody know why this is a thing? Please? Like, why?
Why? And again, he was called up into that role. The old man was still running creative. And how long have we heard Ciampa and Gargano both say, if they try to call us off, we're going to quit? Gargano actually done left for now. But he is in Nashville. He was in StarCast today. So there is that. We'll see. As far as Ciampa, dude, I have no freaking idea what they're doing. Jay?
Who's to say that Ciampa's not going to be the one to lay Miz out, allowing Logan Paul to get his victory?
Ooh, I like that.
Sure.
I do like that very much. I enjoy that. That's a good thing.
Bad boy, I guess, right?
Yeah. So Mikey, again, they are only a couple hours away from you. Do you have space in case Jared decides to walk out again and needs to hide before tomorrow's show? The question of the day.
Well, I got to start. Nashville is 3 hours away from Sevierville.
Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. It's a long way.
I've got the Usos in this match too. Kudos to Renegade for the guitar shot. I did not think of that. That's a good idea. I like it. I like the Street Profits as well. They are a great team. We want the smoke and all of that. They're a wonderful tag team, but like I say, the Bloodline is just too strong, too powerful, too quick. They're the one and done, and so this is going to be it. I like the guitar shot idea. Quickly, let me answer, if I may, RCR's. I chased Road Dogg almost into an elevator in the lobby of the JK Marriott after a show in Los Angeles. I got a selfie with them. I very rudely disrespected Jeff because he and I were talking, and I marked out, and I admit it. It's a story but he was trying to get to his hotel room. I said, "Oh my God, it's Road Dogg." I marked out. I chased him down, took out the phone, grabbed the selfie. I said, "May I please take a selfie?" Blah, blah, blah. There's a quick story. And of course, Renegade always puts me in my place. He is my brother. That's what brothers do. So let me throw that out there.
If Mikey would have ran over there any faster, I would have had Luke Robitaille sign him up to show how to properly shift on skates for the Kings.
Hey, nowadays, if you ran into him, you would run into him to offer a job. I heard he's looking for one. I have nerve, Rhodey. There you go.
Well, JJ pointed out to me that they are on the cock at the moment, interviewing one of the guys in this match. Let's go ahead and bring up this match now while we're thinking about it, while it's fresh in my mind. Mr. Money in the Bank, Austin. Oh, sorry, not Austin. What? Theory.
Why?
Taking on the U.S. champion, Bobby Lashley, for the championship. I'm not going to get too wound up on this. I'm really not. I still don't think we're going to see Theory at the end of the night, but I think they're going to make us think they are. Theory's going to lose by disqualification, much like The Miz did against tomorrow's retiree, so he says, by knocking Lashley upside the head with the briefcase. It'll probably open the show just to make us believe it even more. Lashley retains the U.S. title. I'm good. James?
My pick. What is the artist formerly known as Austin, now known as what? Theory. What? I said Theory. What? No. It'll be Lashley. No. I just had to do that Austin impression. But yeah, Lashley is retaining because Theory is on to bigger and better things, which is kind of a sad state of affairs when it comes to mid-card championships. I wish, that actually be used to, I don't know, elevate somebody. Get on that, please. Thanks. Anyway.
Well, you mean like the Intercontinental Championships being defended tonight? Oh, that's right.
That's right. It's not. In fairness, it wasn't really Triple H's call at that point because he kind of got the script last minute. So what can you do? With that said, though, please get on that for the next pay-per-view or PLE. But yeah, Theory lost his first name sign because that's Austin's move. That's Austin's name. He can't have the same name as me, son. Can't happen. Won't happen. Not on my watch.
Did anyone see the Peter Griffin in that voice all of a sudden? Like he went from Austin to Peter Griffin about just very silent tone there. Very silent tone there.
I went to Peter Griffin. Yeah.
That's man. Very good. Okay.
If you poop at SummerSlam, you poop for real.
For real. All right. Cool whip with your snacks today. All right. Shit. All right. Did everybody make their picks? Mikey, did everybody's pick?
Not. I
Okay,
think
go for it,
Renegade left on this one.
Only James has talked on this one.
Oh, okay. One of you two toss
Sorry, I threw the whole panel off. That's usually
okay. Now talking about Peter Griffin and Austin, the same theory, and then a Cool Whip.
We had 3 people pick. I just did 3 impressions, so there you go.
That's what threw me off. I was confused. I'm easily confused. I'm concussed. I hit the TV in the head today. Wow. Somebody else fucking talk. There's 2, by the way.
Renegade, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
What is happening?
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Here's one of my problems with Theory, okay? In what universe can a 24-year-old, 6'1", 220-pound kid, because let's face it, he's a kid, can he really beat Lashley on his own? No. He has to use the briefcase, okay? And when we get to the main event, I'll say something more about Theory. Also, have you noticed in his Titantron, it looks like he ripped off Jeff Hardy's old TNA entrance video. And this whole A-Town Down thing, that sounds like it's been ripped off from something else. Theory has the potential. Just not now. He needs at least another 3 years before he
another 30
pounds of muscle.
Flag on the play, back it up, 5 yards. F that nonsense. No. I'm gonna cut you off. Let me talk to you. Let me go first. Hang on a second.
Let me holler at you, player.
That's right. Tag team. You're gonna face the Undertaker for that offense. Anyway, Theory is ready to go. It's not believable when you've got Lesnar and Reigns. However, there was a very good point brought up. Was it yesterday, Alan? Or no, it was on the review. You want to keep it last man standing. Both Lesnar and Reigns are on the stage. Whack, knock them loose. Count them both out. New champion, last man standing rules. I think Theory is ready for a main event program. I just don't think they're letting us see the way it's going to do it. Bait and switch, man. Classic wrestling. And now my bald head's been on the air long enough. I'm going to go turn the camera, go get my hat. Mikey, continue. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, he's 3 years is way too long at this point, even if he is only 24.
Forget the years. Put some more muscle on the kid. Give him a sandwich. He's playing the Captain America scrawny era. He's too damn scrawny. I'm sorry. You've got these. If he was any scrawnier, he would be Spike Dudley, in my opinion. He's not a giant killer. If WWE would have the cruiserweight division back, Theory would be a perfect fit for that role. I'm sorry, he's a kid in a boy's world, and that just doesn't fly with me right now. If like I said, bring back the cruiserweights, perfect fit. Give him the cruiserweight belt that doesn't exist anymore.
Can I just throw out that Finn Balor and AJ Styles and Bryan Danielson had like the best matches of their career, and Seth Rollins even had the best matches of their career with
CM Punk.
Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, yeah, like.
Well, like I said,
okay.
I'm probably gonna piss off a lot of people. Go ahead.
Yeah, you've pissed your brother off.
They were as thin as Theory. Poor Theory, man. He's getting shot on. What if he had anorexia, man? What the hell's wrong with you?
I piss people off. That's my job.
Yeah, fair enough. You're better than a David. Go ahead.
Listen here, Vince Caldwell.
Oh!
Not every main eventer needs to be roided up like Batista. Okay, not every main eventer needs to have a Lashley physique, a Big E physique, a Lesnar physique, a Hogan physique, a Warrior physique. Correct me if I'm wrong, stat boy, but is not your favorite wrestler of all time? Did he not start out as a scrawny pile of shit as well?
In the beginning, yes. That's why. That's why I'm.
Was he not about the same physique when he won his first championship? Do 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 do.
That was 20
Anytime here, stat boy.
You kind of lost.
20 years ago.
You kind of got.
Okay, that was 20 years ago, and people of that physique didn't make main event status then. But guys like Brett, Sean changed that so that guys like Theory could come through.
Yes.
This is another one of those where Triple H's black and gold very well could come into play. I had to do my digging on this. James, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Theory not a part of a group called The Way with Gargano in the black and gold NXT under Hunter's control?
Yes.
Okay. So just because Theory has been Vinnie Mac's hand-picked protege, the new chosen one, the new Drew McIntyre, if you will, doesn't mean that Triple H doesn't see big things for him.
Yes, agreed.
You know, he's up there for a reason. He was given Money in the Bank for a reason.
Right.
You know, 3 years is redonkulous, Mikey.
Okay, I can retract that.
WrestleMania? Possibly. You know, I'll just go ahead and throw this out. Do I see him cashing the briefcase in tonight? No. I don't see him cashing in the briefcase tonight. Because who wants to get in the mix of Lesnar and Roman? Really? Let's look at this from a logistical standpoint. He's got a much better shot against someone like Drew. Post Clash of the Castle.
That I can see. And I'll get to that.
And Theory is a smart heel.
Yes.
He's not going to cash in if it's not going to benefit him.
No.
He's going to wait for the right moment so that he can get the most press from it, so that you can get the most eyes on it. This is not that event. I also don't think he's going to defeat Lashley, getting back to the match actually at hand. I agree with what I believe it was Jeff said about it possibly being the curtain match and teasing like it's going to be a cash-in later in the night, but I don't think it's going to happen for him tonight. He's already moving on to bigger, better things. If you take the U.S. title off of Lashley, then Theory has to suffer another loss down the road before he cashes in. That's not going to look good on him as you get closer to cash-in time.
Unless you decide to just say screw it and give him 2 belts out of nowhere.
Right, but I don't see him being that guy.
No.
I like Theory to death, but I don't see him being Johnny 2 belts.
In the interest of fairness to Statboy, I think he calls him scrawny, not necessarily because of his physique, because as we mentioned, we kind of put that point to bed. I think he calls him scrawny because of the way they actually booked his character. I think that's why he's calling him scrawny. I think he's been booked like a scrawny little shit. That's fair. Absolutely fair. I think you need to kind of go in a different direction with Theory going forward. That especially now It's not going to happen overnight. That is the most definite thing now. Now that Vince is gone, you have to slowly wean the Vince stank.
All right.
You know?
I hear you. I hear you on that, but you got to pick your words wisely when it comes to this company that we keep. There's a difference between scrawny and smarmy. And smarmy, I think, is the word that he wanted more than scrawny.
Probably. But I think, given a thought, I think that's what he meant in that regard. So
possibly. Jeff, where are we going from here, good sir?
First of all, for the record, Mikey, when Shawn became WWF champion in 1996, he was 6'1", 225. Theory is 6'1", 220. Right now.
Yeah, 5 pounds less. That's not.
All right, we've beaten that dead horse.
So as far as the age and the weight thing, I love you. I will always love you since you work for Dolly Parton, but you're wrong for that. All right, now let's see. Match.
I was going to say, we got a few here. We've only got like 15 minutes left.
I got you. No worries. All right. Liv and Ronda, again, I like the matchup. I like both women. I always have. I think Liv is way overdue. And I think that this is kind of the pins into a corner here. Because Ronda losing again, I think, hurts Ronda to an extent. I just can't put my finger on why. It's kind of a gut feeling. Liv losing here definitely hurts Liv, especially so soon. So I think based on that, Liv will retain the title.
Yeah.
I can't make my brain figure out why Ronda losing will be a thing unless she loses by disqualification for losing her temper, and Liv retains that way. But then Liv comes off as not a strong champion. So this is one of those. I'm not happy with the way it's been booked, and I don't think any result is going to be well liked enough by enough of the majority of the audience where it's going to be sustainable long term post SummerSlam. JJ,
I have a question for anybody in the room who can actually answer this. Where's Shayna Baszler been lately?
Right. Exactly.
Whether she comes in and gets Ronda DQ'd, or helps Ronda win the title, or Liv retains and her and Ronda start a tag team thing. Where's Shayna Baszler been? Because I think that's the next evolution for Ronda. Liv, in my opinion, needs this victory. Like you said, she won the title via a cash-in. If she does not win and retain tonight, she looks weak. She needs to go in there against Ronda and defeat Ronda. And there's so many different things about how they can do this. Ooh.
There is a rock
I'm sorry.
right away.
I'm sorry. I just caught eyes of the screen.
Yeah.
The Mystery Man promo that we all assume is Edge. I am coming tonight.
I agree.
So that's going to be interesting. But Liv needs this victory bar none. It doesn't matter how she gets it. It would be best if it was clean, but is beating Ronda clean something that's believable for Liv? Or does there have to be some kind of shenanigans involved?
Yeah. I'm with Jeff. Liv has to retain somehow. Don't know how, but he wins. Stat Boy, take it away. That's my thought.
I'm gonna agree with the panel. I want to see Liv win. She just got the belt. Taking it off of her would be a big mistake. Again, it's a big question mark. I don't see how though. You know, I mean, can she wiggle out of an ankle lock and do a roll up? Can she squirm out of the Kimura? I don't know. I can't see it. Well, so that leaves the shenanigans. Who would cause the shenanigans? So Liv wins. I just don't know how.
Any number of people could cause the shenanigans. You've got Shayna, you've got Natalya, you've got Shotzi, you've got so many people that could be that person.
Let's say Charlotte's also in Nashville for the weekend. There is that. I know JJ's not a fan of Charlotte returning necessarily, but she is down the street at the fairgrounds. So there is that. All right. So do you want me picks? Okay. All right. So we'll get through this quick. Since we just saw the promo that we think it's about, I still say the Mysterios win now, but Judgment Day gets the final word in after the match. JJ obviously disagrees, so I'm going to let him go first since he's sitting here anyway shaking his head.
Here's my story for this, the way I would book this. Dominic gets taken out backstage prior to the match. Edge makes his return as Ray's partner to seek his revenge on the Judgment Day. Dominic comes out, attacks his dad, and Edge joins Judgment Day. Judgment Day wins.
So attacked in the back, like her hang attack in the back, and was a Horseman for 20 days. Yeah, I actually like that. So you know what? He's convinced me.
At this
JJ,
I'm
is
gonna
the influencer in the room here.
honestly, I'm gonna
Mikey,
go with JJ's
please, sir.
pick too. So there you go.
We're going to me.
Yeah, you're going you.
Okay, I want to say this right now. Rhea Ripley, you bitch. What the hell? You disrespected the legacy of Eddie Guerrero by one, going after Rey Mysterio and wearing the I don't know if you saw it. I saw the promo about 20 minutes ago, and I'm holding that one in. You, my late, normally I like the Nightmare Rhea Ripley, but when I saw what she did, I wanted to reach through the screen and rip her head off. So you're going to get it coming, and I hope when we talk about the next match, I hope it's going to be Bianca. So I'll quickly throw out my pick for that one, but I'll give us that later. But in this match, I'm choosing the Mysterios. I had to get that out there. I'm sorry. She did the heel thing. I get it, but Heath Ledger Joker. Even to a guy like me, that's cold.
I gotta say, Mikey, I cracked up when Rhea did that.
Oh, you! Oh, my brother! Oh,
And I'm wearing a Mysterio shirt.
Eddie Guerrero's on there too.
Hey, it's fine, man. Hey, listen. She's being a heel. I like Rhea Ripley. It's okay. By the way, chill with the Buddy Murphy stuff, Rhea. Chill. You gotta chill. Holy hell.
Buddy Murphy.
I heard that. I got a clip on that on my phone. Like, it just
quickly
showed up
step
as a
on
YouTube
that.
short. I'm like, Rhea, damn. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I'm
Buddy
with
Murphy on a
JJ's
pole
pick,
match.
man. I'm with JJ.
Buddy Murphy's pole on a match. Anyway, yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah, I go with JJ's whole philosophy on it. They got to do it like that because Edge never should have been out of the group to begin with. So,
I just want to say for the record that during this match, both Kurt Hennig and Paul Roman were brought up in this match. So the two worst horsemen were brought up in the same match on this prediction show, and we're not even talking about the Flair match, the Flair show yet. Woo! Take a shot.
Hey, listen, it could have been worse. There could have been a horseman incarnation with Tom McGee in there.
That's okay. At least we're bringing up the worst horseman. And if you didn't watch, you're still gonna have to watch because it's not gonna sit any other time besides Thursday night. So
Oh, no, I saw.
watch that shit on demand.
I saw. We're good.
All right.
Jeff, you muted yourself. Where did you go? My boy muted himself.
Thank you for reminding me. All right, so we're going to go into the Women's Raw Championship match now since I watched the first intro. Again, I said it on Tuesday on the No DQ. I say it now. It has to die. It needs to die. Michael Myers style. It needs to be over with. I'm done with this feud. I'm over Bianca's presentation. Not Bianca necessarily, but the way she's been booked as Raw Champion.
Yeah.
And I'm over big-time Bex losing her damn mind. Becky wins, but then Bayley screws the pooch and returns tonight. And
I agree.
starts the program with Becky.
Yeah, chalk it up to that. When calling for Becky, I agree.
Disagree with Becky. Bianca retains. She defeats Becky quicker than Becky beat her last year. Gets on the mic because Bianca's been showing some heelish mic promos here lately. I don't know if it's just because her promos need work. Love you, Bianca. But her mic work has come off as very heelish lately. Get on the microphone, ask if there's any real competition out there because she is done with Becky. Bayley comes out and takes the title from her. I agree Bayley's coming back tonight. Bianca retains first, though.
Stat boy, what's
Then you can build to Bianca versus Bayley at Mania and have Bianca beat her again, third horsewoman in a row.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Ryan, you have to just watch and see.
What the hell?
That show, that's special. But I think we had talked about Mongo the other night and revealed that.
Mongo was at least entertaining. Okay.
James, what do you think about this Raw Championship women's match?
Nah, I already agree with you. I'm already on your side with it.
Oh, we did? Okay.
We need Stat Boy.
We need Stat Boy's pick. Quickly, we have 3 minutes before this match goes live. Top of the hour here.
Bianca retains.
All right.
Keep it simple.
There you go. All right, very good.
Nice and easy. Main event time.
Short and sweet to the point. All right, this is Last Man Standing. It is the last match we're talking about on this prediction show. We should have started earlier. We dolled too much. That's okay. Lesnar reigns for the last time until the next time. Last Man Standing. Best 2 out of 257 falls. It is for the championship. Reigns retains.
Reigns
I
retains.
mean, it's just that simple for me. Reigns retains.
Stat boy, do you agree or disagree?
I agree, and Roman has a 3-2 record against Brock. This will make it 4-2.
There you go. Okay.
Roman retains and no cash in. I'm saying that there will be a cash in, but it'll be a failed cash in.
Okay.
Roman retains, no cash in whatsoever. He may run out and look like he's going to cash in, but change his mind because he doesn't want no part of the big dog, the tribal chief, the head of the table. And I even proposed this to Jeff last night when we were watching SmackDown. What happened 20 years ago at SummerSlam?
That's a good question. Brock did win.
Brock defeated who for his first
Rock.
WWF Championship?
The Rock.
The Rock.
Last man standing. Have Rocky come out, take Brock out 20 years later. His cousin retains the title.
Ooh.
Mega curveball, what we've all been thinking is going to happen with The Rock and Roman.
You know what's funny? If they go to that long-term storytelling, JJ, it would be good because it accomplishes 2 things. 1, you could have a match with Brock at the Rumble. 2, you could have a match with The Rock and Roman at Mania.
Which is exactly what he said last night during SmackDown, dude.
Honestly, pretty good. I like that booking.
Or even thinking about like a Survivor Series match. Roman, Rocky, the Usos, and Solo.
You can see Musner. Yeah. All right, hang on.
That's fair.
Timestamp this. What time is it?
4:59.
All right. There it is, Mike Report Card Radio. So we'll see. We shall see.
Never say never in the WWE.
Vince will never step down as CEO. Oh, wait. Flair will never retire. Well, actually, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
Until tomorrow anyway.
Where's Noah at? Do we know?
He'll be here eventually.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Noah's out of the outing, so James, you got bit by play for the first match, Becky versus Bianca.
All right, let's go. Cool. I like this. I know this is going to be a hell of a match anyway, so there we go.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go.
We're going live. Let's go ahead and see if it's actually.
All right, so JJ, where are you at? Did the warning screen come out for you or no?
They're showing a overview of the city and now the crowd.
Okay,
Trademark is in the corner, and they went black.
all right, let me know when you see the warning screen and right when it's about to fade out from the warning screen.
Okay, so you're a little bit ahead of me?
Yeah.
Okay. Warning screen is up.
FBI. Dun dun dun.
still. So
And it's faded.
Alrighty,
All right.
here we
Now,
go.
forever.
Yeah, we're about. Yeah, I'm seeing that now too. I think we're just about in sync. Perfect.
Okay.
There we go. And ladies and gentlemen,
Forever.
welcome to the first match of this Jeff Meacham Network presentation here tonight. We got James and JJ on the call, at least until Noah gets here. For the first match, it is Becky versus Bianca, and we are in the Music City live tonight. Rich, not only with musical history, JJ, but with wrestling as well.
Oh, yeah, without question. Nashville, Tennessee, Memphis, championship wrestling. You know, there's been a hotbed in that state over the years. And country music, you know, the home of country music, the Ryman Auditorium, the Grand Ole Opry. You've got the Tennessee Titans. You know, you've got so much history, both in sports and entertainment within that state and that city. It's going to be a doozy of a show here tonight, James.
Absolutely, I agree. And you're seeing the promo package now, showing just about everything. The stars are here, as they say.
Yes.
And we got a hell of a guard here tonight. I will say, everything kind of getting flipped upside down. It is the last Vince McMahon booked wrestling card ever.
Yeah.
As of right now, the last ever Vince McMahon book card. This is a historic night tonight, to say the absolute least.
Yeah, and you know, we touched about it during the pre-show. Who would have ever thought, James, that this day would come? We all thought that Vince McMahon would die instead of handing over the reins to the company. And yeah, there may have been some backstage shenanigans and scandals and politics that helped to push him out. But at the end of the day, we never thought we would see a Vince McMahon-less World Wrestling Entertainment.
No. Not at all. And that's what is going to make this card extremely interesting. Just
Ryan,
in general,
Ryan, just to touch
future...
on your thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry, James. Ryan, just to touch on your thing real quick. This is Triple H's first card, but as I mentioned a little bit during the pre-show, the oven has already been preheated.
Yes.
We're just going to throw the ingredients in and let them bake.
Yeah,
Raw
it is...
after SummerSlam is going to be the true test because we're going to see what the fallout is from SummerSlam. That's not to say that things can't be planted, seeds can't be planted here, changes can't be made on the fly. But 95% of what is happening here tonight was put in motion by Vince McMahon.
So they're going to stick with that and then book from there. So we'll see. And here we go. We are going to go live here. Xfinity, oh boy, presents.
And a new Sylvester Stallone movie, apparently. Going to have to check the release date on that. Maybe add it to a new release Saturday down the road for Renegades Reviews.
Probably. We're at SummerSlam, folks. Here we are. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. We got a packed house here in the stadium.
Something they couldn't do for Money in the Bank in Las Vegas.
Exactly. But this is a big four.
Yeah, I was going to say, but then again, they were trying to run opposite Dana White in the UFC, and that wasn't going to happen.
Ever. That was never going to work at all, ever.
But man, is it not, James, a beautiful sight to look at and see that many fans in a stadium like that for professional wrestling, sports entertainment, whatever you want to call it. I know you're more partial to AEW, All Elite Wrestling, but that, considering we're still fresh out of the pandemic, looking at a stadium like that, it's a beautiful sight to see.
Well, I mean, and just in general, too, you want to talk about wrestling shows entirely. You want to talk about, you know, in AEW as well, in the United Center, and now at the stadium here tonight. It's great to see this many people finally gathering for a wrestling show again. And speaking of that, here comes the big time. Becky Lynch has arrived.
What is she wearing tonight? Becky Gaga as she comes to the ring.
I don't know. My question is an OSW reference. What bar is Becky Lynch?
My
freaking
God.
State of this attire. Oh my God.
You know, I I wasn't opposed to Becky when she came back last year at SummerSlam and just squashed Bianca. As much as I love Bianca, as much as I would have loved to have seen her retain her title last year, the pop that Becky got was such an amazing pop because everyone was waiting for her to make her return. But slowly over the months, man, I have started to dislike her and her attitude and the way she's portrayed. And maybe that was the pen of Bruce Pritchard and Vince McMahon. Maybe there was someone else behind it. Not really sure. We're going to have to see, like I keep talking about, the fallout from this show, where they go with her from here. But I am not a fan of her going into this match. And I hope to God Bianca gets her retribution from last year, being embarrassed in as quick a time as she was.
Yeah, and honestly, she's really gone through this really weird metamorphosis where she thinks she's the big dog in the yard. And in reality, I'm hoping you're right, because right now I think she's more bark than bite, and I think that's going to cost her in this matchup. But I've known to been wrong before, so.
Oh yeah, without question. We've always had our doubts and our missteps here, but I was talking to Jeff last night as we watched SmackDown. In all honesty, I am tired of all 4 horsewomen in the title picture. They have got so many women on the roster that have been not used to their full potential. You've got Nikki ASH, you've got Doudrop, you've got Shotzi Blackheart, you've got Bianca, who granted has had a nice push lately, but still can do so much more, can do so much better. You finally got Liv Morgan in the title picture.
That's
Shayna
fair.
Baszler. I am just tired of the horsewomen being the be-all, end-all when it comes to the WWE women's division.
I will tell you, Bianca as an athlete is a great step as she walks down the ramp here in this WrestleMania-esque ramp style here. She's about to go one-on-one with her arch rival, defending the Raw Women's Championship yet again. I feel like this feud has been never-ending ever since last year's SummerSlam. I'm hoping it ends tonight, but they're gonna leave everything in that ring for the Raw Women's Championship. That much is an absolute guarantee.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. These two have such great chemistry once they lock hands in the ring that it's gonna be, I won't say a bloodbath, but it's gonna be an emotional battle. It would be awesome to see these 2 women bleed for this championship. But
it has gotten to that point of being personal. That's for damn
yeah,
sure.
it really has. It's gotten to that point that you almost feel like if one of them doesn't draw blood, then they didn't try hard enough.
Absolutely. No doubt. There's Becky Lynch now raising her hand, ready to bring it to Bianca. Bianca looks a little bit nervous, but today I think it's mainly because she's got that is Tennessee her home state? I feel like it is.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah, there it is.
She is a hometown girl living in a lonely world right now. She's going out there trying to make her fans, her friends, and her family proud of her. And she still has weighing in the back of her mind the fact that it was 1 year ago at this event that she lost the title to the woman across from her in the ring.
Yeah, trending number 1, by the way, worldwide. Or no, I'm sorry, in the United States, SummerSlam, as the bell sounds, our first matchup of SummerSlam underway, and both women staring daggers at each other.
Look at the determination in Becky Lynch's eyes. She looks like she is ready to murder Bianca.
And that's why I say don't count Becky Lynch out just yet, JJ, because we've seen Becky Lynch go into big match feels before, and she's come out on top. Collar and elbow tie-up. Bianca tries to go for a takedown. Becky dodges out of the way.
Yeah, I never will underestimate Becky. I don't underestimate anybody. I'm the one that's always saying that it's not over till it's over. Me and Statboy will watch professional sports and he'll try calling a game over. And it's like, dude, there's still time. Coach Orion said in D3 the Mighty Ducks, how long does it take to score a goal? Less than a second.
And here we go. Now we're gonna have a technical affair as you talk about that, JJ. You talk about sports here. These girls here are having a mat clinic already. We just started the matchup here as these 2 women are trading headlocks, rib locks, wrestling takedowns, and the like.
And this, I definitely feel, is some of Hunter booking coming to fruition here. You know,
100%.
both women very, very
Ooh.
prominent in Hunter's Black and Gold NXT.
Oh, what a showmanship there by Bianca, though, into a shoulder tackle. And that's the whole story of the matchup, JJ. The strength versus the technical prowess of Becky Lynch.
Yeah, but don't, you talked about don't take Becky for granted. Don't shortchange her. Bianca is a hell of a technical wrestler herself.
Oh, my.
Yeah, she's got the strength and the power going for her, but she's got that technical ability, too, that a lot of people overlook because of her strength.
That's fair, but I don't know how technical she's going to be after that. Her arm just getting absolutely snapped by Becky Lynch after that arm breaker. Modified
well,
arm breaker, if you will.
We've already passed the time from last year's match, so there's no Bianca beating Becky quicker than Becky beat her last year.
Yeah,
That's not happening.
Well, the problem is, I think I don't think Bianca. Let's also put into perspective. We talked about the metamorphosis of big time Bex. Remember, she didn't expect Becky Lynch to attack her and cheap shot her the way she did. Keep that in mind, JJ. I think in this instance, Becky is more prepared for Bianca than Bianca was prepared for Becky last year, but both women are equally prepared to bring it to each other tonight.
Yeah, they've been up and down these roads against each other so much the past year. They know what each other has. And you almost got to think, James, it's going to take one of them breaking out something new, something different, something exciting for this big crowd to catch the other one off guard to finally be able to get the victory here tonight.
Or maybe in some cases, something old that they haven't used in a long time. Oh, wait a minute. Springboard into a cartwheel, into a single leg drop kick by Bianca Belair. The athleticism on display, trying to go for, it looks like a Grand Slam attempt. Fully connects with it into a moonsault press. Hooks the leg. There's two and a kick out.
Hell of a series of maneuvers there by Bianca Belair. It's going to prove why she is the roughest, the toughest, the baddest, the EST of the WWE.
And she's proven that right now as she goes and tries to retrieve Becky Lynch on the outside. It looks like she's trying to go for KOD here onto the barricade. Ooh. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Becky Lynch just absolutely didn't even budge an inch off the barricade and into a leg drop. Guillotine style. Shades of psychosis.
Yeah, she definitely no-sold that. She no-sold the hell out of that KOD onto the padding there, the barricade, but
yeah, but you could tell, and I want to put this into perspective, but let's take a look at how she was able to counter, how she was able to power through that into this guillotine leg drop. I still think she's sucking wind, JJ. You could tell that hurt her, but I don't think she's letting it affect her. She's trying to get into the mind of Bianca Belair by breaking her offense there. That's what that was. That was mind games by Becky.
Definitely could see that perspective of the match there, the psychology. And Becky's on top of things right now.
Absolutely.
Slowly, methodically trying to pick apart Bianca Belair.
Especially after that Beck Exploder suplex, looking for another one, it looks like. Oh, wait a minute. Look at that. Elbows to the back of the head. Here comes Bianca trying to fight back here. Going to try to go for a suplex here. Stalling variation, but gets countered into a roll-up. Into a roll-up and a kick out of two.
Oh, that was so close. Kind of got a feel that maybe Bianca didn't get all of it because of the way Becky was able to counter that suplex into the roll-up.
Look at that. He was look at that. Becky Lynch trying to go for Shades of Mystico there, the former Sin Cara with that arm bar, but now changes it into a kick to the upper back and a clubbing shot right to the forearm, but only gets a 2 count out of it.
Yeah, once again, going back to the well, trying to grab that braid to help weaken Bianca a little bit. Trust me, that is one thing you do not want to mess with on a woman. You do not mess with their hair.
Yeah, and that's really what that comes down to as well. I think, you know, she's always been obsessed with that hair because at the same time, she knows it can be her greatest strength, Bianca, but can also be her greatest weakness. And
Yeah,
Becky
it's
Lynch is
definitely
capitalizing on that.
it's definitely an Achilles heel when you have a hair that long, a braid that long that goes down to your kneecaps.
Yeah.
You know, if an opponent doesn't take advantage and try to use it against you, then they're stupid as an opponent at the end of the day, because it's such an Achilles heel, such a target.
Wow.
You know, it's
Wow. Oh my
Austin wearing
God.
those braces to the ring. Like, if you're not going for Austin's knee, what are you doing?
Well, right now she's going for her arm, but wasn't able to get the full full butterfly lock in, and instead changed it to a sunset pin. Only got a 2 count out of it. Now a single leg drop kick while Bianca's on that apron. Oh my God! And now a rolling savate after a European uppercut. Becky Lynch is showing why she is big time Bex here. She is that is not something that you just get by accident. She is the real deal, folks.
Yeah.
Oh, what a counter though! Into a powerbomb by Bianca Belair.
She has definitely earned that moniker over the years in her time, both in the black and gold NXT and on the main roster. She has evolved from being the man to being big time.
Wow, what a counter though. Look at that. Absolutely brutal powerbomb, short range powerbomb, by the way, by Bianca Belair.
And we zoom out a little bit to give a little bit of the scope of the crowd here and the setup. It still takes my breath away to see that many people out in public enjoying sports entertainment, professional wrestling, James.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just can't wait until March, April, when WrestleMania is out here at SoFi, and I can be a part of that.
And by the way, she just hit a Grand Slam on the apron. Oh, she's trying to go for a suplex now.
But again, wow, Becky able to get out of it.
Yeah, this isn't good. Oh, wait a minute, Bianca saw it coming. Oh, and there goes the arm right into the post.
Now we're going to get it. Beautiful suplex by Bianca.
Oh, right on her shoulder, too. That looked like it hurt Becky. And you notice after the Grand Slam, she hit her right on her gut. That turned the tide of this matchup. I said that KOD on the barricade hurt her before. We're seeing the effects of that now, JJ.
Yeah, without question. Bianca's going back to the well. Another one of those springboards into a moonsault. Going for the cover here.
And a kick out of 2. Becky Lynch now.
And Bianca's starting to have doubts. You can see it across her face. She's starting to wonder what it's going to take. Trying to get the blood back going in that arm.
Yeah, absolutely. That Grand Slam on the apron was the tide turner of this match, and followed up into the turnbuckle shoulder thrust, or pulling her shoulder into that stalling suplex. That has been the tide turner of this matchup. Now she has 2 primary targets Bianca Belair could capitalize on, JJ. Wow!
The athleticism of Bianca Belair.
It's ridiculous. Oh, and into a crossbody, though, by Becky Lynch, but the strength now coming into play for the EST of WWE as she gets the crowd, her hometown crowd, hyped up here, looking for a KOD attempt, but gets countered.
Ooh.
Ooh, there's Stun Dog. Flipping stunner here into the outside leg, and a kick out of 2.
You can see it on Becky's face now, too. She's starting to wonder what it's going to take. Bianca is such a specimen that, as good as Becky is, as big time as she has become, it's going to take something major to put Bianca down. Absolutely. Bianca's got the pride fighting in her hometown for her fans.
And that's what's going to, and that's the ultimate test for Becky as well as Bianca here. For both of these ladies, this is going to be the rubber match to seal the deal here. It is one apiece on big pay-per-view stages. With Becky at SummerSlam last year, Bianca at WrestleMania, and now these two are going to lay it all out on the line here as they trade back and forth strikes on each other here.
Becky again tried to grab that braid, but Bianca able to get out.
Oh, trying to do a head scissor. Tried to do a head scissor, but Bianca way too powerful here. Ooh, into an alley-oop. Talk about pulling one from the old school wrestling playbook. And now
Here
she's
we
going to
go.
try to go for the KOD. Here it is, JJ.
Yeah, but she's too close to the ropes. You can see Becky's got her hand on that rope.
Oh, wait a
Rolls
minute.
it
Now
into
going
a
to try to go for
submission.
the disarmer. Disarmer attempt here. She's about to lock it in. Oh, my gosh. Bianca fighting, trying to make sure that arm is not hooked in here.
Yep, getting out of the ring. A smart call by her. You know, even if Becky's able to lock it in now, it's not going to count. Oh, but she's still on the shoulders.
She's still on the shoulders now. KOD on the outside. Wow.
Bianca getting back to her feet, but she can't beat her out there. She's got to get her back in the ring.
Yeah, at this point, it's like pulling dead weight. And now she's at a 7, and wisely, Bianca Belair is going to roll back into the ring. And there
Becky
comes
beats the
Becky
count.
Lynch. Actually beats the count. I think Bianca was about to lose the championship on that count out. I think she just gave up, which is not something you see out of Bianca often.
Well, she wouldn't have been able to lose it on the count out, still pinfall or submission, but
Right,
she
exactly.
was just
she
ready,
could've lost the
whatever. She
championship.
was done with it. She's trying to go for it again, back on the shoulders. We're going to get
Again,
another
and
KOD in the ring. Nope.
Oh, wait a minute. Another reversal by Becky Lynch, though.
Ooh.
Oh, what a spine buster.
Spine buster.
A 110 street slam, if you will.
Bianca going for the top, but she's taking too much time to get to the top rope. What is she going to do?
She's going to try to go for that 450 splash, but as you said, JJ, took way too much time, especially with her hometown crowd. I think the showboating might have cost her this time.
Just a little bit. Becky was able to get her feet back up underneath her and get to the ropes. It's got her hooked up there, but Bianca is fighting it out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Pushes her
She
off,
got the
but-
braids. She got the braids here. She got the braids. Into a rock bottom. Into a big bottom here. Into a cover. Hook to the leg. And a kick
Kick
out
out.
at 2.
Manhandle slam almost got it there, but Becky Lynch still not able to put the champ away. And you can see once again the look on Becky's face. She's almost in tears. She thought she had it there. But once again, Bianca
That was a
kicked
brutal
out.
Uranagi, to your point. Yeah, she should have had it. If it was anybody else, I'm pretty sure Becky Lynch would have had it. But she doesn't have it. And that's the story of this matchup. The resiliency of Bianca Belair.
You know, we're talking about SummerSlam. You know, we've got Last Man Standing coming later tonight, the final encounter. This is very much coming off as the final encounter, at least for the time being, for these two women. They are leaving it all in the middle of the ring here tonight in Nashville, and it is a glorious display
Oh,
of
wow. Look
entertainment.
at that schoolgirl roll up here. Trying to go for an O'Connor roll, it looks like, as well. Now we're going to the basic wrestling fundamentals here, but trying to go from the springboard position, and Becky Lynch is going to make her pay for it, I think, JJ.
It's trying
Here
to
it
set her up
comes.
for it. Oh,
Almost
holy
Spanish slide from the
crap.
middle rope. What a counter! What a counter by Bianca Belair! Gonna try to go for KOD!
KOD.
Connects it!
Jumps into the pin. 1, 2, 3. Bianca
What a-
Belair
What
retains
a
in front of
win
her
for
family and
Bianca
friends.
Belair! She just won in her hometown, which is a rarity in this company, and she is still the Raw Women's World Champion!
Hell to the yeah. You go, Bianca.
Awesome!
Great match.
That was so good.
But we
Great
have to wait
match.
and
That was
see-
really good.
We have to wait and see the fallout from this, because I have a feeling that there's more that's about to happen.
I
You know,
agree.
We have to wait and see, but holy hell, that Spanish fly, you know, I know there's many a man that has done a Spanish fly back in his days, but that takes me back to the Jewish Community Center and watching Frankie Kazarian with his flux capacitors
Yeah.
Holy hell.
What
And
a
you see
middle.
the
That was
joy on
from
her
the middle
face.
rope, too, by the way.
That manhandle slam off the braid was very good too. That was amazing.
I agree.
This has got to be it, though.
This has to be, right? That was awesome. What a match.
They're gonna shake hands.
This has to be it. If she shakes her hand, it's done. Yeah.
Oh,
Can you trust Becky?
Yes, I will post the winners.
After a match like that, come on, you have to.
I
agree.
that
Can you trust Becky Lynch?
That's a fair point.
You don't want to make the stupid babyface decision.
there you go.
Wait.
Oh, can't wait to see her get dropped. I mean, what? Oh, maybe not. Okay, yay! Happy ending. Yeah, she might have actually injured herself though, because she's been favoring that shoulder ever since that steel post thing, and she's
That was
actually
awesome.
she's going towards rings the timekeepers area. So that's unusual, I will say.
That was awesome.
That was such a good match, though.
And then Becky, excuse me, and then Bianca blowing her a kiss afterwards.
That
was
was so
to be
cool.
back.
Yeah. What a sign of respect. That was a hell of an opener, I will say.
You know, it's
What? What's going on?
Oh shit!
He's
Oh
back.
shit, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen!
come on!
The role model has
Oh,
arrived.
yeah!
Called it. Oh shit! There goes the
About
mouse.
damn time.
Bayley is back.
Got bloody time.
And the crowd is showing her nothing but love. Is she going to be the hugger? Or is she going to go back to being heel?
She's your heel theme, so I can't hear James at all.
People have been waiting for this, and you can tell. Look at the way she's bad guy. I'll tell you right now, she just did the Razor Ramon walk, JJ. I think we know her answer. She ain't changing what she was before for no goddamn buddy.
Gone a long time. You remember.
Uh-oh, wait a minute! Dakota Kai? What?
Whoa, resign. Hello.
A re-sign has just been announced right now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't adjust your television sets. Dakota Kai is back.
Good for Dakota, man. Hunter ain't hiding no balls. He don't give a shit. Bianca's like, what the fuck is happening
right now? What we are seeing. We knew Bayley was a possibility, but Dakota Kai was far from anybody's radar right now.
Oh, Corey said he's not in a contract. Oh, there we go. Jesus.
This is interesting. What's happening right now?
There's more music.
Uh-oh!
Bro.
Io Shirai!
Holy shit.
Golden Division, baby.
The entire complexion of the women's division has just changed with 3 signings. 1 return and
This
2
is
signings. Excuse
not
me.
Good for Bianca. Right now, it's
This
is
is insane.
Yeah, post-match. This is shenanigans at this point.
This is insane.
What is happening right now?
I don't know.
Who's next? Candice LeRae?
Everyone just wanted Rebecca to put it out there. She might just walk down this aisle right now.
I don't think this is it. I don't think this is it at all. Something tells me we're going to get more right now or more to come.
So far, it's 3. Oh, okay, that's it.
Okay, looks like that's it. The 3 of them are mobbing up to the ring.
This is a faction. This is a faction? Oh, boy. Yeah, I think Bianca might be in a world of trouble right now.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, one person of this faction's a part of Team Kick. I think they're about to be called Team Kick Your Ass.
We're talking way too much. It's Io Shirai, Major. Whoa!
Wait a minute. Becky Lynch standing side by side with Bianca Belair.
I don't know.
Or is
And
this
she's
the
smiling.
moment?
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't think it's over, guys. It's 3-on-2 right now, and I think we're about to get a third person in this party. There's no way, right? There's no way it's going to happen this soon.
I'm sure Becky's on a clocker.
It's not.
She still might.
I know, right?
There's a long way back to the ramp, so
Whatever's happening, I'm into it. Dakota kind of surprised me more than Io did. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
this is
Good for
interesting
her.
for sure. This is extremely interesting.
That look on Becky's face, I still don't trust it.
All right.
Yeah,
No.
well, I don't know if it's the face, but it's definitely the hair.
All I know is that time at Epcot was definitely good to Bayley. She looking good.
All I gotta say, and we've already had 2 on the pre-show, but fuck WWE for getting tears in my eyes in the curse jerky match. For freaking A, man, like for real.
Right?
Between mute yourself real quick.
Huh?
Between freaking the show of respect between Becky and Bianca, to Bianca being able to overcome the odds and finally take care of Becky, to Becky coming back and seemingly aligning herself with her, to the return of Bayley, the return of Dakota, the return of Io Shirai. Like, holy hell. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is Hunter's WWE. And we're only 1 match in.
Exactly. I'm here for it.
Do we know where the hell Noah is? I just tried to call him on Facebook. Anybody know? Or is this going to be a JJ and I stream?
I know that Jeff said that he was running some like errands or something, and he was going to be back hopefully just in time.
He's on a. He's actually at a. I mean, he was honest with it. He's actually at a cornhole thing with friends that he hasn't seen in forever. And Noah himself has admitted he's not a. He's very much introvert. So it's like, dude, please go do your thing and have fun. This is not. We're not. Oh, here we go already, man. They're coming to shoot with the next one.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, no. If Noah's doing that, then he can come back for open mic night. I can handle this. Shit, I want to call this match. I'm curious about it, honestly.
Mikey,
I'm a fan of the freaking Miz, so there you go.
Mikey, before we get started in this match, what did you think of that match with Becky and Bianca?
Oh, I loved it. It was an excellent match. One of Bianca's and one of Becky's greatest matches. I did throw out a tweet on the SummerSlam Twitter there. I thought her costume looked like the old Starfire character from Spider-Man there. So there was my little shot at Becky. But hey, the hometown hero wins, and now now we're adding to the story, which is what makes it great. So
And we're
good
adding
job.
women to the roster.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is something we need.
Big time needed. Yeah,
Haha,
no doubt.
big time. I like what you did there.
Big time.
Like I was saying, man, I am tired of the horsewomen in the title picture. And granted, Bayley is back now. She's obviously going to be the next one to feud with Bianca. But there's so much talent there that needs to be pushed.
Yeah, by the way, that echo is crazy.
I know.
It is what it is. All right. Well, this is an interesting feud here with The Miz and Logan. I don't think they never should have broken up as a team, personally. I don't know about you there, JJ, but
You know, it's one of those things where I feel like Miz was used to help bring him in and get him over. And once he got over, once he proved what he was able to do on his own, you don't need the Miz anymore. And the Miz can be that guy to help elevate him.
I have massive balls. Why? It's about. They just turned this feud into how big is the Miz's balls. Great. Just great. Nice. Good one. Yeah. Logan's doing his thing. So it's definitely on. We got that from the promo package. That's for sure. All right.
I mean, at the end of the day, Logan Paul is not a guy that people really want to cheer.
No.
But The Miz has got enough heat that he's default made Logan Paul a babyface. Unless they pull something in this match and they do a Bret Austin like double turn,
Right.
then they're going to keep Miz as the heel and Logan as the face.
Yeah, probably. All right, here we go.
And Maurice. All right. Oh, Ciampa. I forgot about Ciampa.
This is so weird.
Ciampa wearing Miz gear. What the shit?
Seeing Ciampa in Miz gear is really freaking
weird.
Stupid. I don't like it. I really don't.
Can we get Maurice and Ciampa to switch outfits real quick here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, please, Mecca. Yeah, you find cool.
Mizampo Ciampo.
There you go, Mizampo. Oh, wow. That was even worse than I thought it was going to be. That was crazy. Good grief.
Ciampa looking like Reptile from Mortal Kombat.
Freaking Maurice and her Wildets out there, out in front there.
Yeah,
Good Lord Almighty.
That's fair.
Carrying Mike's balls. Let's not forget that. You know.
Oh, are they massive or tiny?
Better balls in her hand than balls in her purse, I guess, like Hunter and Stephanie. Anyway.
Are they massive, Jeff, or are they tiny?
Ask Maurice.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. Well, we're going on to our next contest, JJ. We got The Miz and Tommaso Ciampa coming down to the ringside here. And it honestly might be an X factor in this matchup coming up next here with Maurice on the outside and Ciampa on the outside. Logan's actually at a disadvantage here, I think.
He's definitely going to be at a disadvantage. But like we talked about during the pre-show and the predictions, Ciampa just doesn't really fit with the Miz. So for Ciampa to drop Miz and kind of break away from all this, not necessarily to turn and join Logan Paul, but just because Ciampa feels like he's better than this, and we know Ciampa was another guy Hunter was really high on back in the black and gold NXT, like this would be another perfect opportunity for Hunter to start planting some of his seeds. I just don't think that Logan Paul is going to lose this match going back to, I forget who it was. I think it was Moonlight Mirage,
Yeah.
saying about how she didn't want Logan to win and she wanted the Miz. You're not going to sign somebody like this to a deal and job them out their first match.
No.
It just doesn't make
agree with you.
business sense.
But it's going to be interesting. As she almost slipped over the middle rope there and almost caused an ankle injury.
Right? Almost pulled an ultimate dragon.
Yeah.
But I digress. Buy the shirt.
He almost pulled an ultimate dragon. There you go. And here we go. The Miz versus Logan Paul. I said this could be the sleeper match of the night, and we might be, my point actually might be proven right here.
Most definitely. I mean, the Bad Bunny match with Damian Priest against Miz and Morrison was a sleeper that year's WrestleMania.
I think a lot of people are already going to the concession stand thinking that this is going to be a bad matchup, but I seriously think this could be a very even matchup. Collar and elbow tie up to start off. Miz trying to shove him into the corner on the ramp side, into the rope side, or just into the ropes on the ramp side is what I tried to say, and easy for me to say. There you go.
That was a pretty solid collar elbow there by Logan Paul. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to oversell the stuff that the celebrities do in the ring, but you also don't want to undersell the fact that they've worked on this stuff. You know, that was a hell of a collar elbow.
Ooh, what a nice reversal there by Logan, but again, the Miz just showing why he is way more technically sound. There's the technical ability of the Miz, which I never thought I'd say. He just did a snap-nair takeover, taking him by the neck, and now he's just rubbing it in Logan's face with a boot right to the mush. Apparently, Miz is trending right now because he mocked a social media megastar. Well, wrestling takedown. And look at that, keeping the waist lock held in, but gets elbowed right in the eye. Welcome to WWE. This ain't high school collegiate wrestling, Logan.
Oh, no. And you got to keep in mind, Miz is a reality star from way back, too. He's got his own fans.
Oh, what a fireman's carry takeover by Logan Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And Miz then going to block his face and Logan Paul giving it back to him. But back to my point, it's like Miz has been a reality star from way back, going back to the real world. He's got his legions of fans and followers too. It's not far-fetched to think he would be trending in an encounter like this.
Tried to go for a Yakuza kick, and now here we go. Logan Paul showing his boxing background and just laid Miz out with a hell of a right. Wow. Logan's really impressing me. Like, this is actually incredible. What a freaking leapfrog! A double leapfrog! And into a split? What the hell? Into a schoolboy roll-up! He just played mind games with the Miz, and it leads to a kick out of two, but holy shit.
Yeah. And then followed up by a gorgeous clothesline to the outside.
What a moonsault from the apron? What the hell?
The athleticism of Logan Paul, like you said to begin, James, is not one to be undersold. Do not sleep on his ability.
And look at how he does it, too. Terry Funk style. Look at the way he puts all of his body weight into that moonsault. But look at that. Double chop to the throat. That's what makes Miz the crafty veteran he is.
You almost got to wonder, James, who's been working with Logan Paul and teaching him these maneuvers?
Probably Rip Rogers. Probably Rip Rogers. But nonetheless, here
I mean, it's a possibility, but he also could be going down to NXT also and dealing with the WWE developmental.
Probably somewhere in the middle. Oh my God. Wow. Holy hell. Logan Paul channeling Kenta Kobashi with those machine gun-like chops right to the chest. And he was not holding back at all. Oh my God, what a code breaker from the middle rope by The Miz. And now The Miz is in the zone here.
Yeah, no doubt, James. He's had enough of Logan Paul and his games. He is ready to start trying to dish out some punishment there.
That was great forward thinking by The Miz, too. He kicked the leg out of his leg to steal a phrase from the great Owen Hart, and he just capitalized on that. Now he's stomping a mud hole now, and there's a soccer ball kick right to the gut for good measure. Now the Miz talking trash. Logan Paul trying to get a breather here. Here comes Tommaso Ciampa now. Just lays out Logan Paul with a vicious right. And now look at this. Gonna try to bring him down to the mat here and just school him. There's a hip check there by the Miz. Yeah. Trying to put all of his body weight into the Logan Paul's bad back here. Trying to go for a variation of a bulldog choke here.
Miz just showing those heel tactics that he's picked up over the years, working the referee, allowing Ciampa to get involved, and then just getting right back into things, taunting the crowd, trying to make Logan Paul work for it. And Logan Paul is trying to have to fight from underneath.
Ooh. Look
Miz
at this.
Still dominating.
Here comes shades of Bryan Danielson with those yes kicks there by the Miz. Shades of his former rookie. We talked about that earlier, JJ. Daniel Bryan definitely influenced Miz to become a better wrestler when he was training him.
Yeah, if you're going to work with the best, then you got to be up at the best level. And Moonlight Mirage, I agree with you. This match feels kind of slow in comparison, but every match can't be a freaking 90-mile-an-hour spot match. Not that I'm calling the women's match a spot match by any means, but you've got somebody who's...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought, JJ. A blockbuster by Logan Paul. He just pulled a Buff Bagwell from the middle rope.
That was gorgeous.
That was gorgeous as hell. Wow.
But you've got a heel who's been a heel as long as the Miz has. You're gonna play that slow, methodical, well thought out villainy and articulation to your moveset. It's very much Jake the Snake Roberts. It's very Raven in the way of its feel. You don't want to go in there and just hit move, especially with a rookie like Logan.
Oh my God!
You've got to give the moves a chance to get over with the crowd for the crowd to really react to what they saw.
Oh, into a power slam by Logan. Speaking of that, into a very near fall for Logan Paul. I believe that might be the first one of the matchup. Take a look at this Stan Hansen-like lariat. Bam!
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Wow. And he followed it up with a vicious back elbow and then followed it up with a running power slam. Logan Paul has shown a lot of versatility here, and now he's going for the Daniel Bryan yes kicks, getting a running start for them as well. Huh.
Don't take time to taunt, Logan.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wow. Right into the leg. A chop block to the leg. Uh-oh. Oh, no. He's going to go for the figure four. Oh, my God. You're kidding me.
Woo!
Logan Paul with a figure four leg lock right after a chop block. And the Miz cannot reach Logan Paul. Doesn't have to reach to break it up and hit him in the face.
Logan Paul paying homage, who will walk that aisle one more time tomorrow night for Jim Crockett Promotions.
Exactly.
The legendary Ric Flair.
And the way Logan has this cinched in is a very reminiscent of old school Ric Flair. He's literally wrenching on those legs as hard as he possibly could. And the Miz literally had to crawl to get to that bottom rope.
Absolutely. But Logan, the hold's been broken now, but Logan had to make sure he didn't make that rookie mistake of allowing his shoulders to stay down for a 3 count. That's something that very easily could have happened with him not being as seasoned and conditioned to a wrestling ring.
This is crazy. I'll tell you that right now. By the way, Jeff, we got spam bots in the chat. And into a crossbody by Logan Paul. Beautifully executed. Into a moonsault press. Beautifully executed. Into another near fall for Logan Paul. The Miz showing his resiliency here.
That was a hell of a standing moonsault. You can tell that he was paying attention to Bianca in the previous match. Holy hell, he got some air on that.
I could give Vince a lot of shit for a lot of things, but when he says he's a natural, He is not joking. Logan Paul has everything it takes to succeed in this business, and he's only 2 matches in. Another vicious elbow strike, though, floors The Miz. And now look at this. Tommaso Ciampa trying to run interference here. He was about to elbow Logan in the face. And now he's getting ejected because he got caught red-handed.
Yeah. Ciampa getting thrown out. And to your point, Logan Paul has the look. He's got the charisma. He's got the raw athletic ability. And when he's on social media, he's got the promo ability. He just needs to learn how to cater that to a wrestling ring. But everything else about Logan Paul is just practically perfect in every way, to take a quote from a 1964 Disney movie.
He's refusing, and he's staying right where he is, throwing a temper tantrum. Wait a minute. And here comes AJ Styles. Huh? What the hell? Apparently they don't want none. And apparently Ciampa don't want none, and now he's got the chair. Oh, there he is!
SummerSlam just got phenomenal.
Yeah, it did. And AJ's pissed, and now he's brutalizing Tommaso Ciampa. What the hell's going on? Why is he helping Logan Paul? I don't understand this. What have I missed that is making AJ Styles attack Tommaso Ciampa, JJ? Let me know.
You know what? I'm calling it right now. Raw on Monday night. It's going to be Logan Paul and AJ Styles versus Miz and Ciampa.
Which, okay, but why?
Why not?
Did AJ get taken out by Ciampa in the interim that I haven't been watching since phenomenal forearm by Logan Paul. Admittedly, I didn't see that coming, but still a kick out of 2 by The Miz.
You know what? Now that I think about it, it was on Raw. AJ walked up to Logan backstage after his impulsive segment and basically wished Logan Paul luck against his match against Miz, not because he likes Logan, but because he hates the Miz that much.
Yeah.
So that's probably where this came from. When Ciampa started to get involved, AJ coming out to make sure Logan at least had a fair shake at this.
This is crazy. Again, Logan is a natural. Every move he has hit, picture perfect. You heard me right. Picture perfect.
And here he goes with the announce table.
The worst botch is he almost slipped off the middle rope during his entrance. That's the only botch he's had. Seriously.
Accurate.
Seriously,
Accurate.
That's it. Oh, man. And now Logan
Paul going for his first ever announce table spot.
Yeah, and you can tell he really wants to do this. I don't know if it's because he's a mark for it, or if he really just hates The Miz that much that he's going to put him through it whether he likes it or not. But
you know what, James? It's probably a little column A, little column B right there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're kidding me. He's taking the turnbuckle protecting off just to get better footing here. Logan Paul.
But he stalled way too long. Miz has had plenty of time to recuperate. Oh!
What a frog splash! Are you kidding me? Through the goddamn table!
That was not on Eddie Guerrero or Rob Van Dam level, but that sure as hell looked good for Logan Paul.
He got some.
He definitely got some air there.
Top rope, and that's all that mattered.
Gonna take another look at it.
Wow. Holy shit, the distance that he had to make. And he had to turn his body. I was
just going to point out that, James, did you catch how he rotated himself slightly to make sure he landed?
It wasn't Van Dam-esque. I disagree, because that is absolutely shades of Van Dam with that rotation. That
you know what? You're 100%. You're 100% there. I missed that the first time. So
now look at this. Maurice trying to distract a referee from getting a win for Logan Paul, and Logan Paul, rightfully so, is furious at the official getting distracted yet again. Oh, now
looks
look at
like
this.
a cell phone.
That card. Uh oh. Oh, shoot! Oh, and it was skull crushing finale.
3.
Oh, my God!
Logan Paul just put The Miz away with his own finisher. Payback for WrestleMania 38.
Just got holy. You just got jobbed. Wow. I did not see that coming at all.
Man, that was good.
And there's a prime to celebrate. Logan Paul. Holy. I can't not clap for that.
Right?
What the fuck? Logan,
Well, I'm 2-0 now.
So am I.
Logan Paul. Man, that's right up there with something. We were talking about the best celebrity appearances in wrestling, right?
Yeah.
That's up there with Stephen Amell,
Bad Bunny.
McAfee, Cain Velasquez, despite what he did.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny. Ronda Rousey. Like, that's up there, man. That was outstanding performance.
It's been a solid opening of the show so far. Where are we at here on time? We're an hour in. That's about right. 7 matches in 1 hour. Or 2 in 1 hour. It's about right.
Paul just shocked the shit out of me. I knew he was going to be good, just character-wise. And he would only get better with time.
Absolutely.
In the ring, I didn't think he was ever going to be this good.
Right.
Wow.
James, I'm going to put you. James, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Go ahead.
You've been very vocal about the WWE product. Big 4 pay-per-view, 2 matches in, under Triple H's control. You having a slight change of heart?
For the first 2 matches, yes, the night's still young, but so far, great job on those last 2 matches. Yes.
Absolutely. I won't dispute that the night is still young, but it's a new day, a new regime, a new era, and it's definitely coming off like what you and Noah loved about the black and gold.
Yeah,
what
for sure.
little I know about it and have seen in highlights, I'm getting that feeling, and it's just like,
it's
holy
really
hell.
good. Yeah, he did cement Logan Paul as a babyface. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how good he was. Yeah, and Martin, not only did Logan Paul win, he looked good doing it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you can go back in my YouTube archives, by the way, because I've been the biggest critic of the Paul brothers for what they've done on the YouTube side. But Logan, in fairness to Logan, Logan's actually made an effort to try to be a better person since that incident. And you cannot deny the freaking man's work ethic, man. Like, he put in the work to look as good as he did.
Absolutely.
He put in the freaking work. Unbelievable. Holy shit. And also to Moonlight Mirage's comment, yes, it was slow in the beginning, but as JJ pointed out, needed to be.
They are interviewing Dana White on a Brock Lesnar WWE promo. Let me just throw that out there.
Yeah, that's a Triple H move. 100%. That's Triple H. No doubt. No doubt about it. Oh my God. I'm blown away.
Almost makes you wonder if that's why they were there after the Money in the Bank show. Get that little bit of video footage from Dana.
Yeah. How many stars did they just make in, like, what? That's the span of 2 segments. Io Shirai, Dakota Kai.
They
Logan
brought
Paul.
Bayley back.
They got Bayley back, but she was already a made star anyway.
Oh, no
But,
doubt.
like,
No doubt.
Io
But when you're
Shirai,
gone that
Dakota
long,
Kai, Logan Paul.
no doubt. But when you're gone that long, there's a tendency people can forget you. So they remade her in that segment.
There we go. Here are the models.
Good God. Can we just get Max?
Maxine Dupree. Who the fuck is Maxine Dupree?
Better than Max Dupree.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on.
What? What'd you see?
You don't
We're
see
holding
the pure,
on.
You don't see the Pure Life freaking sponsorship.
Yeah.
It's
That
water.
doesn't. I don't even care if it's on a shitty gimmick. That doesn't happen in Vince's WWE. That's big. I hate the gimmick, but that's freaking huge.
What am I missing, James? What are you getting at?
And what were you saying about
okay,
Max Dupree there, Mikey?
Other than Brock Lesnar's Jimmy John's ad and freaking what was it? Logan Paul's Prime. Name one actual sponsorship that they just decided to get for a gimmick that, even if it sucks, right? That they just randomly put on lower card guys. Name one.
Rey Mysterio's beer?
Maybe. But that's still, it probably had something to do with Vince. Agreeing with that. So that's why I'm like confused. That is not a normal thing that happens in Vince's WWE, is my point. It doesn't happen often.
Oh, okay.
That's a big freaking change. That's why I made point to mention that. Anyway, go ahead, Statboy. You were saying.
Oh, I was just saying thank you for explaining it. I just didn't see what you were saying.
Yeah. It's a big step in a really positive direction, not only for WWE, but for the entire wrestling industry as a whole, if they keep doing stuff like that. That's big. That's not a small thing. Even though it does look small by comparison, that's huge. That's really big. Huh.
This DoorDash commercial is still funny.
Wait, you're streaming on Twitch? Oh, are you having us on Twitch in like a clip?
No. It's the fact that I guess I assume they're watching. If you're watching, is he simulcasting this on his Twitch? Because that's taking money. That's not cool.
I guess he decided to go on clip. I decided to clip this for a second.
If you're talking to your Twitchers and you're telling us you're with us, then hi. But if you're streaming my stuff, we need to talk.
Yeah, exactly, Martin. Like, what the hell? Don't stream our stuff. Although, if you're only doing a clip, I will say this for your clip. Logan Paul surprised the shit out of me. There we go. And end of discussion. Okay. Now stop streaming our stuff, please.
Right?
Yeah, I think I have to sign a waiver, don't I?
Right? Seriously.
Do you need to? I didn't sign a waiver. I'm on here. I don't know. But yeah, no, Martin, please don't, if you could. Oh, you're doing a SummerSlam reaction stream? Yeah, that's fine, brother. Just don't simulcast our stuff unless you just wanted a clip. That's fine.
Yeah,
Just don't do the whole thing.
I need freaking Dodgers copyright thing on here. Especially like I said, the Championship Network.
But yeah,
Last Man Standing.
They're not gonna. No way they're gonna have this go now.
No, it's still to come.
Just saying we're plugging it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're plugging it.
Oh, but they are bringing out the man who could cash in after this match.
Getting ready for the.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, you're
Right there. That right
We'll
there.
be here in about 10, 20 minutes, y'all.
A-Town down.
That's right,
All right,
baby.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was
Scrubbing himself.
So he just clipped us in what we just said now, but he was listening to us quietly. Otherwise, he just has us on in the background while he's watching the show. That's fine, Martin. That's fine. Cool. Oh God! Can we stop?
More muscular than the guy that called him scrawny.
God, can we stop with the selfie?
That's tremendous.
Jesus Christ! Why did Tyler Breeze do this way better? Oh, probably because he got a stick.
Disown him! He's already disowned! Disown him! He's already disowned!
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to call this matchup, JJ?
I reckon.
I'm beyond ready. I love me.
I love this kid, man. He's great.
You might be. By the way, I think your microphone is muted,
junior.
JJ.
Sorry, language word.
Theory versus Bobby Lashley up next, folks.
What was that, James?
I said Theory versus Bobby Lashley up next, folks.
That briefcase is beat to shit already after 28 days. That's great. Yeah, 28 days.
Get your drinks ready. In fact, I'm probably going to do that before we have to call the action. So that's what I'm going to do.
I still have my tasty Dr. Thunder.
Yeah, there's
I didn't get a refill on my Dr. Cola, or whatever the hell they're calling it over there. Diet Cola.
there is interesting stuff happening on this show.
Thank you, B. Yeah, I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to insinuate that, but yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, look for little things like I just pointed out, because again, there's a lot of stuff that happened on the show that doesn't happen often. Like, I know they started, it does occur to me that I know they had that weird sponsorship for, what was it, Shinsuke Nakamura and Rick Boogs. I forget what it was now. It was something orange. But other than that, I mean, I think that was more of a deal with WWE as a whole. They have not gone back to that since. So, again, that's a big deal, you know? So, could we see that on their attires going forward? Could we get, sponsorship attire on the ring jacket, stuff like that? Could be a sign of good things to come, That'd be cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just one more step in a new direction.
And a direction that's long overdue, by the way.
Yes and no. I mean, you don't want to make it ridiculous, like when Mankind was doing the beefaroni commercials.
What do you mean? That's the best kind of ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
But if you can make it work for the gimmick properly, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but you know what?
I'm not going to lie. As corny as this may sound, the maximum male models, like doing a baby oil commercial, would fit.
Yeah, that's fair. But maybe they
or
also
doing like a gym commercial.
Hey, they also need water.
Or something
they do need water, Yeah, Bobby Lashley, hell of an entrance, by the way, I will say. That was pretty cool. But can we also talk about what was the other thing? Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about this that's just like, I don't know. Now I'm kind of looking forward to the rest of the show after those last two matches.
You got to start somewhere, man. I mean, I've been saying since January when I started to get back into the waters here, the product is not as bad as I remembered it. No. And they have gotten better and better with each PLE that I have watched.
By the way, my favorite design WWE championship in the entire company right now.
Right now? Hey! Okay, I'll give you that.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll jump the gun. Here we go. Cowardly attack by Austin Theory. Can we kick his ass, please?
There's been no bell ring yet, so no disqualification. Just keep this in mind, James. We talked about how hot the show started with the first two matches. Kenny Chesney and Uncle Cracker said it best, man. Everything gets hotter when the sun goes down. You can see the sun has set now on the Nashville skies.
Yeah.
And we've still got last match standing. We've got this. We've got the tag titles. We've got the 2 women's titles all waiting for us. Things are just going to get exponentially better as Bobby Lashley and Theory start things out.
All right, I'm gonna try to block these bots, by the way, because there we go. Messaging on my end. I don't know if you could do that on your end, Jeff, but yeah, I just tried to on mine. So in case they try to come at me, there you go.
Jeff's working on it.
Spam bot, spam bot, spam bot, spam.
Spam in the place where you live. Ham and pork. Anyways. Theory just hovering around a fallen Lashley, starting to pick him back up so he can get back to work here.
Yeah, you're not looking too scrawny right now. Oh, wait. As soon as I open my mouth. Got out of that suplex attempt, though, by Bobby Lashley. Oh, what a leapfrog by that freaking behemoth.
Yeah. It's not the fact that Theory is scrawny. It's just the sheer raw power of the almighty Lashley.
No doubt. Yeah, he's almighty. There ain't no question on that. Bobby Lashley now. Look at this. Look at this spine buster. That was that was just raw power, as you said, JJ.
You know, Joe, I do enjoy this U.S. title design, but I'm kind of partial to the Resurrection U.S. title belt that they had for all those years before it turned into the U.S. spinner title and everything.
I
It
always liked
looked
the
a little
spinner
bit.
belts. I don't know why. I always thought they were cool.
I thought the U.S. title spinner belt fit for the Cena gimmick at the time, but the WWE title and then the Rated R title were just god awful and tacky.
Oh, here we
But
go.
I liked the U.S. title design prior to it becoming a spinner. You know,
Donnybrook, by the way. Donnybrook in the middle of the aisleway here.
oh yeah,
Oh my
Bobby just
God.
dishing out the punishment onto Theory here. He's gonna, much like the match earlier with Becky and Bianca, Bobby is gonna make Theory earn every single move he gets off on the Almighty.
Ooh, nice springboard drop kick, elevated springboard drop kick from the ring from ring.
Yeah, that
Kick
was
out
some
two by Lashley.
amazing offense there. Some original maneuvers there.
Yes. As we get into the dust territory of this event, we'll take a look at this replay here. Look at the leap that he gets off this drop kick. Bobby Lashley tried to block, but he ended up getting him in the shoulder blade in the process. Uh-oh. Flatliner! And the tide of the match just changed like that.
Oh yeah. Stat Boy, really quickly, if you can hear me, if you can figure out the answer to Ryan Peterson's question here and address it when you come back on screen in between matches, that would be appreciated.
Does anyone know why the Padres? Who the Padres?
Baseball team.
Okay. Yeah, that's more of a stat boy question.
We got Theory and Lashley trading punches
They're
now
just
back
slugging
and
it out.
forth.
All right, cool. Oh, what an elbow strike. Right to the back, right to the jaw, actually. Uh-oh, that was not smart. Theory trying to go for that tornado DDT. Got caught with a running power slam.
Shades of the British Bulldog here, SummerSlam some 30 years later.
And now Bobby Lashley trying to set up for his patented spear here. Tries to go for it. Got leapfrogged and into the shoulder and into the gut turnbuckle. Or rather, his gut ran into the turnbuckle. Excuse me. And now Theory, like a dog on the hunt, realizes what he's done to Lashley here. Rolling through again, trying to go for that springboard drop kick, but got caught in a military press. And now
The
right
hurt
into
lock.
the hurt lock. That's it. That is it. Thanks for coming, Theory.
Yeah, see, just like I thought, man, they're not going to bury Lashley and they're not going to give Theory the belt. They're going to make him have to work just a little bit longer before we get to cash in. There's no way he's going to try and cash in after this embarrassment tonight, especially after being defeated cleanly in the middle of this ring.
What is that taunt that he's doing? What is that? Oh my God, that strength is ridiculous. Right into the freaking hurt lock. I'd love to see Bobby Lashley just turn that hurt lock into a dragon suplex one day. Call it the hurt drop. There you go. There's an idea for you. I want royalties. Give me them. Give me them, pal.
Yes, they did change Io Shirai's name. It's been confirmed by multiple sources. She's now Io Sky. I mean, not a big difference.
It's really not a big difference. He was a genius of the sky. That's a name change I can tolerate.
Yeah. I'm not gonna
listen. It's better than Max Dupree.
Hey, you know what? At least Max is back on TV because they could easily stuck with the old man's directive to get rid of him, and they brought him back.
It's
So
better than the man that it should be known as Walter. His name is Walter, and his name changed. So
here we go.
All right, LA. What's
Here we go.
WrestleMania
goes Hollywood.
And that's right, Hollywood. There you go. Right in your backyard.
And come hell or high water, I will be there.
Now we've got about 20 days to figure it out. Or no, actually, less than that, actually. When do tickets go on sale for this damn thing? Yeah, the week before the concert. Wonderful. Jesus Christ, we're gonna be broke as hell. We're gonna be po forever.
Well, let's hope the the stock market doesn't crash, please.
Right.
Still, that's the big worry for a lot of people right now. Oh, there's Miz. He lost. Why is he in Everett? He lost. He's a loser.
Because he's the Miz, and he's awesome.
That's right.
Well, he is awesome. I admit that now, but he did lose. So tonight he's the Miz, and he lost.
Shows this one in the.
Why is he in that? Hi, Kurt.
Because they played a joke on the kids. They started the ad by saying that they told the kids that their favorite superstar was coming.
And the Mitchells.
And out came the Miz.
No, what would have been a great thing is that they had Angry Miz Girl there as part of it. Long-term storytelling.
All right, here we go.
Judgment Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen these.
Why are they
I
still
haven't seen this
coming
one
out
either.
with
This is
Judgment
new for
Day?
them.
Okay, so we
I
got
told
tag
Mikey out of the room. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Mikey. My bad, brother. Sorry, Mike. My bad.
It's all good. I was trying to. I can't.
There's another one.
seem
Gosh
to-
darn it.
I can't seem to comment on all the comments that are coming in, and I was trying to get the answer to that San Diego Padre question.
It's all good. It was answered right away. It's a promotional thing.
Yeah.
Straight up is what. And honestly, Ryan, I appreciate the ask, but other than Mikey, wrong room. Today's SummerSlam Saturday, but August 9th, Tuesday night, on Augusta Studios channel, Statboy Sports Bar is back for season 3.
Wait. You didn't. You left the other half of that title out.
She's sleeping, but Dory Lou.
There she is.
She's not sleeping. I'm sorry, I apologize. Lord, I apologize for that. You had to pick me down in a speech. New Guinea, amen.
Yes, August 9th, we will be back in the Sports Bar season 3 premiere. Can't wait. We've got plenty to talk about. We worked hard. I can't look at her. I can't look at Rhea Ripley right now. I'm sorry. And this was BS too. That is.
So was I. You have a long-term storytelling. You got Buddy Murphy's girlfriend beating up on Buddy Murphy's ex-girlfriend.
Jeff,
that's a low blow.
I'm out of line. Hey, I'm out of line, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Can we get Edge back in the group? It doesn't work.
So I'm trying to decide when it became a thing. I don't know if it's the style, because I'm not into the style, but when people wear leather, why did their skin have to be so shiny? Because Rhea's upper half looks like she's freaking ready for a spotlight close-up or something. Like glistening. Like, dude, like, they're great. Don't get me wrong, but good lordy.
So is Rhea Ripley the leader of this thing?
I didn't know. I'm asking a question for our audience. Why are they so shiny? Like, put some powder on something so they're not blinding me with their greatness.
So Rhea Ripley is leading this group.
Do we need a woman's answer, Jeff?
We need a woman's answer on this, I guess.
Okay, hold
Sure,
on.
so shiny.
Hold on.
I hope Rhea's winning. I hope Rhea's leading this.
Rhea can always lead anything, and I'm okay with it.
Rhea with her Ripley's.
We're gonna go to hell when we die.
Yes, we need a woman's answer
I
here.
said that reference in the right place.
Jeff, go
Yes.
ahead now. Dory's here to ask. you
Well, I have
So-
to.
Well, I'm not sure how to phrase it because I was just kind of bit of that, but I'm noticing that when the Judgment Day comes out, all 3 of them are particularly, I don't know if they have like extra oil, but they're particularly shiny. And I'm wondering, is it like a thing a style when women wear that sort of outfit to increase the glisten on the Ripleys on Rhea?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Good enough. And also, do you think Rhea Ripley is leading the Judgment Day? Because it doesn't feel like Balor is.
I haven't been following too much, but I would not be at all surprised.
Okay. I'm going to say she's leading it.
Honest to God, if that's the case, I'm going to pull Jerry Lawler. I am not a leader amongst men, but I am a follower of women.
Yeah, every successful man is a good woman.
Behind every successful man is a better woman pushing him along.
Do you guys see the Mysterio shirt? That's a really good design. It is in the style of Eddie Guerrero's shirt, and from the I think it was his No Way Out t-shirt.
Scarface. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I have that Eddie shirt.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
wow.
somewhere.
I like.
And notice on the shirts they're wearing LWO t-shirts.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
And
As soon as I saw that shirt, I said I wanted it.
And
It's so
by the way,
good.
James, I don't know if you've seen JJ's shirt yet. We'll get JJ a little bit closer to the camera there. Talk about long-term old school Filthy Animals t-shirt JJ's wearing today.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Match is on. Have fun, guys.
And here we go. We're just getting into the nitty-gritty here, JJ. They're brawling. Here we go. We got strikes trading. We got the Judgment Day in control here.
As they should be.
And yeah, it looks like Rhea's the leader of this faction here.
Good.
And now here we go. Look at that. Nice head scissors by Rey Mysterio. Shades of Halloween Havoc 1997 with that head scissors takedown.
I almost expected him to come out with that outfit that they gave him during the celebration.
I agree. And now look at this. Going to try to go for a vaulting moonsault here is Rey Mysterio. Oh, wait a minute. Holding the ropes for Dominic Tope Suicida. There goes Damian Priest. Thanks to Dominic. Follows it up with a high angle spaceman moonsault. Wow. All right, and now we got Dominic coming in here. I'm going to try to go for, it looks like a maneuver from the top rope here. Crossbody fully connects with it. There is a 2 count and a kick out by Balor. Now tag into his father here. And Dominic, I got to say, is probably the wild card of this matchup, but they hit the double Russian leg sweep. There has been rumors speculating that Dominic has wanted to kind of split and do his own thing for a while, but so far, they're working great as a team.
The problem with that, James, and yeah, I mean, you went ahead and addressed the elephant in the room. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the Dominic Mysterio heel turn. But do we really feel that Dominic will be able to make it on his own away from his father?
That's a very good question. But
I mean, even with the Judgment Day, no disrespect to Dominic Mysterio, but he immediately becomes the weak link.
Well, right now, he don't look like the weak link right now. He just did a great Eddie Guerrero style arm drag, but then he just got his clock run with a spinning knee right to the temple.
Shades of his dad, Eddie Guerrero, there with that arm drag.
Yeah, exactly. That's what, there you go. You said it for me. I have to ask, in a no DQ style tag match, why is there tag rules?
Just to try to keep a little bit of law and order. You don't want the thing to degenerate completely in the beginning.
But it's no DQ.
There's no DQ, but you still want to have a little semblance of order. It's like double team. You don't have to chase the other person out of the ring because the double team, but you've still got to have a little bit of law and order, or else everything just becomes too chaotic.
Well, so far, Damian Priest and Finn Balor are working great as a team. But I mean, if that's the case, then throw the DQs, throw the tag stipulation out of the window. Because what are they going to do? Oh, the guy can't be in the ring. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
It makes no sense to me.
That's where the Vince McMahon booking comes into play. That's not.
Yeah, probably. I would have just made it lucha tag rules. There you go. Problem solved. Look at this cravat-like headlock with the knee right to the small of the back of Dominic, though. Damian Priest,
Damian
a
is
very
really
underrated
working
technician.
him over.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that body shots, though, by Dominic, trying to fight from underneath here, but just gets laid out with a vicious high kick, karate style, and an elbow to follow up to his father, Rey Mysterio. Oh, wow.
Damian
Look at this.
is
This
just
is really
taunting
smart
him.
psychology. Bam. As you were saying, JJ, sorry.
I was just saying, Damian just taunting him,
Yeah.
and then Finn with the double
Jesus.
team.
They're definitely showing that they operate very well as a tag team. That's for damn sure.
And did you catch Finn Balor there doing the Guerrero shimmy?
Yeah, and look at this. He's going to try to do the Three Amigos, a sheer form of disrespect. It's not only to the Mysterios, but to the Guerrero name. And he doesn't even finish it. You got to be kidding me. I never thought you could make it more disrespectful when you are the bad guy, but he just did.
So good, though. So good with the storytelling. It almost makes you wonder if he's going to go back to that well later to legitimately hit the Three Amigos.
He might never go back to it. Right now, he just hit the knife edge chops 3 times. So now I'm going to try to do the same in the other corner. What is being said by the crowd? I don't even know. Dominic? I don't know. Principe? I don't know. Something like that. His name should have been Principe Mysterio, by the way. Don't at me. Ooh, nice neck breaker, though. Nice neck breaker there by Dominic. The Principe trying to tag into his king there, Rey Mysterio. You know, that's the reason why he would be known as Principe. There you go. There's a tag to Damian Priest and a tag to Rey Mysterio, and off we go.
Rey gets that hot tag, and he's coming in with a ball of fire.
Yes, he is. Speaking of ball of fire, look at his attire tonight, JJ.
I know. You know, Josh had mentioned fireball earlier, and here's Rey with a ball of fire. So, you know.
Exactly. He's looking like a ball of fire. Going to try to go for a seated senton from the top rope. Connects with it. Now with a freaking short-range drop kick from the bottom, from vaulting off the ropes. Takes out Finn Balor.
And then a shot for Finn.
Looks like he's going to try to go for... Oh, here we go. Bulldog connects. Vintage Rey. Oh, jeez. Well, here we go. First weapon of the matchup. Steel chair coming into play. Remember, no DQ. Right to the back. Bam. And that's how you take a man of Damian Priest's size down a peg.
Got to chop the tree down.
Oh no. Oh, that was a rough landing.
It may have been a rough landing there, James, but that was some innovative offense.
That was great offense, I will say, but Damian Priest is not looking too happy. I'll tell you that right now. We got Paul in Noah's room, so I know Noah's back. What a super kick by Damian Priest, but a kick at it too. We got to talk about this real quick, JJ. I love how Rey Mysterio did that, and he was trying to do a body press, but that, as we said, landed a little low. I think Finn Balor is writhing in pain on the outside for a minute.
I'm really looking at Mysterio's tights here, and it's giving off Hulk Hogan vibes.
Oh man,
little mega powers action.
Well, let me tell you something, Brojano.
But let's not forget that Randy Savage did turn on Hogan. Could Dominic Mysterio's turn be looming here still?
Well, we're right now we're seeing Finn Balor just viciously assaulting his son. Rey Mysterio trying to protect him, and it looks like he's going to try to go for something from the top rope here. Looking for a Spanish slide, perhaps, or a Hurricane Rana! Hurricane Rana!
Oh, that was so gorgeous.
Hook to the outside leg, there's two, and Damian Priest breaks it up. Look at this.
That was a thing of beauty, man.
Absolutely thing of beauty. And now Rey Mysterio down and out so far. It looks
Yeah,
like
he
he's
is in
going
a
to try to
bad
go for the
way.
Razor's Edge here. Looking to signal for the end. Shades of Scott Hall, Razor Ramon.
Hey, yo.
But there's Dominic able to save his father from harm's way into a Hurricane Rana assisted variation. Drop kick to Finn Balor. And it looks like we might be going for a 619.
Dial operator. Oh, Rhea Ripley with the cock block, if you will, on the cock.
Oh, and there it is. Vintage Rhea Ripley with the face plant to Dominic. Finish him, Rhea Ripley says. And it looks like Damian Priest with a
Got him
choke slam.
goozled.
Seated
Ooh.
choke slam. And now it looks like Finn Balor is calling for a weapon from Rhea Ripley. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the Edge that we're accustomed to. This is the Brood. Edge is back, and he is back with a vengeance.
The following segment is about to get rated R.
This is insane. It is a ball of fire here in this summer heat. This heat wave absolutely turned up a notch as Edge is running down, storming down, if you will, to try and take out the very men who laid him out. Oh, what a pump kick by
Boom.
Edge. And a spear. Spear by Edge. Another one.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Drop toe hold from Edge.
Well, it looks like we're going to get the double 619.
Double 619. Oh, that will have up there.
1, 2, 3.
Well, Edge is back.
Oh, sorry. Wow.
That was wonderful.
Definitely.
Phenomenal.
Definitely wonderful.
Yeah, he's
That
still,
was cool. I dig it.
Balor's still clutching at his balls from earlier.
I love it.
Oh, God.
That's awesome.
It's good to see him back.
By the way, Paul, are you with Noah or no?
No, I'm not. I was with him.
Oh, you were with him earlier? Is he on his way back now?
I don't know. I know he didn't really care about the show. So,
All right, it's all good, man.
Fair
It's
enough.
what it
I was
is.
watching on my phone. He's like, I don't care. I'm like, Bayley's back. Dakota's back. Io's back. He's like, I don't care.
I told him go have fun, dude, for real. Like, it's just one of those things. You know, he doesn't go out very often, so hell with it.
No, he doesn't.
There
I'm really
we go. Welcome to the
surprised.
match right there.
Yeah, God, man.
I'll just say this. I am like a second or two behind you.
Yeah, I paused so that I could try to get caught up with James, and now I think James is like a half second ahead of us.
He's
Oh,
at least-
am I? Well, let me fix that.
No, just leave it.
Oh, yeah, leave it.
It's only a
Understand.
half second. It's
It's
not
really-
that big of a delay.
It's really fine.
Yeah, it's just like 1 or 2 seconds ahead of me. That's
Or
fine.
are we seeing a KO promo out of nowhere?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good. You're good.
There
You're
we
fine,
go.
James. Don't worry about it. Seriously.
I fixed it already. That's why. I paused for a half
Alright.
second. There you go.
Nobody listens to me when I give directions. I don't like this job no more.
Wow, I'm surprised. It's not like Noah. It is not like Noah to just basically say, yeah.
I mean,
James, like I said, he told
I
me
get it.
He's
It's
probably
fine.
getting set up. He's probably
Huh?
getting set up.
it's completely fine. You guys are doing a great job, you two. Honest to God, it's fine.
He's,
Are we?
he's actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're coming from the same place that he lives 10 minutes away from me. So,
Ah, fair enough.
like,
This is driving me crazy.
Honestly, if Noah wants to just bow out of this, I'm having a great time. Honestly, I did not think I was going to enjoy the show, and I'm enjoying everything they've actually produced. Even the Theory Squash was like mildly entertaining. So.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, professional wrestling fans.
There he is.
Hey!
Speaking of the devil.
Who
How are we
left?
doing, everybody? Good to see
Who
y'all.
we lose?
Nobody. All six of us are here.
Noah, I know
No,
you
I
don't. I
don't
know you
care.
don't care about this man, but I have to say because I know somebody said. I know somebody said you were just having a good time, which is fair enough, right? Logan Paul shocked the shit out of me.
Really?
Yeah, he was Noah. It's me. You know I've never been the biggest fan of Logan Paul. He's really good. He's really good. It's fucking insanely good.
I must say, I'm quite impressed with hearing that.
Definitely. If there's one thing I recommend, honestly, Noah, to watch back that you haven't seen yet, definitely watch the Logan Paul Miz match. Just for Logan Paul's performance, I was floored by it.
Let me put it to you like this, Noah. I put James on the spot after the second match, and he acknowledged Roman Reigns style that this show is impressing the crap out of him.
One of us.
Well, I will say this, gentlemen. I'm no stranger to what I've definitely heard has been the Triple H effect tonight, with the likes of a new faction being brought forward in women's wrestling in the WWE women's roster, with Bayley, Io Shirai, and Dakota Kai together. I heard there was a mutual handshake of respect. I also heard that Logan Paul did impress. It goes to show, despite what you might think of the personality, when it comes to a driven passion dedicated to the craft, you can demonstrate what you believe in pro wrestling, as I'm now back with you all to call the SmackDown side of things, it seems, as it looks like the Raw side has been accomplished.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, you know what? Yeah. I'll bow out with this one. You, JJ, Noah, it's all you. I'll come into another match. We'll get started. Maybe I'll come back for another match if I really want to call it with you boys. There
that's
you go.
Fine.
Sounds good, James. I have enjoyed calling with you in Noah's absence, and I'm looking forward to calling Big Four with Noah.
Big Four. That is a friggin' Big Four. What impeccable timing. The friggin' Raw commentary team turns into the SmackDown commentary team. As JJ, it looks like we're going to get a battle, not on a football field, but settled inside the squared circle between former running mates, literally, as it's time for Pat McAfee versus Happy Corbin.
This is going to be completely just an entertainment match. This is going to be Miz Logan Paul levels.
Well, I'm
not expecting a whole lot from this, but I won't be they're going to deliver.
Yeah.
Well, we all know the work ethic of Corbin, and we all know the fandom and the passion within Pat McAfee.
Yep.
So this should be very interesting. Again, these two used to be formerly involved on the same NFL team. They formerly used to be roommates together. And Happy Corbin, a story of from rags to riches. But lately, he has had a stream of misfortune.
Yeah, it was 1 year ago that everything changed for him. And could it all come crashing down again? And it hurts inside. Paul got it.
I got it. I was trying to kick this damn technology.
Yeah, good.
Nope.
I'm just trying to get comfortable right now.
Well,
I'm going to read Moonlight Mirage's comment of the night. You can definitely tell there's a huge booking difference under Triple H, and I am loving it. Same Moonlight, same.
Yep.
Okay, but hang on.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Like JJ said, I co-sign with Jay on this, by the way. I think a lot of this was already prepped and in the oven ready to bake before everything went down. But to your point, James, I think they've definitely added some ingredients into the mix before they actually hit the start button. So
yep, 100%.
It just came down to it just came down to who was the head chef here. And since we have a new captain on deck, we've already seen the effects tonight in a very strong way, and we're only halfway through this show.
Vince was definitely the head chef for this show.
Yeah.
Because everything was already kind of lined up and booked. Triple H and Stephanie added the appropriate seasoning because everything flavorful.
And it is a whole different flavor that has definitely become the item of the night on the menu, known as WWE SummerSlam. And shortly, we're going to see who gets served just desserts as Happy Corbin takes Pat McAfee on one-on-one. And we all saw how much humiliation Happy Corbin's been putting Matt McAfee through with that low,
especially last night.
Straight in the uprights.
He's a punter. I understood that reference. And you're not even a sports guy. Tremendous shit. That's good shit, pal.
Well, what can I say? I try and get my education on.
You beat me by 1 second there, Meech.
Hey, well, you know, it is what it is. You know what? Not for nothing. I said it earlier when they were showing the day shot. I gotta get this. The city alone is gorgeous. I gotta get me to some Nashville in a hurry here.
I'll tell you one thing.
Beautiful city.
Nashville, Tennessee is one of the most spectacular cities in all of entertainment, music, and tonight it is the mecca for professional wrestling.
Damn it! Buy the shirt. JeffyTrevor.com.
You guys will come out here, and we are gonna wreck it. We're gonna go to Nashville. We'll go to Knoxville. We'll have fun in Sevierville, and we'll even go through Pigeon Forge. We will. This will be done. This will be done. I promise it.
I will see you somewhere on live music venue for sure. As Happy Corbin makes his way out to the ring, and oh, look at these colors he's coming out in.
Well, why not?
Colts colors.
We will be styling
and profiling
in
Colts colors, like Noah said, dude. That's a shot against the Titans fans.
I'm about to say we are in the home of the Tennessee Titans, but tonight it's not about football. I guess you could say it is to a degree, but there isn't going to be no penalty calls here or flags on the play. There's just going to be two men out to beat the daylights out of each other.
Okay, that's enough of that shit.
Oh, check out the Joker.
Right?
God, that's awful.
That's
what happened
By
there.
the way, I hear somebody's audio from the
This song
show.
sucks by the way.
Somebody's audio is coming through.
This is an old song.
What on
What
earth?
is this?
That's a choir.
What are they singing?
Oh, they're ragging on Corbin. Jesus.
The mind games have begun already.
That's it.
They are chanting the phrase, I kid you not, bum ass Corbin.
You suck too. You piss me off anymore.
As we have a choir conducting a melody.
Then you get Joker yelling at him.
You know you have heel heat when the Joker is heckling.
Right.
No kidding. Indianapolis Colts colors for Report Card Radio. Ask in the chat. That would be I would say sapphire blue and white.
Yeah, sapphire blue and white for the Colts.
And here comes Pat McAfee. Different theme tonight, it seems.
All the Pat McAfees in the same place. Whoa. There you go.
God damn it. Why is he always in shorts and a tank top?
I was waiting for that comment.
Same reason John Cena always wears jorts.
Fairly.
Bum ass Corbin, but freaking basic ass McAfee in his shirt and shorts here.
I mean, Logan Paul was actually dressed as a wrestler.
Well, but Logan Paul signed as a wrestler. Pat's an announcer.
Yeah.
He's not in a suit and tie like freaking Sanjay Dutt was yesterday.
He should be a wrestler, God damn it.
Pat McAfee involved now in his second match, technically on the main roster, but his fourth match overall in his entire WWE career. For those that remember the black and gold NXT, tonight not coming out to Seven Nation Army, but conducting his own symphony titled Bum Ass Corbin.
This is actually his fifth match. He lost to Vince McMahon in April.
Oh, yeah, I guess that was officially sanctioned. Point taken. I still can't believe that happened, but you know what? That's why we got the stats boy here. But, Jeff, you also bring these statistics, too, as we got referee Charles Robinson in the ring here.
Who, damn it, he needs to be there tomorrow night, even if he's not working the show. I mean, seriously.
He should have been on the dais roasting them.
So should a lot of people that weren't there.
Happy Corbin currently not smiling right now.
Thank you, Parker Radio. I appreciate that. Again,
Lone Wolf's
we
going to
don't like to give Vince credit if we can help it, but, he does have a WrestleMania win finally.
Well, I guess it's the first time for everything.
Right? Some bitch created the event. He finally gets a win, for real. His song is called Bum-Ass. This is the greatest theme song in the history of the show. Oh, my God.
I wonder if it's on Spotify.
It better be. I'm going to find out right now.
I'm pretty sure it will be soon enough. There's no doubt this will definitely be trending after this match is over.
Yeah.
Again, JJ, we don't give Pat McAfee enough credit, not only for his passion as a fan, but for his incredible athleticism and work rate he brings in the ring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he had the athletic ability, I'm sure Tony Khan would be doing the same thing. Because he has the passion too.
Well, again, that's what really drives the industry forward. It's not what separates us, it's what brings us together. And right now, Happy Corbin and Pat McAfee have the war of words. A bit of a shove. Oh, what a kick! The super kick off the back! And McAfee turning up on Happy Corbin in the corner, throwing rights. Oh, Happy Corbin had a shot to the midsection. Right now, the mind games just went out the window. We finally got into the physical aspect of this. Off the ropes. Beautiful Rana takeover. Sends Happy Corbin over the top rope to the floor.
Yeah, like we were talking about, the athletic ability of McAfee is just insane.
Yeah, look at the replay here. Out of nowhere. He did not expect that at all. Explosive super kick and fast and furious offense by Pat McAfee in the early going of this match. Pretty sure that just took Michael Cole out of his seat. Right now, both men are celebrating. Oh! Corbin drives McAfee into the apron. Again, I think the jokes are over. Time to get serious now. Oh! Off the ring post, Happy Corbin seeing stars right now. And it's not the Dallas Cowboys symbol. And right now, from back into the ring. Right now, Happy Corbin, I don't think is conveying any smile. The thing is, though, JJ, Happy Corbin's been more work tested as of late. He's been putting in the rounds in the ring. Pat McAfee, though, he more so has just been stewing over this. It's almost like Pat McAfee didn't want to do this, but Happy Corbin forced him into this. And now,
absolutely, it's a tale as old as time. Brothers in arms in the sense that are pushed to have to fight each other.
And look at that beautiful moonsault. Oh, what a drop kick, though. Good Lord. The arrogance, it feels like, of Pat McAfee taking in the moment. Happy Corbin capitalizing. Check out this replay, JJ. The beautiful, again, athleticism of Pat McAfee. And then it's a drop kick.
But if McAfee hadn't taken that moment to taunt and play to the crowd, he might have been able to block that drop kick from Corbin.
Right. And let's not forget Happy Corbin, /Barry Corbin, former bare knuckle boxer, golden glove, might I add, with that left hand, demonstrating it right now, attacking Pat McAfee in the corner. The thing is, though, the longer this match goes, who does it favor? Does it favor Pat McAfee or does it favor Happy Corbin? And what is Happy Corbin's goal here? Is he looking for victory or is he looking for complete humiliation at the expense of Pat McAfee?
I think he's looking for humiliation at the end of the day. McAfee is way more over than Corbin could ever wish to be at this point in his career. And I think Corbin resents that a little bit. To answer your question about as the match goes longer, who does it favor? It favors Corbin because he's more conditioned for this in-ring action. That's not to say that McAfee isn't a great athlete and doesn't have conditioning, but there's a huge difference when you do this on a nightly and even weekly basis as opposed to a sporadic special occasion basis like McAfee does.
Well, again, Pat McAfee signed to the WWE, also extended contract, congratulations, as a commentator. Oh, man!
And knowing his passion, you almost have to wonder if one of the caveats in getting him to sign such a long-term deal was more matches of this quality.
Well, in my opinion, Pat McAfee has all the makings where he could literally become a champion in the WWE. I mean, you talked about Logan Paul's performance earlier tonight against Miz, and I've heard people saying, have him challenge Roman Reigns. Now, I don't know if I would go that far. Again, Logan Paul, he has had less in-ring experience than Pat McAfee. Covered by Happy Corbin, looks for the win and gets the 2 count as Pat McAfee gets the left shoulder up. But there is that standard you set for yourself where you not only engage and connect with the fans, but you demonstrate you have all the makings of a champion. Again, Happy Corbin, he has yet to be a world champion in the WWE, and he's been around for the long haul.
This is accurate. You know, I mean, when I watched Logan Paul today in his match earlier, I do see gold in his future. I don't necessarily see world championship gold in the near future.
The deep six, JJ, as you say that, gets a 2 count. Continue.
But I could definitely see him with a tag strap or as United States Intercontinental Champion as he goes further down his path, depending on how long he stays. I could definitely see McAfee doing the same. Do I see him as world title material? Not yet. But that's not to say that it could never happen. Never say never. Anything is possible in the WWE.
Especially nowadays with the Triple H effect fully coming into play since the beginning. Pat McAfee over the top takes Happy Corbin down on the floor. Good awareness by Pat McAfee knowing that Corbin was going to slide around the ring post and try to come in for that running lariat, stopping him dead in his tracks. Good interception. And now they're duking it out on the outside. Again, Happy Corbin. Oh, my! And Pat McAfee thrown over on the announce table in front of Michael Cole and Corey Graves, driving his head into almost that monitor, it seems. There's definitely something different inside Corbin tonight as Michael Cole tries to encourage his friend, Pat McAfee. There really has come a new spirit out of Michael Cole since Pat McAfee has joined the WWE. And right now, Happy Corbin trying to bring his own commentary to the match.
Shades of The Rock putting on the headset while he dishes out punishment.
Ugh.
But yeah, Pat McAfee has definitely made Michael Cole likable in a sense that he has not been ever since the Jerry Lawler heart attack incident, when Michael Cole really showed his true colors alongside Lawler.
Well, we also know the friendship with Baron Corbin. I'm just going to say that, and Corey Graves. But you also just saw how Michael Cole found a bit of smack to Happy Corbin. Just got his butt pushed into his chair. Again, Michael Cole has really demonstrated a whole new side of his personality that, honestly, the fans may have forgot he actually had in the first place. When I think about the connection, the chemistry with Pat McAfee and Michael Cole, it almost gives me shades up at JR and Jerry the King Lawler to a degree.
Yeah. And even going back to Michael Cole and Taz, like they had such great chemistry in the early SmackDown days. You know, him and McAfee really kind of put that together as well.
Yeah, but right now, you want to talk about putting something together as Pat McAfee off the top rope.
Oh!
Golly, what a superplex!
That could have been so messy because he looked like he was slipping, like he wasn't going to get it.
The cover too. Oh man! Yeah. As you were saying,
that looked like it was going to be such a bad spot because he looked like he was slipping, like he wasn't going to recover. That could have been very dangerous. But to his credit, McAfee was able to pull that out and deliver that amazing suplex that we just saw once again in slow-mo.
Yeah, you saw Pat McAfee, though, landed high on his back and neck. That probably was the difference as he was slow to follow up on the cover. Happy Corbin surviving. Great high-risk maneuver by Pat McAfee. Beautiful superplex, but this match still continues as they are again live SummerSlam Nissan stand from the beautiful city of Nashville, Tennessee, where that city brings you a little bit of everything. And honestly, to a degree, when I look at this match from the personal animosity and the professional athleticism that both can display, you're kind of getting a little bit of everything right now just in this, I would say, special showcasing match. Again, Pat McAfee is not a regular in-ring competitor. He is a weekly commentator. Pat McAfee right now turning up. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, pushes McAfee into the corner. Corbin right now still a little rocked off that superplex, looking to follow up. Oh! Shoulder first into the ring post, and JJ, notice no LED ring posts tonight. Those are classic rounded ring posts.
You know, I didn't even notice that until you just pointed that out.
Oh, man.
I've been sitting here watching this the entire time, and I didn't even catch that. Holy crap.
The old school ring setup, man. The way it's supposed to be. It's not about all the show. It's not about all the glitz, the glamour, the flashy lights and effects. It's about what you do inside that 20 by 20 ring. And Pat McAfee off on the top rope. What in the world is he thinking here with this?
Careful, Pat.
Looking for his balance. Whoa! For the brand, Pat McAfee flies.
Holy crap. He is taking way too many chances, though, both with that suplex and then with this senton. He very easily could have lost his footing and had some serious damage come to his person.
For the brand, for the moment, call what you will. Pat McAfee leaving everything out here to get the better of Happy Corbin tonight at SummerSlam. And meanwhile, Happy Corbin laid down in the middle of the ring. Pat McAfee might be looking to fall with some more extreme aerial offense.
What are you doing again, Pat? And Ryan Peterson, you may have to get put on timeout saying we need the coal mine back.
Oh, yeah, we don't need that. That was a stupid idea from Bad Creative. Meanwhile, end of days counter. Oh, no.
There goes little Nate.
And the ref right now currently incapacitated. Now what do we do here? Happy Corbin can't believe it. Trying to get Charles Robinson back into the match. Pat McAfee looks to follow up. Oh, and it's good. There's a field goal tonight at Nissan Stadium. And a soul-sucking follow-up courtesy of Pat McAfee, the former punter. And look at the crowd. They are feeling it. Pat McAfee up on the second rope.
Oh,
and the cover 1, 2. Pat McAfee with the win.
That was crazy.
You know, we knew McAfee was going to win. There was no underselling that fact. But Pat McAfee really stepped his game up with this match tonight. And the total athleticism and the risk and the high spots he took.
And look at the absolute pure joy and excitement on Michael Cole as Happy Corbin once again has no reason to smile with tonight Pat McAfee getting truly the last laugh. Take a look at the replay here. Oh, man, that was good for at least 30 yards if you wanted to do that. And then off the second rope with the follow-up and the cover, and this was over.
Ryan, I disagree with your comment 100%. I'm sorry, dude. I like you, but that is a bad take. Logan Paul is so good.
No, Logan Paul's match was better. But this was still entertaining. This was still very entertaining. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Shut up, Cole. It's not sexy. You're going to say that to Michael Cole.
And look at this. Look at Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee, the only man.
And the South suck at the Corey Graves.
Maybe that'll be his next match.
There you go, Corey Graves. There you go.
Corey Graves.
He's
clear for it.
SmackDown.
If Corey Graves ever returns to in-ring action, I definitely could see Pat McAfee versus Corey Graves. But in the meantime, drink a cold one, Pat McAfee, and take a victory lap. You scored the touchdown tonight and the victory at SummerSlam.
He kicked him.
I just want to state, Jeff.
Yes.
I just want to state, Jeff, for the record, we had James acknowledge Mrs. Greatness.
Yes.
And in the chats, Mansfield just respects Corbin.
The end is near.
A new beginning is really here.
It's all freezing over.
That's it.
Bro, I enjoyed the hell out of that match. That was fun.
Hey, Jeff, you got to change the banner on that. Io, did you guys catch Io Shirai's new name?
Oh, brother.
That was great. Believe it or not, Noah, it's really not that bad. It's just Io Sky.
Yeah.
They just took her nickname.
Not bad at all. It's
Yeah,
like
they just took her nickname and then put it as her actual.
It's almost like a short-term notation. I can respect that, actually.
It's better than what Walter's name is.
Don't remind me. Well, anyway, meanwhile, we are back. And once again, the beautiful city of Nashville, Tennessee, hosting SummerSlam tonight. As we go back to SmackDown and look at, oh man, what a future shot DDT on the chairs. As everything came into play in that good old Donnybrook. In and out of the ring as Drew McIntyre got the win in the end and cemented his spot in the main event of Clash of the Castle to challenge for the undisputed Universal Championship. Still yet to be determined tonight. The fact that Drew McIntyre kicked out of the bro kick on Friday night, that is a testament of the heart and will that Drew McIntyre is willing to go to become the champion in WWE.
Josh, are you hearing the TV now?
I don't hear it.
Okay.
All
Probably
right.
yes. Then.
No.
It is what it is.
But yeah, it's I enjoyed that Baron Corbin match. I'll be fully honest. That was really good.
Look at the ticker.
That was really good.
What is this?
Don't know.
Oh, here comes McIntyre.
Oh, okay.
The number one contender to whoever the champion is come Clash of the Castle.
Right.
We will soon find that out later tonight, JJ, as Drew McIntyre with Angelica in hand makes his way down the entranceway to the ring. Well, it looks like we're going to get words from the future challenger. You got to wonder if Drew McIntyre has any sort of like bias or favoritism here. What is his take on this match? He's been in the ring with both men. It was Drew McIntyre that took Roman Reigns on one-on-one when he first returned after overcoming leukemia and becoming a recession, but lost back at WrestleMania 35. To this day, Drew McIntyre has not faced the Tribal Chief in one-on-one action. And of course, Drew McIntyre beat Brock Lesnar for the WWE Championship at WrestleMania 36.
Well, McIntyre's about to speak, so we'll find out.
Everyone's at SummerSlam tonight if you can be there. Roman, the new number one contender. And he definitely earned it. Beat the crap out of each other worse than you did in the Thunderdome. Thrill of victory. The expense of battle. Yes. All right, looks like we're going to get some main event hype. There you go. It looks like he's already calling his shot. The idea of Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre. $2,000. Last man standing. Oh, how coincidental. A kid named Coach. Now that wasn't a plant, I imagine, right? I don't think they're talking about the team, by the way.
There's no way that was a plan. This is unscripted.
Thank you, Triple H. Oh, good grief. There you go. The magic sword. All right, let's have a fun moment. 2, 1, fire!
Huh.
That's awesome. They're actually getting viral because they don't get to do it in Tennessee when the Titans are there. They're going to score touchdowns.
Out.
Oh, shit, Jeff. All right.
Yep, you had
Suck
to
it,
go
Double
there.
J.
You had to go there, didn't you, brother?
That lighting is weird.
Bro, that was unscripted.
Well, again, the entire United Kingdom will definitely be behind Drew McIntyre, but who will be in front of Drew McIntyre?
Mikey, go ahead.
Why are there no replicas of his sword for purchase?
Would cost too much to make.
Fair. Yeah, that shit don't come cheap, actually. But
right.
yeah, no. So that was an unscripted promo.
Do you really want to unmute me right now with dipshit coming out here? Anyway, they're not going to market a replica sword because they'd have to make it the best quality. And stop it! You stop it! And it's just too dangerous.
Well, you want to talk about
give him an El
dangerous.
Kabong before he gets to the ring, but big.
What could be more dangerous than a guitar in this man's hand if he gets pissed off, especially what happened on Friday Night SmackDown?
Yeah, you know we got to have the match now.
All right, well, y'all have fun with this one. I'll watch the match, enjoy the match part of it anyway.
Jeff Jarrett's guitar versus Drew McIntyre's sword. Who wins?
Oh, it's Mikey.
Well,
there we go.
that's a whole different battle. What I can tell you is a battle that previously occurred back at Money in the Bank that was quite a tag team clinic. Yielded a little bit of controversy by the end of it as the Street Profits took on the Usos previously for the WWE Undisputed Tag Team Championships. And as we saw, JJ, they literally unleashed everything on each other. And in the end, Montez Ford was pinned, but his right shoulder was up the entire 3 count outside the referee's vision.
Yeah, that was a hell of a match.
I was gonna ask actually, am I able to call the tag match with Noah or no?
Why would you not call any match here, bro?
Oh no! Jay's being respectful because JJ is the color commentary guy.
Yeah, I ain't trying to step on you guys' toes. That's all.
No, you're perfectly fine, man. You're perfectly fine.
I don't mind if you join the festivities.
Whoa.
I'm not going to be on camera. I can't be objective with Jared out there. I flat out admit that. So
I respect that. As we've got JEFFJARRET in the ring as the special guest referee.
Hey, Slap Nuts! Hey, Slap Nuts! It's grapefruits now, kid.
Wait, what the world?
Yes, here we go.
Tennessee Titans.
Now I'm definitely leaving the screen. Not my Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. Okay, bye.
Ooh, they're not the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, but I'm cool with this.
I mean, when is looking at cheerleading squad a bad thing? Especially at a sporting event. Just saying.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it is home turf after all. So, you go with, what brings it to the dance. And in this arena, it's the Tennessee Titans cheerleader squad that does it here. And I can guarantee you who hyped this up and who they're hyping up, and it's not the Usos.
Nope. They're here for the smoke.
They're here for the smoke.
Brilliantly put, JJ. As I see the SP logo, and that only means one thing. Angelo Dawkins, Montez Ford, they're not here to line dance. They are here to get some tag team championships.
The Street Profits looking to get some damn experience.
Millions of dollars.
Primetime players.
Primetime players. We're going back to that era.
The way they were doing the little swing there totally had
100%.
vibe to millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
It's got to be a shout to them. Has to be. Come on.
Well, I mean, clearly, if you have the tag team championships, you certainly earn millions of dollars. But tonight, I just wonder if that red Solo Cup's going to be poured out with some golden celebration inside of it afterwards.
Noah, unfortunately, I don't see it in the cards for the Street Profits tonight. If they win, I will be completely happy, but I just feel like the miscommunication from SmackDown with the Usos to Jarrett, it's going to come back to play.
They are mentioning that he has a hell of a week in Nashville. Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
It's going to be a guitar shot.
Oh.
Accidentally hit one of the Profits on accident. The Usos will get the victory, retain the titles. Jarrett doing Jarrett things.
Well, again, when it comes to Jeff Jarrett, he's no Eric Bischoff, but he definitely is no stranger to being controversial. I wonder, will he be impartial? Remember, when he first was announced as the referee, it was about one thing, keeping the peace. Now, clearly, he knew the Street Profits and the Usos, they have some bad blood, some pent-up animosity. So he tried to let them unleash it freely on Friday Night SmackDown. And what happened for that? He got super kicked in the face by the champions. But again, it was Jeff Jarrett's call. It really comes down to what call Jeff Jarrett makes here. That's going to determine who leaves here with the tag team championships.
Most definitely. Shenanigans alert of the night by the t-shirt.
Hashtag shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely.
As hashtag SummerSlam is no doubt trending tonight. Speaking of trending, I
We're
would
talking
say
about-
there is no tag team with a bigger trend to their name than the Bloodline. I'm, of course, talking about the ones, the Usos.
Yeah, you want to talk about the ones? They are the final bosses of the tag team division as they come out with all the gold.
Oh yeah.
They
And
want
all the
all the
acknowledgement.
smoke. Well, they got to beat the tag team champions here tonight to get the smoke.
You know, I don't know if you guys watched SmackDown last night, but that in-ring promo that they did going back and forth about the disqualifications, Street Profits had me dying when they were like, Jeff Jarrett, is it a disqualification if I slap them so hard they get their face paint back?
Damn.
That was phenomenal. That's a phenomenal line.
That was brilliant.
That's brilliant. Montez Ford,
I,
man, he's
I
underrated.
almost wanted to see them come out with the face paint just to go back to that comment, you know, just like.
Well, I mean, I feel like the Haka dance to the ring has a better chance of returning rather than the face painted Usos. Because ever since Roman Reigns has made his brothers take themselves more seriously under his direction, they truly have been the ones to beat in WWE, and none have succeeded.
No doubt. And
got
Jarrett is
expert
ready,
level.
man. He's ready to get in there and get down and dirty and call the action, man.
Well, again,
I am
as
here
referee,
for Double J as the ref.
Well, you also got to consider this, though, JJ. Being the referee means you have to remain as unbiased as possible in an emotional environment. Jeff Jarrett has to keep his own emotions, his own motivations, it may seem, in check to make sure this truly is called down the middle. We already have an asterisk in one match with these two teams. Tonight, we don't need another. And honestly, if I was going to compare this to football, I say this is about as deep as the final quarter you can go. It's going to come down to who fumbles here and who truly will do anything it takes to leave with both the Raw and SmackDown Tag Team Championships. It comes down to who makes the final play and who accomplishes it. Jeff Jarrett holding both a Raw and SmackDown strap, respectively, one in each hand. Seriously, combine the titles, create realistically, beautifully perspective championships, but I digress. That'd be another talk for another day.
So now that Jeff Jarrett has a referee shirt, if somebody hits him with the guitar, does he go down for 7 minutes or what?
I don't know.
When you wear a referee shirt, you lose all your powers.
It's true.
It's just the law in wrestling.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else,
it's like getting your ponytail cut.
Double time kicks us off right now. Angelo Dawkins and Jarrett already asserting his authority. Again, reminding you got a 5 count, and the Usos need to keep themselves emotionally in check tonight too, especially what happened on Friday night. I know Jeff Jarrett has not forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Not at all. Wow. Not at all.
And right now,
brother, he's acting like he's the big shit, huh?
Well, again,
all right.
James, you know a referee holds all the power in their hands, and it doesn't get bigger than this when it comes to...
Yeah, but you don't have to freaking try and wrestle them in the match because they're in the corner for a little too long. Come on now.
Well, nice
one of these 5 men is a former world heavyweight champion multi-times over. The other 4 men are not.
Hey, this is a tag team match. They are world champions. They are world tag team champions.
Was Jeff Jarrett ever a tag team champion?
Oh, yes, he was with Owen Hart.
Yes, he
That's
was.
what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So he has that accolade.
That was a weird team. I never understood that one.
Tag.
You know, back in the days when it was going on, I didn't get it, didn't like it. But in the years that have gone on since then, man, when I got a little bit more appreciative of in-ring action and professional wrestling, damn it, by the shirt. I grew to love that team, Canadian Country, man. I wish Jared would use that theme for his WWE appearances today.
They actually had a name.
I digress.
And right now,
they actually had a name called Canadian Country. That's pretty good.
It was kind of unofficial, but yeah.
Well, Adam Pearce probably didn't make it official at the time because he didn't have the authority.
Oh,
there's a right. Cheap shot behind the ref's back.
That's pretty good. Well, this is what the Usos specialize in, distracting and capitalizing. That is what the Usos have been doing since they've won the double straps all the way back At the what was the pay-per-view? I don't even know. Sorry.
It was
No,
actually a
that's right.
SmackDown Tag Team Unification match between RK Bro. But honestly,
There you
the
go.
Usos have held the SmackDown strats for, I think, over 300 days at this point alone.
Yes. And that's what makes them so dangerous. That's what makes them the longest SmackDown reigning tag team champions during its recent record.
Yeah, I believe they've had him since Money in the Bank last year, gentlemen.
I think you're right. Again, they had that feud, of course, with the New Day that really cemented themselves as the top team on SmackDown. You consider the wars that the New Day have with the Usos. Look at the Street Profits are trying to write a whole different type of saga. They just hope they have a different ending tonight. And right now, we have Angelo Dawkins in a very vulnerable state, isolated away from his partner. But the Street Profits have to understand the urgency of the situation. The Street Profits have to understand the urgency of the situation. This could be their last chance.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Usos have made a career here lately since becoming the ones, since becoming unified tag team champions of the old divide and conquer strategy.
Isolate and dominate. Jeff Jarrett, though, again, so far, Jeff Jarrett, he has called this pretty much down the middle. He has been keeping the peace. He has been keeping the rules in check. As right now looks
and
like.
Here we go. Look at this. Looking for that hip check is Jimmy Uso here.
Shades of Umaga, shades of Rikishi. But again, is he taking too long? This could be the opening. Dawkins' knees. Oh!
Oh, right in the face. Dawkins seeing stars right now. I'll tell you that right now.
Again, we're not in Texas. This isn't about the Dallas Cowboys, but I do agree to a degree. As the Usos once again ask you to acknowledge them, Nissan Stadium.
And that's what makes the Usos the most dangerous force in WWE right now. The Bloodline are known as the Bloodline for a reason. That didn't happen by accident.
And right now, Jimmy looking for a follow-up. Doesn't get it. Dawkins, but it's a Gurry. And this is the moment, JJ, that Dawkins needs.
Yeah, you can see that he's struggling. You can see that Montez Ford is fresh, excited, and ready to get the hot tag and come in and help revive his partner, turn the tides for the Street Profits.
But look at Jimmy Uso once again, back up on his feet. Tad to Jay, Tad to Montez Ford.
But Jarrett didn't see it. Is he going to allow the tag?
I think Jarrett did see it because right now it looks like he's legal off the top rope with the crossbody. And the cover hooks the near leg too. And Jay gets the shoulder up. Jey Uso, Montez Ford now. Exchanging off the ropes. Oh, what a clothesline. Oh. Big kick. Up kick. Enziguri rocks Jey Uso to one knee. Both knees, excuse me. And right now Montez Ford turned this match complete 360. Off the back suplex, the follow-up, standing moonsault, the cover, 2. Oh, that close.
Oh, that was close. That was really close.
I don't know if you saw the interview with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson recently, but he actually spoke about Montez Ford and talked about how he is the total package.
Absolutely, and I agree.
His way as soon as he goes solo.
Mic ability, wrestling ability, this guy has it all. Agreed. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Right now,
and now look at this, a nice standing switch, trying to go for a back suplex of his own super kick right to the gut, into the uppercut.
Well, as you talk about who has all the tools to make it in the ring. Oh, wow, what a blockbuster. Float over, cover, hooks the near leg, 2. Jarrett, nearly counts.
Oh, that was close. That was close.
Now, was it me or did that count seem a bit more paced?
Little bit.
Ugh.
Little bit. Jarrett is being very deliberate with his counts right now. He has not been fired up. He has not been messed with yet. So everything is very, very even and deliberate. But just watch the action. And if Jarrett gets roughed up, drug into the middle of something, he will take anything that he needs to do to restore order.
Yeah,
body language is everything. And right now, Montez Ford looking for a follow-up. Oh, great awareness by Jado, pushing Montez into the corner. Oh, my!
Elevated neck breaker from the back suplex combination. Ooh. That was close. That was close for Jey Uso to be done with this match here. Take a look at this again. Look at the elevation he gets off this neck breaker here.
Pop-up neck breaker, James.
Yeah, pop-up neck breaker. Perfectly executed. Still not enough, though, to get that 3 count.
And again, I look at Jeff Jarrett. I look at his position. I look at his count. That count again, per position, but it just felt a little bit off pace. When I think about referee, I think about the counts showing leniency to a degree. And with Jeff Jarrett, whoa! I don't think you're going to find more leniency for any other referee in WWE. Tad to Dawkins.
Dawkins now looking for
straps going down.
Oh,
this might be a bad news for these guys here. Tope Conhillo!
Nearly missed and went over the barricade on that one, but took out both Usos. And again, Jay is the legal one as he tosses Jay back inside the ring, looking to fall up. Double underhook. Twisting
butterfly neck breaker.
1, 2, no!
Oh, he almost had it.
That could have been some bad news there for the Usos with Dawkins and his offense there.
And no kidding. Again, you figure about the explosive offense of the Street Profits. Imagine the Usos, it seems, move for move. Also, the adrenaline's got to be flying very high in the challengers tonight. Again, I got to consider this the challengers. Oh, last chance. Wow. He's robbed with it. Enziguri, and there's a tad to Montez Ford.
Yeah, spinning Enziguri by Jey Uso. Dodges the super kick.
Oh,
pop up. Suplex by the Street Profits. Oh, that was close.
Look at the face of Montez Ford there. He's starting to get frustrated with Jarrett's count.
Explosive offense being put on display here by the Street Profits with 3 straight near falls. Still not enough to dethrone the bloodline. But again, I got to give it to Jeff Jarrett. So far, he is calling it right down the middle. A wrestler's own worst enemy could be themselves. Meanwhile, Jay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Position.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Oh, super kick. Super kick by Jimmy Uso. Super kick followed up by Jay on the freaking Angelo Dawkins. Super kick party has arrived in Nashville.
2-for-1 special as they set up Dawkins in the middle of the ring. That can only mean one thing.
Uso
There's the tag
crazy.
to Jimmy, looking to fly like Superfly Snuka. The Uso splash and the cover. 2. This is not over.
2 3/4. That's how close that was to being done. But Angelo Dawkins way too resilient.
You figure about this, JJ. How many teams can we actually count on one hand that has kicked out of an Uso splash?
Very few, if any. And you look right there, Jimmy Uso now, the same as Montez Ford was, he's kind of getting frustrated with Jarrett and his counts also.
But to that point, JJ, that's just the nature of the beast. When you have 2 tag teams that are at the top of their game, you're bound to ruffle the feathers with the referee, especially when the titles are on the line.
Jimmy and Jay looking to pull out absolutely everything tonight with the double splash!
Boom!
For the win, for the championship, for this story to end on. Montez Ford with the same at the last possible second.
That was just great timing that time. That's all that was. As we take a look at this splash again and look at the way they land this thing, it's shades of when they first went to the dark side with the head and the legs with the double Uso splash. And Montez Ford just got in and broke it up.
And now we have all 4 men down as Double J starts his 10 count. And again, the titles cannot change hands on any sort of count out here. Both challengers had to be aware of that sense of urgency. 7. Back to their feet. And Jimmy Uso picks up Montez Ford. Montez Ford sends Jimmy to the outside of the ring. And Jay, looking to follow up here, sends Montez Ford over the top rope. And,
Montez still holding on. Is he going to try and skin the cat here?
Well, I don't think it matters since Angelo Dawkins is still legal. Whoa.
Jeff Jarrett, he caught the foot.
Wait. Go!
Oh! He got caught into the spine buster. I don't know if that was intended by Jarrett, but look at this Montez Ford. Cross-splash!
The bounce, though, James. The bounce. He might have hurt himself there. You're right, Noah. You're right. Cover. 1, 2, new champion.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
He might have had it, but again, JJ, the absolute bounce back effect off that splash may have just given Jimmy enough wherewithal to kick out of the pin.
And again, you look at Montez's face, you look at him looking at Jarrett, and Jarrett telling him, man, you were this close. You were right there, just a half a second away. Capitalize on this Ford, don't let the time go by. Don't give Uso a chance to catch his breath.
Time could be your worst enemy here, as Montez Ford's emotions might be getting the best of him.
Yeah,
Jaw jacking the
honestly,
referee.
And I have to say it, guys, like Jeff Jarrett has been nothing but fair. And he actually helped the Street Profits that time inconsequentially. He did not mean to do that, and he's still getting pissed at Jarrett.
Well, again, the Street Profits, it's a sense of all or nothing here as Montez Ford looks up. Oh,
right into the gut. Double savant kick, Umaga style. And I don't think that Montez Ford's going to be able to eat lunch after that one.
Sent
over
into the
WWE
Universe. Sent to the WWE over the barricade. Double super kick to Dawkins, who tried to follow up. And right now, the Usos, again, isolate and dominate strategy. The Street Profits down a member. There's the tag. And another double super kick to Dawkins, rocked off the ropes. And there's the 1D! The 1D is enough! 1, 2. Oh, that's it!
Oh, my God.
The 1D for the 1, 2, 3. The Usos retain. And are
clean, no shenanigans.
Absolutely clean. Jeff Jarrett, he kept the peace. He caught it right down the middle. In the end, that bit of frustration by Montez Ford allowed the Usos to capitalize. And once Montez Ford was out of the picture, it was just isolated dominant strategy on Dawkins with the 1D for the win.
That's crazy.
Like a sudden ending. I mean, this did not go nearly as far as I thought it would back at Money in the Bank.
No, it was a clean, decisive win for the Usos. They got the W tonight, and that is curtains for the Usos. The ones keep their stranglehold on the tag division.
But again, now what does this mean for the Street Profits? There's no asterisks here. This was literally, I feel like, their last chance, and they came up short as we go back to the replay, JJ. We thought we had new tag champs here, but look at how much Montez Ford bounced off the splash, creating distance away from the cover. I swear, if he was slow to follow up, we might have had new tag champs right there. That was their best chance.
You think about how RVD used to always hold his gut and oversell a little bit like that coming off the frog splash, but he was always a lot quicker to get back to that cover and capitalize.
No matter how much, how in pain he was. But I will say this as well, JJ. You want to talk about Van Dam? I'll do you one better.
Man.
Let's talk about Logan Paul as we see the 1D to retain the matchup here and retain the tag team titles. Logan, when he did his frog splash on The Miz, when he was all the way at the announcer table, he went full on with his body weight. What Montez did, and this is the danger here when going as high as Montez did. The boy got hops, but it cost him his stomach in the process, and I think that's what ultimately ended their chances there.
Well, right now we got 2/3 of the Bloodline victorious tonight, holding their legacy, holding their championships. Will they go 2 for 2 as Roman Reigns will defend his 2 titles tonight in the main event? But for now, they're the ones, and they are still the WWE Undisputed Tag Team Champions. Whew.
Uh-oh.
What a match.
Ooh.
We got a vignette here defining Charlotte Flair.
Well, Charlotte Flair's coming back.
Well, this is just, guys, you know how WWE works, right? On premium live events, they do these vignettes talking about the WWE superstars of today. So now they are talking about Charlotte Flair. So we got a 3-minute interlude. So that being said, again, at this point, who do you get to dethrone the Usos at this point?
I got nothing.
You know, I mean, it almost is going to take like a blast from the past.
I think they're waiting for Orton to come back so RK Bro can win them.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know, because we want to see the heel turn, whether it's Riddle turning on Orton or Orton turning on Riddle. Like, we don't want to see them back together.
Well, you can do what they did at NXT and have one of them turn on the other after they win the titles. I'm kidding.
You know, Jeff's here. You know, Jeff has a button that says mute, right? Josh,
I can't even address that situation properly because I'm such a fan of Cora Jade that pissed me off.
JJ, again, I admire your passion as a fan for what is not my NXT and the incredible talent that is there within, and I do agree particularly with that one too. But for the sake of my blood pressure, I am going to also approach it the same way as you. And as far as Josh Manfield's Fury goes, you very well could be right if Triple H effect makes that a thing. And that's yet to be determined. But so far, we have clearly seen the effect on Triple H when it comes to his approach and the direction he wants to go in WWE, with the women's division getting a whole different shot of new life in it with 3 incredible talents now, Bayley, Dakota Kai, and Io Shirai.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge jolt of energy to the women's division, plus Charlotte when she does return, as much as I am anti-Charlotte Flair.
Well, that's still up in the air. What's not up in the air is where we are tonight, and that is Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Shout out to Kid Rock, who provided the official theme for SummerSlam tonight. As, again, we look at the lights, the music, the entertainment, the passion of Music City, USA tonight.
Yeah, downtown Nashville is. We went there in April. We went to Bridgestone. Oh, there's the guy.
There's a kid, and he rocks.
WWE Hall of Famer, straight up.
Oh no! Come on! Yeah.
He's got. All right.
Never give Sammy and Tay Conti shit ever again after that.
Meanwhile, wait, what?
What the hell?
Bro.
Matt Riddle, what the hell are you doing here tonight?
Jarrett to Riddle. I'm out again. Later, y'all.
What's this mean? We all knew we were gonna get right. Yeah, you're not. Riddle ticked.
Wow, he's ticked. This is a new side of Riddle.
Riddle wants Seth. Riddle calling out Seth Rollins. He's not making critical Pete. I don't know if this is a wise move, gentlemen.
Unsanctioned. Make it unsanctioned.
He's not supposed to be
I don't
here.
think they got a choice now. He's ready to fight, and I think we just saw a side unleashed in Riddle, and we're about to see it explode ahead here right now.
Well, Seth freaking Rollins' theme is playing out in Nissan Stadium. And Seth Rollins is definitely ready to compete.
And now look at this. Officials now running down, going to try to send Seth Rollins to the back, but I don't think it's really going to end here. I think Seth Rollins is pissed he doesn't have a match at SummerSlam, and Riddle's pissed at Rollins for making him medically unable to compete. And here we go. As I considered it here, everybody trying to chase him down, and now we're about to have a fight on the ramp here.
Oh, come on.
Get these two separated here. You literally could further exaggerate your injury.
Petey Williams.
Is not medically to compete.
Fucking Petey Williams, the other agent in that.
Yeah, the cameras don't even know where the hell
Give
they're
me
going.
the Destroyer, Petey.
Yeah.
We gotta fight right now at this point, and there's a punch. There's a punch to Seth Rollins, and now
Petey
look at
Williams
this.
on the
Another
Come on,
curb
Petey.
stomp.
Get in there, Petey.
Give him a Canadian Destroyer, Petey.
He can't do that. He's official.
Petey has a SummerSlam moment.
Is that really Petey?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
He's doing WWE for like a year.
Just now getting in the ring.
Oh my God.
Talk about getting in the ring. Matt Riddle, he came to the ring, and right now he is paying for it as Seth Rollins once again curb stomps the man into the mat. Riddle should now come out here. This was not a wise decision.
Well, there we go. We did get an appearance from Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle.
No, Joey. Orange is Tennessee Volunteers colors.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Go Vols.
Well, again, this impromptu melee, I'm not sure how wise this was. As again, Seth Rollins got the better of Riddle, planting his foot into the back of his neck.
Yeah, I don't really know how smart that was by Riddle, but Riddle was pissed.
Well,
So
again,
he has a spinal injury, but he has taped shoulder. Didn't they say
again, that kinesio tape.
They said he
And
had a
now Riddle.
spinal injury.
All that
No,
Riddle
not-
might have done here
Not-
is
no,
just
not spinal.
all that Riddle might have done here is literally just add more time that he won't be clear to compete. Again, this was not a wise decision. I understand being emotionally driven, but sometimes you need to fake more with your brain than your heart. Anyway, as we move on from there, we think about, Matt Riddle's future. What is the future of the SmackDown Women's Division? As for the first time ever, Liv Morgan comes in as champion and defends the gold against Rowdy Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, this is a moment long overdue for Liv Morgan, and it's definitely going to be a proving ground to see if she can go one-on-one with the baddest woman on the planet when she's 100%, not having already suffered a beatdown.
We've already seen Liv Morgan. We've seen her growth, her dedication, her passion, her development for the last 8 years since being a part of the WWE. And she finally capitalized and captured the moment at Money in the Bank, not only seizing the Money in the Bank briefcase, but cashing in the same night on a already beaten down Ronda Rousey. She took her moment and she lived in the moment, and 2 hours later, everybody was watching her become finally a champion in the WWE. But again, we got to consider Ronda Rousey, she was not 100% thanks to that fall on her knee. She did overcome Natalya, and again, Liv Morgan capitalized, because that's what it means when you are Money in the Bank. Tonight, though, Ronda Rousey's 100%. I gotta say, though, that had to be one of the biggest pops I've heard in a long time when it came to a Money in the Bank winner cashing in successfully and becoming champion. Again, James, Liv Morgan, finally, for the first time ever in her WWE career, is a champion. And she did at the expense of Ronda Rousey. I just got to wonder, what is it going to take tonight to truly overcome, as you put it, JJ, the baddest bitch on the planet? Ronda Rousey with the subtle pass-off in respect.
It's going to take heart, it's going to take determination, and it's going to take the ability to know your opponent. Bottom line, Liv has been waiting for this moment, as we discussed last month, for years.
Live in the
She
moment.
has been playing her spot in the background. Look at that. Making cardboard championships, because this is what she has wanted for years and years. And now she is finally the champion. But if she loses tonight, it was all just a fluke.
So that's the biggest proving point here. Was Money in the Bank truly just a fluke? Or was Liv Morgan ready to live in the moment and make sure that it is a long-standing legacy? Still,
there we go. Christ almighty, damn microphone today. Thank you, Joe, for the $2. You can get yourself a Claymore, but it won't be replicated. It'll actually be a real thing. It'll cost you a G. So there. I mean, you want to get a $1,000 sword, go for it. But
well, there you go.
It's kind of one of those deals. Yeah, I agree with the room. I've been trying to stay quiet because the technology's been what it's been. Liv has to win here, or the last 28 days have just been what they've been. Like, okay, nice little plucky run here, but what was the point?
We don't
Lip service, because fan service, because having her lose is definitely not fan service. It's definitely not what the fans want, which is what Triple H talked about in the interview recently, or the post recently. So,
do not need a repeat of Nikki last year.
yeah.
Liv Morgan says she not only wants this, she needs this. She loves this. She has to have this. And tonight she's going to prove to Ronda Rousey that this is Liv's moment.
It's very much a double-edged sword right now for the WWE and the booking, because on the one hand, the fans want Liv. But on the other hand, with Triple H and Stephanie and the new regime, And as much as they're supporters of Ultimate Fighting Championship and as much as they're supporters of getting Ronda into the company, you want a woman that is going to solidify your women's division, and that is Ronda. So they're very much in a catch-22 here. But like Jeff pointed out, like we've been saying all night, you do a huge disservice to the dream of Liv Morgan if you come and crash it down here tonight in Nashville.
Ronda Rousey coming out all serious tonight in the all black. There is not a smile on this woman's face tonight. She might be high-fiving.
Again, thank you everybody at home. Thank you everybody in the room. 1,000 views already tonight.
Thank everybody, as always, for supporting the Jeff Meacham Network. We truly hope you appreciate our insights, our passion, our takes, and our commentary. And we bring you all things wrestling, currently celebrating the Triple H effect in the WWE tonight at SummerSlam. As, honestly, this is pretty much our semi-main event, guys. Think about this.
Yeah.
Liv Morgan is literally the second to last match on SummerSlam tonight.
That's a big step for her in her career.
You know, people will talk about, you know, the stunt casting, if you will, of Ronda Rousey, the baby superstar, but she's got one of the long overdue upstarts of the women's division in the semi-main of a Big Four. Just saying.
And as you say that, Jeff, there is our SmackDown Women's Champion.
That's my SmackDown Women's Champion. Jesus Christ. She looks great. So happy for her, man. We're in purple. She's hard over here with this one.
You know what? Even if she does lose tonight, she came out in a Big Four with a crowd ovation, holding the title up. That's a win in my book for her.
This is bigger than WrestleMania. This is the ultimate moment for Liv Morgan in her life.
So far, absolutely. Absolutely.
But again,
I'm just waiting for that title to fall.
Again, it's one thing to pin Ronda Rousey when she already has been through a fight. Tonight, Ronda Rousey is in peak fighting condition tonight. And you can see it on the face of Liv Morgan. She is definitely aware of what she faces tonight. She prepared.
James, hang on 1 second. I need to go on screen here, so real quick. You got to know somewhere, wherever AEW is right now, Ruby's watching this, and out on that crazy farm out there in Vikingville, so is Sarah.
Oh, no doubt. Shout out to the Rise.
Yeah, exactly. I got to say this real quick before I let you guys call this. This is all you guys. Liv, to Paul's point, was holding the belt the whole time because he actually said later, I was waiting for that title to fall.
Well, it's not like she's as skinny as Leon Ruffin, but I do believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
As referee Rudy Charles holds up the SmackDown Women's Championship. All right. Both women are ready to go. Again, the bell rings. We are underway, and both women kick things off with attempt to call no time. But uh-oh. And already Ronda Rousey demonstrating her strength with that judo throw.
Yeah, absolutely. Reminding Liv right away why she is the baddest woman on the planet.
And Ronda Rousey right now trying to push Liv in the corner. Again, Ronda Rousey, though, comes in here as the challenger. Championship's advantage. Only can change time. Oh, my! Step up, knee strike. Liv in great trouble. Ronda Rousey already looking for the ankle lock. And Liv trying to reverse it. Meanwhile, oh! What a throw in the cover, too. And Liv Morgan gets the shoulder up. And so far, Liv Morgan has been unable to get out of the gates. Finding saving grace in the ropes. Ronda Rousey with no let-up tonight. And meanwhile, Liv Morgan, though, again, she will fight with her life. Ooh, nice Izaguri. Again, there's no element of surprise. Oh, man, one shot though to the midsection. And right now, Ronda Rousey rolling over, catching Liv up on the shoulders. Might be looking for Piper's Pit. Liv Morgan finding out of it. And meanwhile, Liv Morgan, oh! Double knees to the face. Nice code breaker. Looking for Oblivion. Uh-oh, counter. Ronda Rousey hooks Liv. Oh, man. Plants her down. Might be looking for the Fujiwara. Liv right now somehow just needs to find some sort of leverage against Ronda Rousey. Might have found it there with an attempted roll up. The shoulder's down. Nope, referee checking here. The shoulder not down because the leg was in play. Again, JJ, we talk about what Liv needs to do here right now. Maybe Liv needs to just find some breathing room.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, freaking Ronda is on top of her, has been from the jump. Just reminding Liv that maybe she picked the wrong bitch to cash in on.
Well, right now, Liv Morgan, though, look at this, trying to trap Ronda Rousey in a submission. I'm not sure how wise this is, but you do see the anger and the aggression on Liv Morgan's face, trying to fight as hard, if not harder, than Ronda Rousey. Both these women are out to prove a point tonight for different reasons. And meanwhile, oh, wow! Crucifix bomb! The cover two to Liv Morgan. Oh, wow. Great move by Liv Morgan. Finally turning the tide of this match around and slowing it down for the moment. Oh! Beautiful. And now Morgan looks to bring the fight to Ronda Rousey. Uh-oh! Giving armbar in the ropes. Got a 5 count, though. But again, you can cause a lot of damage there. And that is the danger of Ronda Rousey. When you think she's down, she can capitalize on you just like that. On another judo throw.
Her MMA training has her with the ability to hit you with any move out of anywhere. She's got counter for counter for counter to anything that Liv can think of to try to bring at her for offense.
Oh my gosh, look at the arm, JJ. She literally has that arm bar in, I think, really trying to pop the showdown and socket. Liv Morgan trying to fight back, find reach. Grace saving the roll and gets her toes on it too. Ronda Rousey immediately letting go of the hold, though.
She's not a heel yet, so she's still playing with those babyface tactics that as soon as she gets to the rope, she'll let her go. But man, could you imagine if she had held on to it till 4.5?
Yeah, no kidding. Oh my gosh. And again, Morgan's got nowhere to go this time. Morgan has to somehow reverse the pressure, raise her body. Oh, there you go. Nice. Float over, trying to get to the ropes again. And Ronda Rousey might be getting a sense of frustration here.
Yeah, you know, Liv Morgan, to her credit, is so resilient. And Ronda's got to respect that because Ronda has been the baddest woman on the planet for years.
Well, right now, the referee's checking on Liv Morgan, though. And again, you talk about the MMA background. Legitimately, Liv Morgan could get injured here. But there's no way Liv Morgan is going to have us watch her surrender the SmackDown Women's Championship. She's going to go down. She's going to go down fighting with every limb she has left. And once again, Ronda Rousey assuming the fighting stance, following up. What the hell is this? In the corner, takes her over. Looking for the armbar again. Oh, my word. And right now, oh, my gosh, look how much it's trying to be extended. Working the 11. Wait, shoulders down. Shoulders down. Oh, my gosh. Ronda's shoulders was down. Liv Morgan was able to hold Ronda down for a 3 count and retain the title.
Oh, Ronda's going to snap here. I think Ronda's going to snap here. I think they maybe called an audible. Liv was supposed to win, but was starting to get hurt. So they went with a screwy finish there. But I see Ronda turning heel right here. She is beyond pissed.
The crowd doesn't even know how to react to this, JD. Like you said, literally Ronda Rousey had 98% of this match. But apparently, Liv Morgan, again, you talk about tenacity. How about awareness? Let's look at the replay here. She had the armbar fully in, but look, Liv Morgan pushed her body down where the shoulders were on the canvas and got a 3 count. At the end of the day, the champion retains. But at what cost?
There is definitely going to be some controversy here, but if you look, Liv Morgan's tapping as the ref counted to 3.
You're right.
I didn't notice that at first. Big ups to Josh Mansfield for pointing that out in the comments. We had to see that angle of the replay, but man.
Oh, no, and shout out to that replay.
Yep, here we go.
You talk about Ronda Rousey snapping. She just snapped all right. Once again, locking Liv Morgan in the armbar, and she is emphatically tapping. We need to get somebody out here before the champion gets legitimately hurt. Ronda Rousey.
Oh, the referee also.
And the referee now trapped in the clutches of Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey has snapped.
Here comes suspension for Ronda. This is how they get her off TV.
Ronda Rousey has snapped and probably broke the referee's arm as well. This is not the way to handle yourself as a competitor in the WWE.
Take out Daivari.
3 parts of Noble.
Take out Daivari.
Yeah, Sean Daivari is there too.
Oh man. Well,
I could
By
never
the
remember
way, I
Davari's
did notice
first
the tap
name.
out right away.
I think he's a Sean.
Sean Davari. Jay.
James just said it like 30
seconds
seconds ago, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Constantly.
Ronda Rousey is pissed off. Again, JJ,
Bro.
you did point it out. Let's go back to the replay because I want to see here what happened first, the tap
One,
out or the
two,
countdown. One,
three.
two,
Same
three.
Okay.
See,
That was the wrong angle. Here's the
No,
angle.
look at the angle. Let's look at the angle.
One,
Let's watch this.
two.
One,
Oh yeah,
two.
she tapped before
You're right,
three.
she tapped
Oh
out
yeah,
before the 3 count.
that's not cool.
Uh-oh.
That's a bad call.
That is a bad
But
call.
the ref was out of position. He was paying attention to the shoulders. He couldn't see both at the same time. Adam Pearce is definitely going to have to get involved. And we'll see what happens come Raw.
Liv knows it too.
The-
And you
I
know
think-
what's
I-
crazy?
No, she got away with one there.
Goodness.
We've been talking about where's Shayna Baszler. I think she's about to call. I think she's about to call up a fellow horsewoman after this BS.
Yeah, no kidding. Again, we saw the tap out before the 3 count. The replay did show it at that other angle. But regardless, guys, the referee's decision is final. Liv
Yeah,
Morgan.
am I muted? I'm muted.
Liv
I'm not muted.
Morgan.
Yeah, again, Liz kissed that belt. She needs to thank her lucky
No, you
stars. I think I'm talking about people, so I can't hear.
Like I was saying, Liv Morgan, she may still be champion, but she survived tonight.
Yeah, she really did. Yeah, she got lucky in that. And again,
I was surprised how short it was.
Well,
it's kind of
again,
those things like, you have to wonder. It's like much like Undertaker and Kurt Angle did 20 years ago. Did Undertaker tap, or did Kurt Angle make Undertaker tap, or Undertaker get the pin, or like with Brock Lesnar and Undertaker, did Undertaker tap out knowing the referee couldn't see it, just to get Brock to release?
yeah.
You can go a number of different ways with this. They really
I
can.
remember the match.
So I don't mind the finish because it keeps things moving, which I'm okay with.
Yeah, but regardless, Liv Morgan is still the champion.
She is indeed.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about it.
What's up, Mike?
Not bad. Not bad. It wasn't
Man.
a great match, but they told a good forwarding progression story.
Sometimes,
there.
James, you don't need a dragged out classic. You just need an interesting, compelling storyline. And the bottom line here, guys, is Ronda Rousey is definitely not done pursuing the SmackDown Women's Championship.
Go ahead, Mikey.
I was going to ask before the match started, could the UFC statement of a champion is not a champion until they defend the title successfully? Because if one beats the other, they say you're not really a champion until you defend your title. Seeing this finish and with the botch makes me think almost. Oh
Shit!
Wonderful.
There he is.
Makes me think
this is random.
they called it on the fly because maybe time was running short or something. I don't know.
So he announced the official attendance.
This is the only town that could get away with bringing him out there after all the shit he stirred up over the summer. So good on them for having to. Oh, he did the pyro.
Oh, good grief!
He did the thing.
He did the thing.
Well, of course, it's red hot in Nashville.
That's a lot of people,
48,000.
even for a stadium as big as Nissan Stadium is. 49,000 people almost is pretty good.
Yeah.
Good for them, man.
Yep. Again, good for them. And it's definitely been a very interesting night, to say the least, since the beginning.
Oh, without question, Noah, this has been a hell of a show, and I definitely feel that it gives us a little taste of what to expect come Monday night when the Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, Nick Khan regime fully takes over.
This is going to be really interesting going forward because this show was really good.
Bottom line, we talked about before, WWE will never truly be the same. And it honestly might be the thing that the fans have been waiting for the past 20 plus years. Meanwhile, WWE is talking about what's ahead with all their specials. And again, we talk about changes. Who knows what other changes await us going forward in WWE, with Clash of the Castle being the next premium live events.
Crown Jewel.
Don't talk about country redacted. No one gives a damn about that.
I've got DraftKings on mine.
That needs to be the next T-shirt.
Asking how many Superman punches
Ruthless
will be
aggression.
in this thing. Whatever.
Oh boy.
DraftKings. You can't do DraftKings with wrestling. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, again, how many people lost money at Money in the Bank because of what they did in the main event? Just saying.
Let's do our own little DraftKings. How many suplexes are going to be thrown in this match? Go ahead, give me your numbers.
8.
21.
8.
I'm going blackjack.
You're crazy. You're gonna bust.
Jeff, what do you say?
Put up a suplex counter.
Brilliant.
I say just enough to make Jeff have to puke like he almost did at 2014 SummerSlam when Brock Lesnar was in the match.
So we have an 8 and a 21. Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay,
I'll go 15.
but Mansfield,
I said 12.
like I was saying all show, Mansfield, it's not about the fact that Triple H was named head of creative. All the ingredients were already put together. The oven was preheated. The food was just thrown in
There's
to
Toledo.
bake. All that WWE and Triple H and Stephanie did was add a little extra seasoning to the matches, and that's what's really kind of taking it to the next level.
Let me know
These
what you got.
matches were going to be like this regardless, because they were already sort of getting booked that way. It's just the extra little flavor. It's the Bayley. It's the Io Shirai. It's the Dakota Kai. It's all that stuff that's been added that's taken it to the next level.
Well, you want to talk about taking things to the next level? I think we're about to hit the final level. As gentlemen, it is time for the main event.
Let me know when Roman Reigns comes on the screen in the promo, please. Thank you.
For allegedly for the last time ever, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, undisputed WWE Universal Championship, last man standing match.
Romo promo's on.
Okay. So, I did go back. The reason why I asked you guys to do that, I went back, saw the tap out. Liv Morgan absolutely, she played it dirty there because what she did was while the referee wasn't seeing her arm,
exactly.
I don't think she was actually in that much pain. But what she did was she tapped before Ronda could have a chance to kick out because that way Ronda thought she had it won and she kept the hold on and until she had 3 taps on the hand. She did, but the ref didn't see it, and so the ref thought she got a pinfall win because Ronda never kicked out because she didn't realize the ref was counting. That's basically what happened. I had to go back and watch how they did that. That was actually pretty good to do. That was a pretty good dusty finish. I'll give him credit.
Liv Morgan did what she needed to do to retain the SmackDown Women's Championship out of a sense of awareness. Some could call it desperation. The bottom line, the result doesn't matter. The referee's decision is final. And now we have a real reason to have the most dangerous form of Ronda Rousey in the WWE.
At the end of the day, Liv didn't go out looking weak because she retained. And Ronda didn't go out looking weak because Liv tapped.
The bottom line, Ronda Rousey unleashed a whole different side of herself tonight that probably the WWE's been waiting for. And I don't think it's the only time we're going to see it going forward after what we saw.
Do we have a time on that last match? Was it less than 3 minutes?
It wasn't that quick, stat boy.
I would say probably 7.
Okay.
4:35 according to Wikipedia.
Thank
Sounds
you.
right. I was guessing about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
That's the same. Okay, that's the same almost as a round in UFC. 5 minute rounds. Come on.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense almost. I mean, again, the ref was about to call it earlier. Again, Liv Morgan was in serious jeopardy, so she did what she had to do to hold the championship. I'm very curious what they do now with the SmackDown Women's Championship picture, and I'm very curious what Ronda Rousey does going forward.
Oh, she'll tweet about it.
Ronda was in the video package for Clash at the Castle, so
they're probably going to run
another rematch.
They're going to run it back or do some sort of tag team match. If they finally merge Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey together, that is the most dangerous duo in all of WWE. And we're just currently talking about that because you've seen the video package enough times. You've seen Austin Theory. You've seen Brock Lesnar. You see Roman Reigns. You know the story behind this match. It comes down to, again, who does what's needed to leave as the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. Does Austin Theory capitalize on the moment? Does Brock Lesnar obliterate the Tribal Chief? Does Roman Reigns go, as Paul Heyman put it, savage to a degree unseen to finally end the Brock Lesnar-Roman Reigns legacy? We're going to find out soon enough. I tell you one thing, there will not be a selfie.
There very well could be if he cashes in.
I was going to say, do not, you know what, no, I knew you weren't on the review the other night, so forgive me for anybody that was or was watching. There was a great point made. We were talking on Tuesday during the prediction show for No DQ that if Theory interferes and cashes in, then it becomes no longer a last man standing match. However, Theory can very easily interfere, knock both of them off a stage, whatever the case may be. And I'm going to do this real quick here. Count both guys out. Theory's the champion by last man standing.
What if they're both knocked down for the referee's counting 10? Austin Theory runs out and pins them, one of them right then.
Well, that's a Daniel Bryan promo finish from TLC.
During the match,
ago, so it's feasible. I like the last man standing knockout better just because it makes Theory look super strong without really making either Roman nor Brock look weak in the process.
You want to talk about not looking weak? Talk about who's coming out to the ring in the championship position. First, might I add, as he demands the acknowledgement from Nissan Stadium, the Bloodline in tow with his special counsel, the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns, the undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
If he gets... I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I just want to also add, this is his first WWE Undisputed Universal Championship title defense since winning at WrestleMania.
On pay-per-view. On pre-mod event, yes. He did defend against Riddle on SmackDown, so.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It has been 2 years now, hasn't it?
Yep.
Almost. Yeah. If he gets by Lesnar tonight, he will hit 700 at midnight.
As Paul Heyman alluded to on Friday night, heading to 800, heading to 900, heading to 1,000. Again, the Usos retain the tag team titles. Will the head of the table lead by example and come out victorious tonight and still be the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion?
Yeah, and think about this. He's held that Universal Championship since Payback 2 years ago, and then he defeated Brock Lesnar to win the WWE Championship at WrestleMania. So he's held it's not the other. No, you and I both know that, but he's held the WWE Championship from Big Four to Big Four. At least as of tonight. We'll see what happens at the end of this, but either way, it's becoming increasingly difficult to argue with Paul and all this braggadocious. He is only in the same land now with Pedro Morales, Bob Backlund, Bruno Sammartino, and Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
That's a pretty.
Everybody else is below this guy, even Brock Lesnar.
Yep.
Roman Reigns, the longest reigning WWE Universal Champion of the modern era.
Well, yeah, he's longest reigning world champion under the WWE umbrella of the modern era. Like, he's longest reigning world champion under the WWE umbrella since Hulk Hogan's 4-year reign 35 years ago.
Longest reigning champion of my lifetime.
Of all our lifetimes, I think, in this room, no?
Yeah. Almost.
When you talk about only WWE, you're absolutely correct.
Yes, because we're born after
89.
So, yeah.
Again,
No,
I'm sorry. I take that back. Not to out your old ass here, but JJ was born in the middle of Bruno's second reign.
There you go.
So there you go. And Mikey's October. So Mikey was born Mikey's born. I always forget you're 75. He's 77. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm 76.
76. Oh, okay. Even still, Bruno lost to Superstar Graham in 77. So toward the end of that reign.
Yeah. I was born in 89.
Quiet, child.
That was born later.
Grown-ups are talking.
Hey, grown-ups talking. Shush.
The only birthday that matters is the arrival of the head of the table, the tribal chief, Roman Reigns, who has been absolutely unstoppable since
So far.
arriving in WWE as this. And the whole world now acknowledges him. But tonight, what will we acknowledge him as? Will he be the last man standing?
I will tell you this much. I'm calling this action with you boys because I love me a last man standing match. And there is nobody that has stood the test of time more so than the tribal chief Roman Reigns. He has been the dominant face of WWE for almost 2 whole years. Not since Hulk Hogan, as Jeff said, has he been able to do that. He is making history tonight, walking out as the undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
What's interesting about this match is the fact that Roman Reigns walked out first. Usually it's the challenger that walks out first.
No, hang on a second. James, if I may, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but perhaps ask the permission of the channel manager.
Well, may I?
About calling the action with the boys?
Yeah, man.
Want to maybe ask the boss?
Please, man.
You want to have Pat McAfee?
Okay, now we got that out of the way. I'm gonna stop being a dick. Okay, very good. Okay, so Paul, do you want to stick around or no?
Sorry, I was looking at something else.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Honestly, it probably would be hard to hear him when we'd be talking over him. Honestly,
it's also true. Paul's kind of lost in the sauce with us boys in the room.
Well, we're about to hear Roman Reigns demand acknowledgement, so maybe we should respect this.
I agree. Enjoy, Paul.
Nashville.
Man. There you go. That's why we're here tonight. That's what it is tonight.
Wow.
Wait for it.
He asked for acknowledgement, and the crowd acknowledged him.
49,000 on hand, acknowledging the tribal chief entering in as WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. Will we see the same come the end of what should be the last time ever with the Beast? We are soon about to see. And here comes the pain.
Brock Lesnar.
To be fair, it should have been JJ because that was Taz's line. It should have been JJ.
It should have been JJ.
Oh well.
JJ.
Oh well.
Yeah.
But by the way, Jay, you're also muted, so you know.
JJ.
But I can still get picked up on your microphone.
Oh, that's true.
That's
you can't.
fair.
All right,
JJ, talk
I
about
didn't think about that.
JJ, talk about Brock Lesnar. We all know Brock Lesnar's history with SummerSlam. But you figure about what he did to John Cena, 16 suplexes. You figure about being The Rock and becoming WWE champion. You figure about being The Undertaker, even though he didn't necessarily win, but he should have won. Brock Lesnar has done it all. SummerSlam, I like to think, is Brock Lesnar's stronghold.
Yeah, without question. I mean, during the pre-show, I laid out this glorious storyline. 20 years ago, Brock Lesnar beat The Rock to begin his dominant ascension and stranglehold of the WWF Championship. What if The Rock came back tonight and helped Roman retain the belt?
What? Wait.
What is he doing? Oh, he's got the vest. Jesus Christ.
Is that a bulldozer?
Well, Brock is a bulldozer, so why not?
That's a tractor. That's what we call a tractor.
That's what we farm boys call a tractor. Oh my God, he's gonna drive the son bitch to the ring.
I'm confused. Where is the lift being lifted?
Whoa.
What?
Let me know when he starts driving.
What is this maniac doing?
Is he driving?
Yes.
He is now. Jesus Christ.
Brock Lesnar again. He's a farmer at heart, guys. Brock Lesnar is bringing the farm out of him tonight in Nissan Stadium. What in
Oh
the
my
hell?
God! And it just occurred to me, this is the last man standing. Is this Brock's first weapon of freaking choice?
Well, if it is, it's one hell of a weapon. I don't know how you get that in the ring.
Noah, I don't think he needs to. I think he's going to take the ring with him and Roman Reigns off the damn ring by flinging it.
There will be a pop so loud they will hear it in Nashville if he does that shit right now. I'm not going to lie.
This is the damnedest thing I've ever seen for a SummerSlam entrance. What the hell?
And then goes DX on a tank.
Dude, this is the damnedest entrance in WWE, period.
Cowboy
ahead, JJ.
Brock Lesnar smiling, driving what you call a tractor that looks like a bulldozer to me.
No.
Up to the ring.
Now that's cowboy shit.
I agree. Reigns don't even know what to make of this, JJ.
It's ironic that the entrance ramp.
Now I got to mute again. It's ironic that the entrance ramp is just wide enough for that tractor. Right.
What in the hell? Okay, I think Nashville is acknowledging Brock Lesnar tonight as he takes center stage from the higher up. Talk about intimidating sight.
Can Brock be re-signed? I don't want this Brock to go away
All right,
now.
James, actually, I know I gave permission, but this is JJ's first Big Four. I'm going to pull you and I out of
You
this.
know what? Go for it. Yeah, that's
the thing.
Okay, I can.
All right, as we go down to introductions, JJ, this is it.
Been waiting for this moment since I started doing commentary, Noah. Let's fucking go.
Well, first off, Brock Lesnar is going to tell everybody to shut up, including me and you. So let's go ahead and hear what he has to say. Big ass country boy. 285 pounds? Wow. Brock
Lesnar.
Eat your heart out, Paul Heyman.
And you got to love the way that Paulie's looking at him, because there's that little piece of Paul Heyman that is proud of his former client. Because you think about all these years where Brock did not have good promos. And ever since he started Cowboy Brock and Cowboy Brock shit, he has been on fire with his talking ability.
And for once, Mike Rome actually gets to introduce part of a main event. Oh my!
It is on like Donkey Kong. Thez press onto Roman.
Jumping from the scoop of that tractor like a freaking King Kong off a skyscraper, sending Roman Reigns over the top to the floor. And JJ, you and I are going to get no rest here. And already suplex, Jesus!
I was not expecting a rest. We'll get rest when we're dead, Noah. This is going to be an intense, brutal conflict, and it's just going to get even worse from here.
No one in that stadium is safe for that matter. Freaking Corey Graves and Michael Cole need to get the freaking heck out of Nashville at this point. Brock Lesnar is freaking to turn this whole place into a demolition derby. And I can imagine what lengths we're going to see tonight out of either of these two to put somebody down for a count of 10. Oh, my!
Overhead belly-to-belly suplex by the mayor of Suplex City, Brock Lesnar.
Off the steel ring steps, JJ, for added impact. Jesus. I hope the producers keeping track right now. We're up to 2. And meanwhile, the rest counts up to 3 as we got our first count in this last man standing match. Again, the only way to win this match is to incapacitate your opponent for the count of 10 that they can't stand. And meanwhile, Brock Lesnar, I'm not sure what he's going for here. Oh, that was messy.
Trying to get Roman over the other side of the barricade, having a little bit of issues with Roman getting over there.
Yeah, look at this opener, by the way, JJ. Jesus, that is terrifying.
I don't know if I want to imagine that beast freaking jumping at me like that. Holy hell. I already wouldn't want to meet Brock in a dark alley, let alone having him jump at me face first.
Well, right now, Roman Reigns getting suplexed again on part of the staging in the WWE Universe. If there's any consolation, the higher platform might have cushioned the elevation of Impact. Referees count up to 5. You know Brock Lesnar is not going to take it easy here tonight. We heard what Paul Heyman said. This is where Brock Lesnar's at his most dangerous. He's in the corner. Uh-oh! Up on the shoulders, looking for the F5. Roman Reigns says of urgency. Rake in the eyes and driving Brock into the thrust. Face first.
No tornado yet in Nashville.
It looks like clear skies tonight, actually. So we'll see if we get anything on the weather report. Meanwhile, Roman Reigns now. What the hell is he looking for here? Deadlift. Uh-oh. Oh!
We already had a hurricane come out to ringside earlier.
True. But meanwhile, Brock Lesnar driven back for. Oh, my! Back first into the thrust Roman Reigns was as he was thrown off. Take a look at the scary power of Brock Lesnar. Jeez. There's no give on that steel structure as the head of the table is back, screaming in agony. Brock Lesnar might be finally looking to take Roman Reigns back to the ringside area.
Dumps him the hard way.
At this point, Brock Lesnar is stalking. He is in beast mode tonight. He is in fight mode tonight.
Botch.
Botch. That's the count. Meanwhile, LED barricades are not as balance friendly, it seems, as standard barricades. I just want to put that out. Oh, and there's another suplex on the floor.
3 suplexes.
Thank you, JJ. Take a look at the replay here. Ah, he slid off that one.
And Brock looking under the ring for something.
Again, where there are no rules.
Lesnar, get
no.
the table.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be some sort of extreme scenario tonight without bringing out the hardware. We got a table at ringside. Again, we talk about Brock Lesnar. We talk about how dangerous he is. And meanwhile, Paul Heyman looking to... Oh, my gosh. Uh-oh. Caught red-handed.
Right, Brock.
Meanwhile, though, Paul Heyman might be setting up Roman Reigns to get the advantage from behind. This is allowing the Tribal Chief to recover. Brock Lesnar needs to be aware of that.
It's the reason why he's the wise man, giving his protege, his client, a chance.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my! As you say that Samoa drop immediately, Brock Lesnar plants it through the table, giving the Tribal Chief the advantage he needs for the shortcoming as the referee begins his 10 count.
And look at the smile on Heyman's face. He knew exactly what he was doing. Mission accomplished for the Tribal Chief.
You think about the history that Paul Heyman has with not only the Anai family, but also Brock Lesnar to a degree. Again, it was Paul Heyman that brought Brock Lesnar into the WWE, the next big thing. And again, look at the replay. Oh, man! That table exploding under Brock Lesnar's back. Roman Reigns now with the steel steps in hand. Drives Brock Lesnar to the floor, face first.
I remember watching that episode of Raw with my dad the night after Mania and seeing the next big thing back then come through that curtain with Paulie and me and my dad, and I believe Statboy was even there at the time. We were like, holy hell, this guy is huge.
Again, the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship is on the line. 2 belts with extreme prestige. One with 50 years of history. Roman Reigns looking to add further injury. Rock bottom. Rock bottom. Brock Lesnar. Rock bottom through another table. And showing the wounds of battle as we have some, lacerations on the back. And the beast is bleeding. And yes, I did acknowledge and hear that Cole did acknowledge the WWE Universe as fans. Once again, this is not just sports entertainment. Under Triple H's vision, this is professional wrestling. Damn it. But I digress. Meanwhile, back inside the ring, Roman Reigns might be looking. Yep, by the shirt. All the shirts. Roman Reigns might be looking to deliver a Superman punch. Bang! But Brock Lesnar staggered to one knee. And Roman Reigns can't believe it, JJ.
There's not enough to knock the beat down completely.
Oh, maybe a second one will touch the trick. And there goes dropping Brock Lesnar. But again,
down, but he's back up.
Are you kidding me? And Roman Reigns, though, look, he might be looking for the spear. And Roman Reigns with a war cry looking for the spear. And he hits it.
Saying that is it. basking in his glory in the Nashville crowd.
I don't know if I could call Roman Reigns limitless at this point, but I might be calling him still WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. If Brock Lesnar doesn't make it up to his feet on this 10 counts, we're up to 5. And we've all seen how Brock Lesnar has handled spears in the past. Honestly, the midsection might be the most vulnerable part of Brock Lesnar. That might be the ultimate spot for weakness. But Brock Lesnar's back up on his feet as Roman Reigns looks for another spear. Oh, got caught! He got caught!
But he was able to get out of it.
Pushes him off. Roman Reigns looks to fall up again and sent to the outside. Woo.
And Brock getting a chance here to try and catch his wind, get back his bearings, get back to a vertical base.
And right now, oh my goodness. Referee count up to 5. Brock Lesnar, though, falling up on the outside. Paul Heyman said that Roman Reigns tonight is going to have to bring something out that he hasn't brought out before. Something beyond God mode. He has to go savage. He has to be a conqueror of conqueror. He has to be more than a beast slayer. He has to be even more than the tribal chief tonight. Oh, my word.
He's going to have to be electrifying.
I don't know what that was. But you saw what happened. I think he went for the table first and then to hit the barricade. Brock Lesnar just driving Roman Reigns' weight through that piece of broken table. And Roman Reigns is down. Referees count up to 6. And what the hell Brock Lesnar is doing now? Oh, God. Brock Lesnar is about to turn on the tractor. What in the... JJ, what is this? What...
I am not sure. Looks like he's lowering the boom, so to speak, maybe to try to use it as a way to keep Roman down.
Oh, man. You thought that last move, though, just pushing Roman Reigns to that broken table is going to keep him down.
I think back to the forklift in the empty arena match, halftime heat, Mankind and The Rock.
Oh! That's a good point, because it was literally with a piece of docking and a forklift, adding pressure to The Rock's midsection, keeping him down. That Mankind did win that match. And right now, Brock Lesnar with a broken piece of table. Oh, my word!
Just KO'd the tribal chief there, knocking the head of the table down with part of the table.
I've never seen that before. Good grief. Talk about utilizing everything in your environment. That might have been a KO shot. Referees count up to 6, JJ.
I don't know about it being a KO shot there, Noah. Kevin Owens isn't on the card.
Good point. And also, both these men love to fight, and they will keep on fighting as Roman Reigns finds his way with the help of the steel steps to get back up to his feet. Good grief. It looks like a hurricane went through the ringside area with all this debris tonight. And meanwhile, Brock Lesnar sends Roman Reigns into the scoop of that tractor. And Roman Reigns has no idea where he's at. What the hell is Brock? Oh, my word.
Going up?
Well. What in the hell?
Going down.
Oh, this is going to be a hard fall from grace. This isn't a hay bale. This is a human body about to be dropped higher than ever. This is insane. Oh, no. Oh. I never thought in my 30 years as a wrestling fan and my near 2 years as a Comedy Championship Network, I would literally see Brock Lesnar scoop up Roman Reigns and drop him from a tractor to the inside of the ring. That's a first for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was definitely done for comedy. I don't think it came off as effective and as well as Brock has intended it for it to.
No.
But it still was completely hilarious and something you never would have thought you would have seen out of Brock Lesnar
We have seen that before.
2 years ago.
Well, we have seen a suplex before as Brock Lesnar looks to take Roman Reigns once again to Suplex City, visiting all the districts if possible.
Ooh.
Oh, man. God.
One-way ticket to Germany.
Where are we at now in the world? Don't ask Carmen Sandiego because you'll never find her.
I understood that reference.
We are in Nashville, though, as Brock Lesnar is taking Roman Reigns on a trip around every possible destination imaginable from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to the right hind feeder. Oh my goodness!
I always look to Lynn Thigpen to give me the clues there, Noah.
There you go. Heyman right now cannot believe what he's seeing, but he should know again what Brock Lesnar is capable of. 5 count right now. This is crazy. Head off the table. Butt-up bump. There's your rim shot of the night, courtesy of James Hebert in the chat.
Yes.
And right now, once again, Roman Reigns is back up on his feet. And meanwhile, Brock Lesnar has Roman Reigns up on the shoulders. F5!
Connects with the F5.
Roman Reigns taken for a ride, but is it enough to win the championships tonight? Is the end finally here as we approach what is near a 10 count, 5 count right now? Brock smiling in the corner. Roman Reigns not even moving. 7, 8, oh dear, 9. Roman Reigns needs to find leverage, and he just beats the count.
Hell of a sell by Roman Reigns there, waiting to the last nanosecond to get back to a somewhat vertical base. He's still not even all the way on his feet yet.
Was it a sell? Was it freaking divine intervention, courtesy not of the Red Cross, as Roman Reigns somehow finds a way to survive still in this war? And Brock Lesnar looks to take him up again on the F5, looking to give him a season pass. Oh, Roman Reigns reverses! Looking for the guillotine! He's taking out so many people with this, countless individuals. If he can get Brock Lesnar to pass out. Oh, wait, Brock Lesnar reverses. Oh, no! Lesnar with a guillotine. I thought he was going for the Kimura. Again, he can't tap. There's no escape from this. And Brock Lesnar has firm hold on him, JJ. In the middle of the ring, Roman Reigns might be going out.
Putting Roman to sleep here.
With his own finisher. Can you imagine the statement Brock Lesnar could make tonight? Again, if this was a standard match, Brock Lesnar would probably be your winner. What are you doing, Rev? There is. You could have held it on all night. Seriously, I'm surprised that he wasn't counting while he was stuck in the hold. I guess you can't do that. JJ, I think this might be it. I think literally the Tribal Chief may have just been put to sleep.
Well, you can see him starting to move. He's getting his
7,
bearings back. Can he get to the rope?
8, 9. How?
And he makes it to the rope.
He made it back to his feet at the last possible second again. And all of a sudden, that smile on Brock Lesnar's face, I think, just turned into rage. Literally, this match is just an act of survival. More so for Roman Reigns now as Brock Lesnar, oh God, is behind the wheel of that tractor once again. What the hell else can he do with this thing? All right, he's backing it up. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing here. What in the hell? What in the hell?
He is moving the ring, Noah. What the crap?
What the? Jesus! Michael Cole, Corey Graves, get the hell out of ringside. He's going to push that ring into the friggin' audience. Okay. What in the
Holy
world?
crap!
What the hell?
Looks like Brock is trying to save ring crew their job tonight.
He just lit to the friggin' entire ring with that tractor. 15 feet off the ground. I have never seen this in my life. What in the... What? And Roman Reigns, we saw him literally roll out to the floor, JJ. He literally was just tumbling to the outside. Referee starting his count. Referee count to 3.
Where do you go from here, Noah? Like, the ring is not centered. You've almost got to finish the match on the outside.
At this point, JJ, they might as well go to the cheap seats. And Roman Reigns with saving grace. You got to imagine the barricade allowing him to survive. Again, I have seen a lot in my life as a wrestling fan. I've never seen anything like freaking this. What in the world?
Here come the Usos.
Oh, here we go.
The ones are in the building.
Sense of urgency now. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Uso. Oh, my! And Brock Lesnar taking the Usos out 2-on-1, sending them both on a one-way trip to Suplex City. This is what we talked about, JJ. This is what Roman Reigns would probably have to utilize tonight if he was going to have a chance in hell to survive against this Brock Lesnar tonight.
Yeah, it's going to take a hell of a lot from Roman. You know, you're in there with the beast incarnate. The wise man's trying to get into Brock's face, trying to get a little bit of sense into him as a former client, as a former confidant. But there's no wait. Is Paulie throwing the towel in for Roman?
Oh, wait a minute! He might
Brock
have been,
saying he doesn't want it that way.
And find Paul Heyman through the announce table! And a spear by Roman Reigns! Holy tea! It's a freaking... Everybody's down, and the whole entire ringside area has been destroyed. And both men are down for the ref's 10 count.
It looks like a multi-car crash on the Cajon Pass here in Smashville, Tennessee.
Good God. 8, 9, and both men pack up once again. And finally, Brock Lesnar has gotten his hands on Paul Heyman, and Roman Reigns just collapsed as the ref. Wait a second, what the hell? Oh my God!
A-Town down.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Fury's looking to cash in Money in the Bank. Are you kidding? We don't even have a ring set up out here.
Doesn't matter.
Reigns is down, Brock is down, Heyman's down, Jay is down, Jimmy is down. The ring
But Brock is getting up.
The briefcase of Roman Reigns.
Yep.
Wait a minute, Brock
Nope.
Lesnar.
Didn't get a cash in. F5.
F5 on the briefcase.
Bell did not ring for the cash in. Theory did not
Oh!
cash in. He still has his briefcase, people.
And Brock Lesnar bell rung in the meantime with a super kick by the Usos from both sides. And the referee counts this 10 count again. I have never seen anything like this before in my life. We are up to 4, 5. Roman Reigns getting his bearings. He is up 6. Is this it, JJ? 7. Have we finally written the final chapter? 8. Brock Lesnar stirring. Can he get up on his feet? 9. Can he do
Brock
it?
is
The
back
match
up.
continues.
Roman's in position. Spear.
Spear on the both championships.
Roman says that's it. Count him.
And that literally might be it. It was the spear Brock Lesnar's undoing. As we look at the replay here. Go, man! And Brock Lesnar's head bounced off one of those championships. We're at 7, 8, 9.
He is back on his feet.
Back up on his feet. Are you fucking kidding me?
The tribal chief is beside himself.
And Roman Reigns now taking out all his frustration on Fury and whacking Brock Lesnar with the Money in the Bank briefcase emphatically. The absolute brutality, the sheer amount of anger and intensity coming out of the tribal chief here tonight as he demands the ref to count again. This is beyond wrestling. This is downright disturbing.
Cole with the call of the night right here, man. He said this is uncomfortable out here, and I've got to agree with him.
Dude.
Like, I'm all about violence and brutality in my matches, especially when it fits the storyline like this one does. But holy hell, at some point, you've just got to say enough is enough and stay down.
Well, guess what? Brock
And
Lesnar
Brock
just got up
is
to his feet
back
again. He's not human. We say it all the time. Brock is not human. Oh, man! And the WWE Championship off the head of the beast. Will that be the final nail in the coffin?
I don't know. I mean, we thought it would have happened already, Noah.
We're at 6, 7, 8. Stay down, bro. For the love of God. 9. How the hell?
It takes a lot to keep the beast down, Noah. Even Roman is looking like, damn, dog, just stay down.
This goes beyond anything we've ever seen before in the saga of the Tribal Chief in freaking Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar in freaking WWE history. Now the Universal Championship in the hands of Roman Reigns. Jaw jacking. Oh, and again! A second title to the head of Brock, and now the Usos are helping the Tribal Chief try and bury Brock Lesnar under anything possible, it seems. We got a chair, we got a stage crate, we got broken part of the announce table. They're looking to bury Brock Lesnar. The steel steps, oh my gosh, come on. That's gotta be it.
Here we go.
That's it. That
the
is
count
it.
of 10,
It's
and the
finally
Tribal
done.
Chief stands on top of the mountain once again.
Somehow, some way, in the craziest match I've ever called in my life, JJ, Roman Reigns has buried Brock Lesnar and has won this last man standing match in what truly was a battle of sheer survival.
Think about the wording you just used there, Noah. Roman Reigns just buried Brock Lesnar. Where does Brock go from here on a legitimate scale?
I don't think
I think it's going to be a minute before we see him.
I don't think we will ever doubt the legitimacy of the beast incarnate Brock Lesnar. But tonight, there is absolute certainty, even with Roman Reigns down on the floor next to his special counsel, that he is still the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion and will see day 700. What an ending. Again, JJ, Brock Lesnar used a damn tractor not only to push the entire ring, but lift the damn thing.
You know, Noah, I thought it was over for Roman right there.
I thought it was too, and then Austin Theory looking to take advantage, taking Roman Reigns out with a briefcase to the face, and it looked like he was going to cash in, but Brock Lesnar made sure that that wasn't going to happen, and finding Theory on top of the Money in the Bank briefcase. And then Roman Reigns with a headshot to the champion. Excuse me, with headshots to the championship belts, both the WWE, both the Universal, and then literally burying Brock Lesnar under parts of the announce table to leave the Beast Incarnate down for the 10 count and claim victory and maybe ultimate conclusion in this legacy tonight at SummerSlam. This is an absolute car wreck.
Yeah, I love that shot they just showed with the ring lifted up and you get a little bit of the underneath of the ring there. Holy hell. Like I said, though, where does Brock go from here after being buried by the bloodline? Like, I don't think we see him for a little while. Survivor Series would probably be the soonest. Realistically, Rumble, if at all.
I don't think anything could be said as far as survival goes tonight. There's one man left standing. I'm walking away with both championships. Brock Lesnar still not up on his feet. As far as where Brock Lesnar goes from here, I would definitely say to the hospital because there's no doubt he definitely has some internal injuries after what he's been through tonight. One thing's for sure, WWE after tonight, I feel truly will never be the same again. But one thing will remain the same, and that is the WWE Universe acknowledging Roman Reigns still the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, as Paul Heyman and the Usos accompany him and make their leave out of Nissan Stadium. And now we know for sure at Clash of the Castle, it will be Roman Reigns defending the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship against Drew McIntyre. But after what we saw tonight, can anything stop the bloodline? The most dominant force in WWE now and maybe truly forever. 8 years
Time
in the
will
making,
tell.
JJ. 8 years in the making. This absolute war of wars tonight that we saw between Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. I don't know if you could have a more definitive conclusion of what we saw tonight. Roman Reigns, once again, demands acknowledgement as he stands tall. Still the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. It certainly was a party, to say the least, with all the crashes imaginable. As WWE SummerSlam goes off the air, for James Heeman that did a tremendous job on the wall side of things, for color commentator JJ Williams, for everybody involved here tonight in this watch along on the first half of this Jeff Meacham Network production, I'm the Semendo Foster saying good night to you all for SummerSlam. What a party. Jesus.
Wow.
What
You know,
the fuck was that? Seriously.
God.
Like, my heart
Wow.
racing from that. Wow.
I'm gonna go off headset. I'm gonna go off headset for just a minute or two while I try and get some dinner.
I don't blame you after that. Wow.
Yeah.
yeah, I know, I got you.
Jeff, what the hell was your reaction?
I still haven't finished reacting.
Yeah, same.
Easy. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been sitting so long.
Right?
Get the blood flow.
Seriously, get the blood flow. Now the bloodline done took everybody else out.
What the fuck did I just witness?
Yeah.
Right. So here's my. First of all, I'm gonna be sick to my stomach like that. I'm uncomfortable, and I don't usually. Y'all know me and loss for words don't go hand in hand ever.
Yeah.
I haven't felt like this since the Brock John Cena match. I'm not gonna lie. I feel legit sick to my stomach right now. I'm gonna try. Gotta be a pro here.
Well, I mean,
that is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. That was absolutely crazy. I just, you knew it was going to be intense. You knew it was going to be brutal. You knew it was going to be something drastic had to take place between these two guys, because what else could they have done? They've literally had every kind of match, every kind of fight. But I really am having trouble keeping stuff down. I'm legitimately going to throw up here. I don't want to do that on the air.
no, I think he's being serious because I get
No,
it.
I know he's being serious. Why do
Yeah.
you think I'm not saying anything else? I want to hear Jeff's take because, again, that was the damnedest thing I've ever seen and called in my life.
Yeah.
What's so crazy is, I was at Mikey's here. Sorry, Mikey. I apologize, buddy. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, buddy. It's just one of those things. I was at SummerSlam last year when Roman faced John and Brock came out in the end, and they just recently released the footage that happened off the air when Brock again F5 John, and I was trapped in the middle of an aisle. I couldn't go anywhere, and it was hard. I could have very easily got up and walked, and I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. Honestly, I'm having a tough time understanding why I didn't just go away and let y'all do your thing. I have a real problem with the amount of blows to the head. I know Brock's a beast, and I know he is a human being, though.
Uh-huh.
At the end of the day, he took that I saw legitimate shots, accidental or not, whatever. He took a couple bumps on the back of his head, on chairs, on at least one belt, and then Roman hit him flush in the forehead with not one but both championship belts in different times.
You're not even taking into consideration Roman too. Like, Roman got smashed in the head with a briefcase really hard. Like,
yeah. Theory hit him hard in the head, and I know that Roman's getting into Hollywood or whatever. He's not a stunt actor. There is no I apologize in advance to the children in the room. There is no fucking reason that they had to do a spot where he was in the ring and they dumped him out there with a tractor. That was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous and uncalled for. And I know it was a cool spot. And I know I popped for it off camera. They all didn't see that, but I did. But, having to be a chance to come back here, like, you know what? No, that's not okay. It was too much. And yeah, go ahead, James. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
At least this was planned. Like, that's a thing. Like, they planned this time. Like, this isn't like they got carried away or they, I'm struggling for fucking words myself. That doesn't happen often either. It's not like they, it was a move gone wrong and your thing. It's not like, a chair shot that went wrong, like these were deliberately planned.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this was the most, I haven't seen a match this ridiculous. This is probably more ridiculous than any Attitude Era match I've ever seen.
Oh, I agree
Just
about that.
on the sheer factor alone, there was a fucking tractor involved that lifted the entire ring.
Yeah,
That was amazing.
And Jay, it was an amazing spot.
Yeah.
I have you pulled out of the room because you're not sitting there right now. But it's one of those. I agree that it was an amazing moment in time. It was a crazy, amazing visual. I'm not going to take that away from it. But there was no reason to have Roman. I mean, the next thing they're showing on the network is, talking about ladder matches and whatnot. It's, I didn't think they were necessary in the Attitude Era either, but they were fun to watch because I was young and, didn't know any better, right? I know better now. You guys all out there know I know better now. Hi, Big G. I didn't mean to not acknowledge you in the chat room. And everybody that's here so far, and over 1,000 of you that have watched tonight, I really appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This was crazy. I think people do not truly understand the scope of risk of injury that these two men, plan or not, put themselves through here tonight.
Yeah.
That was insanity.
And the Usos and Paul.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Paul went through that table head
Amen,
first.
for Pete's sake.
I swear to God, Brock put him through that table head first. That's scary as shit. I'm legitimately worried about Paul Heyman right now.
I agree. I couldn't believe he took a bump through the table.
Me neither.
I couldn't believe Paulie took a fucking bump. I couldn't believe half the stuff that we saw. I legitimately... Okay. As horrifying as it was, you can't say that wasn't compelling either.
No, not at all.
That was
Absolutely.
that was legitimately the most compelling main event that WWF, that WWF, that WWE has produced in years.
Okay. I was going to say. Okay. Yeah.
That was the most compelling I've ever seen. In my lifetime, anyway.
Yeah. The thing we have to remember is, and again, I'm gonna put the people on the spot that are going to be on the spot here. The two people on either side of me on screen here, and Josh in the chat room. They all, I hate to use the A word, acknowledged, how good this show was and how you two weren't expecting that, and the fact that Josh, acknowledged, Corbin and how great he came off tonight when we've all shat on Corbin.
Yeah.
So and again, Richard, to your point, there have been much scarier stunts done. This is tamer than what has been done before. That doesn't make it okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And for the record, not for nothing, Richard, I don't think I've ever seen a spot like that, ever. That was not tame. That was not tame at all. What are you talking about? He lifted a ring with a tractor! Tractor!
Easy, James, easy. So
what do you mean?
My whole thing is, in my fandom, and that's going to be 32 years in October. Yeah, 32. Jeff can't count. Buy the shirt on Greg Cherry Brand if you can find it. Somewhere out there in the freaking ether of the multiverse, whatever. The scarier things I've seen than that. Foley and Hell in a Cell. And even that, I can watch that, and I don't get near as uncomfortable as I am right now. Fully I quit. I get uncomfortable. I can't watch that anymore. I can't. And not because of the memory imprinted on me by Beyond the Mat of the kids and Colette, like that. That's part of it, but that's not. I mean, 11 unprotected chair shots to the head. You're not going to see that in WWE. Oh wait, we saw unprotected object shots tonight in 2022 when we know about things that shouldn't be a thing. Okay, and the other one that I still and JJ can vouch for it because I had him on the line for part of the time, and I told him right after. I went back finally and watched the Brock Lesnar-John Cena match from 2014. And I said it then, and I will say it again now that I have gone against my better judgment. I will never fucking watch that match again. I can't. And this one's going to be hard to watch again because the spot was amazing with the tractor and the ring. I had no problem with really anything that went down until desperation set in terms of storyline. And there were multiple blunt trauma shots to Brock Lesnar's head, Roman Reigns' head, Paul Heyman's head. Please have somebody, if we're going to be, open and, we're going to be publicly traded, please somebody post Paul Heyman's medical report before I go on the air with Flair's show tomorrow for the love of God so I can, call it with a peace of mind. Because Paul took that F5, and I swear on my child's life, I saw his head go through that table first. Scary shit. Mikey, you were brought in late. I'm gonna let you say your piece here for a few minutes while I try to not upchuck my damn hot dog and tater tots.
Yeah, we don't need projectile vomiting there, bro. I love you. I, along with you, have been a fan for the better part of 30 plus years.
Jesus Christ.
I have seen the ring collapse. I have seen people go through the ring. I've seen the ring put on fire. I've seen people go through ladders. I've seen people go through glass. I've seen people go through thumbtacks. I have seen people fall off scaffolds. Now I can just add one more thing, and that's turning the ring into a teeter-totter. I mean, hitting the ring with the tractor was bad enough and having it move 6 feet. But now actually, seeing the thing tilt, that's just a new chapter for this. The referee I had a problem with. His count was way too fast in
Towards
many
the end,
instances.
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I saw. I mean, it's supposed to be.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to gather my shit.
The Usos come out. There's no way you could have dashed in. I saw in the comments that now Drew's going to be the one. Roman. No offense, it's going to be a great match in Wales, but that's not going to happen. I now believe that Roman is probably going to keep the belt till the end of the year and then move on. And then probably by the time we get to LA, it'll probably happen because,
after what he was willing to do to keep the title, probably the next 2 years.
I would think so. And I mean, if he makes it to the 1,000-day level, then this is just. If there's anything beyond God mode, I don't know what it is at this point. Like
deity.
I said,
he's a deity if he can last that long.
Yeah, it's all the same thing. Anyway, I'm gonna say my goodnights and say thank you for letting me be on this stream. Again, don't forget August 9th, Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou Season 3 premiere, 7 p.m. We're slowly getting some topics to come in to the sports bar. We've got the preview for the entire football season. We'll keep touching on WWE. We'll be talking about baseball and hockey and all that good stuff. overall, SummerSlam, I was very pleased with it. I think I got all my predictions correct, which was a surprise in that. And
what grade? We're going. What grade do you give tonight's show?
A minus.
Okay. What would have given it A or A plus for you, if I may?
I would have wanted to see Liv and Ronda go a little bit longer than 4 minutes.
That's fair. I actually agree with that. I do.
Same. I think I honestly agree with Mikey on all standpoints. Again, this show, when I thought about the card first itself, but then we learned about the changes, and Triple H literally tweeted, and we've only just begun.
Right.
This was an A minus. Triple H creatively controlled and presented. Proving live event for me that I'll admit it. I'm kind of excited now to see what's to come. What happened overnight? But this was a hell of a kickoff, and what I truly do believe will be a new era, creative-wise and engaging for me when it comes to the WWE.
That was the most outstanding Triple H show I've ever seen.
Well, again, Mikey, thank you again for popping in, and we appreciate the home area perspective since you weren't actually at Nissan Stadium, but you were close enough to give us an idea of how important it was to that area of the country. So we appreciate your input, and please feel free to pop in tomorrow night. I'm gonna ask JJ if I can call an audible because you're just now eating your dinner. I'm about to lose mine over here. I feel like unless God forgive me, unless Flair dies tomorrow night, I think we should do it open up my night tomorrow night instead, only because I feel so crappy.
I feel tonight was enough of a talking point, to give us enough takeaways to think about a lot of stuff that you really don't need to do anything else as far as that. What we saw was the most, again, hellacious fights I've ever seen in my life.
It's one of those. JJ makes a great point. Both he and the lady of the house work Monday, and Dylan, when he gets here tomorrow, and I are going to be up ass early Monday morning. So, let's just keep talking about this weekend. I have the graphics ready to go. I'm not like trying to bow out and get out of shit. It's just
no. I get it. Again, there's every possible reason for rescheduling. If we want to just call an audible and do it on a freaking Friday night, hell, the Friday night coming up, I'm fine with that at this point.
Well, we'll see.
Your call, Jeff.
Yeah. Let's get people's thought. I mean, JJ's back at the desk now, so we'll go. Let me know when you're ready. Ready. Okay. Again, JJ, you and Noah called this craziness, to say the very least. I
saw you laughing there, Jay. I couldn't believe that too. I saw you laughing when the thing went up. That was great.
It was a hell of a spot.
It was a spot.
I lost my shit when it happened.
I thank God that literally held up and didn't collapse back down.
Yeah, that's another scary thing about that. Yeah.
James, JJ's been waiting to come back on to talk to you. Let him talk, brother. Yeah. Please. Come on, guys.
It was very reminiscent to me in its design and in its entertainment value of Austin with the beer truck, Angle with the milk truck, Big Show and Rock breaking the ring. Like that's what it harkened me back to. So that's why I was laughing so much, because with knowing Hunter and Stephanie are now in charge, to go back to something like that.
You have to wonder how, we were talking about the seasoning that the McMahon Helmsleys added. This looks like a whole fresh piece of ingredient personally for me, but maybe that's just me overthinking it. But and again, I'm not shitting on the old man. Let's not stir up the pot here, folks. No. I can't see Vince doing that because that's not a Vince thing. It really isn't. Am I wrong there, Jay?
No, not at all. That's a Stephanie thing. That's a Hunter thing. That's a Heyman thing. Bar none.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. All right. So, Paul, you were quiet, which that's your gimmick. But what say you on this? Because it's one of those. Tomorrow night we're talking about honoring definitely the greatest of all time as far as wrestling, but arguably the greatest in your wheelhouse, WCW history. And tonight we saw what was definitely one of the most unique finishes, to say the very least, in WWE history. What say you, sir?
Yeah. That was awesome. Loved it. Everything from the tractor to the tipping the ring over. That was awesome. Yes, I agree. Too many headshots.
It's what I've been doing to make it worse. Yeah, that was like I said, I very rarely find myself so speechless that I'm stuttering actively out of non-nerves. But it was a damn. You knew they had to do something to really drive home that this is the final encounter, because we've all been cracking on them for a month. Yep. It's the last time to the next time, and we're gonna if I'm Brock Lesnar, and again, this is me never having even sniffed the kind of money that dude makes, for the record. No amount of money's worth what those 7 guys went through tonight. Usos, Paul, Theory, Reigns, Lesnar. And I can give the referee a freaking bone, throw him a bone too, because he had to sit in the middle of all that shit. God bless Chad, dude. He's crazy as the rest of them. But yeah, to the point of my landlord for the night here, where does anything go from here? What does Lesnar do now that he's been legitimately, quote unquote, buried? What does Reigns have to do? Reigns has to do a goddamn thing at this point except stand there and go, yep. But Drew has his chance in Cardiff. Drew was robbed of his championship celebration in front of a stadium crowd. This is a reset button for Drew, we think. But here's the deal. Roman Reigns, with or without the Usos, with or without Paul, with or whatever, Roman Reigns found a way to survive yet again. Yep. What is he going to do when he flies, across the Atlantic and has to defend in front of this man's hometown audience? What won't he do is the real question. To do the exact same thing on September 5th or 4th, whatever it is.
3rd.
There's nothing this man won't do at this point. He's proven that tonight. He literally, whatever these CAT scans reveal, because I need to see these CAT scans after that match. That was bad shit crazy. He's proven he will go to any lengths in character or otherwise, apparently, to remain the head of the table. So much so that he used the head of the table to beat Brock over the head with it and vice versa. So I'll go to James first just to make sure James can make his point. That way we're not talking over each other. James, what do we get out of Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre on the road to the first UK stadium premium live event in 30 plus years? Wait, I can't hear you.
I don't think what do you do? I don't know what you do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
As great as these spots were tonight, James, what the can they possibly do?
It's just yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what they do. I'll tell you right now, for Vince freaking laid out card that was preheated in the oven, Triple H sure as hell I think he just blew the oven up.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
But I do
know. That was the most wildest thing I think I've ever seen.
I do appreciate that you did say that was a Vince card. Maybe not the finish that Roman and Brock executed, But that did still feel like very much a WWE card. But you know what? I don't think any of the 6 of us in this room, and the majority of the chat, of course, there are going to be a few chatters that just got to, chat for chat's sake or whatever. But I think for the most part, everybody in here enjoyed the majority of what we saw tonight. And for this room, let me throw a parade for that kind of accomplishment for the WWE, because they've had to earn that from this room. And they did it.
I'll agree to that.
Oh, they earned it. They earned it, all right. You want to know my grade? Here's my grade.
James, please go ahead.
Here's my grade. Here's my damn grade. There it is.
There you go.
There it is. Solid A.
Solid A. I dig it. JJ?
I don't know when the last time I've given a solid A to the WWE.
Maybe a solid showing of the A-hole to the management team, but that's a whole other kind of.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm speechless, dude. Sorry.
Hey, dude.
In another world.
Hey, honestly, I'd rather have you be speechless. I mean,
well, kind of.
Okay. But I'd rather have you like this, because that means that there is the possibility that you know what, you're passionate. And you were so passionate that you were ready to walk away because you could not stand, A, the outside of the ring bullshit that was allegedly going down, and B, you didn't like what you were being force-fed with your mouth locked open on a tarnished silver platter. And this was a brand new 8-course meal, if you count the fight with Rollins and Riddle. And you enjoyed your night. You enjoyed your meal tonight.
Yeah. That's a fat guy reference.
You can't ask for much more than that with a guy who, admittedly, you were the most jaded guy in the room.
Jaded is a freaking understatement. Yeah. I don't think there's words in the Urban or Webster's dictionary combined that can describe how jaded I was.
And the fact is, you still, speechless as you've been, you're still passionate, and you are, from what I can ascertain here, before I throw to JJ, considerably more likely to appear in a WWE discussion setting than you were. What time is it?
A month ago.
Not even a month ago. Than you were 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
That's a huge turnaround for a company that has done that to you, JJ.
Accurate.
Well, to start off, I'm going to give my grade, and I co-sign with Statboy as far as an A- goes, for the exact same reasons the Liv Morgan, Ronda Rousey finish. If that had been a little bit more defined and the match had gone a little bit longer, A+A.
Okay.
Something I thought about while we were sitting here and I was eating my dinner off camera, I'm going back to the whole Roman buried Brock comment.
Yeah.
And I think back to 1 week ago last night when Brock walked out of SmackDown. Shoot, work, whatever. If the old man is gone, I'm gone. And they buried him on his way out.
Yeah. That's a real physical.
Very well could have been the case.
Real physical demonstration.
It really could have. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. He was convinced to come back, do the right thing, finish the program, get the money, because he was already advertised.
Yeah.
But then bury him on the way out. You don't have to be back again now that the old man's gone. So while we were talking earlier, Noah, me and you, about where Brock goes next.
Yes.
We may never see him again because of his comment about not wanting to be around if Vince was around.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, JJ. You talk about putting the proverbial nail in the coffin. I think they literally did that tonight with Brock Lesnar, with the Beast Incarnate. You couldn't find a more emphatic, desperate setting, it seems, to bury a man and end a legacy and move on in history than what we saw tonight with Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. And to the panel and to the chat room's degree, this was definitely one of the most phenomenal WWE Premium Live events I truly have ever seen. So it is a solid A- for me too. Again, my only real takeaway: Liv Morgan, Ronda Rousey, could have been more that came out of that. Besides that, I honestly have no beef or no real negative judgment. Just serious concern, but that's a whole different discussion, as we already talked about for the last 20 minutes, about anything that happened on this show tonight at all. This was absolutely thoroughly entertaining, and I enjoyed it.
A legacy, Noah, that began 20 years ago at this pay-per-view.
You literally hit the nail on the head again. I literally brought it up, and you basically sent it into home. But literally, we talked about how Brock Lesnar came into SummerSlam, beat The Rock with the help of Paul Heyman. We saw at one point tonight Paul Heyman had enough of this and literally was like, here, you want the title, you're the champion. Wasn't about that tonight, according to what Brock was showing. It's about ending Roman Reigns and finally getting his hands on Paul Heyman. He achieved one of those things tonight, but at the end of the day, Brock Lesnar literally buried in defeats.
You brought up a point earlier, Jay, about maybe The Rock shows up to get his revenge for 20 years ago. Great quote just popped in my head. You know, we were talking earlier about, you know, Clash of the Castle, the fact that Drew's sword wasn't allowed in the ring during the match with Sheamus last night. Brock Lesnar began his run. He lived by the sword by defeating the bloodline, and now he's been ended by that same bloodline.
Live by the
Think
sword,
about it.
die by the sword.
Paul Heyman has been the guiding light for that bloodline since Brock Lesnar was an itty-bitty, teeny little beast baby up in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yep.
So, you talk about circle of life, small world shit. Just saying. This was... Yep. The more the more layers you peel off this onion, the fucking greater it gets.
I've been saying it all the time. What did I say when I literally thought about this narrative? Who truly is dictating it? Paul Heyman. Because of their history with the Nally family, because of his history with Brock Lesnar, because of the history he's developed with Roman Reigns, because of the storytelling, because of the ups and downs, the all-arounds, being betrayed or fired, it seems, by both men, showing a different emotional side at some point, despite maybe being a work or a convoluted plan. Yes, the Roman Reigns Brock Lesnar narrative is 8 years, but honestly, the Brock Lesnar Paul Heyman narrative is 20 years. And truly, we saw that culminated more so tonight than Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar. Two things were basically ended, I feel, definitively tonight when it came to Brock Lesnar.
I'm going to ask Statboy in the room because he's our Statboy, not necessarily the historian, but who was one of the three people after Heyman hustled his way into the Garden? The triumvirate trio of terror of managers that Heyman got himself in good with in the WWF and the WWF in the late 70s. Ooh. Do you remember, Mikey?
I'm gonna say Blassie.
Yes,
is one of them. I'm gonna go with Arnie Scollin. No.
Arnie was a baby face through and through.
It's beyond my scope. I'm just learning.
Me too.
I'm glad I got Blassie right. How about
Blassie's one of the three, but he's not the one I'm talking about.
Heenan?
No, Bobby was still in Minnesota, ironically enough, with Brock. No.
Damn.
Vince McMahon Sr.?
Vince was the promoter. He would never appear on camera. He made that more than clear.
Oh yeah.
JJ knows, but go ahead, Mikey. We'll go and keep it. It's okay.
Oh my God.
Good night, Jakeem Davis. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it.
I tap.
Doot, doot, doot.
Okay, so say the one I'm not thinking of first besides Blassie, and then give the third name last. If you
No. I'm going to build the suspense because I want to make sure I'm right.
Okay.
Classy Freddie Blassie, like Mikey already said.
Sir.
The Grand Wizard.
Sir.
That's what I was
And
thinking of.
Captain Lou Albano.
That's correct. Now, let me ask you the follow-up
The
question.
Wild Samoans.
Thank you very much.
You didn't even have to ask the
Ollie
follow-up.
sat under the learning tree of the Anawahi family while he was still the age my child is right now.
That's crazy.
This goes back further than any. I literally had that moment in my brain right now. I was talking about the Anawahis with Heyman. It goes back even further than him managing the Anawahis. He sat under that dastardly learning tree of them 3 evil sons of bitches and them 2 crazy savages.
Jeez.
This is JJ. What's the phrase? Term story telling. They didn't even fucking mean to do it.
And that just once again goes to show that truly Paul Heyman is probably the greatest storyteller of all time in wrestling.
Ain't that the truth? I'm going to take my leave. I got to go. I got a kitchen to clean up. I love you all. Thank you. August 9th, don't forget. Steph Boy
Mikey,
out.
thank you. Mikey, thank you for getting us over 1,000 views tonight already.
You're welcome.
Thank you, brother. Always a pleasure.
I've done my job.
We'll see you soon, brother. Sleep well.
Heyman of Puppets is pulling the strings.
Yeah.
Heyman of Puppets is fast as your dreams.
So now the question, as we transition in open mic night, I'll go ahead and throw in a bonus thing here before we get to JJ's topics, because your topics are awesome, by the way.
All right, then.
We're going to Philadelphia for WrestleMania 40. That's already been announced ad nauseum. Even broken into the freaking No DQ review and got bossed out in the super chat for being obnoxious pissed about it. This has never happened before at the Hall of Fame, and I acknowledge that. If anybody should headline this Hall of Fame in Philadelphia, how is it not Paul Heyman?
It's gotta be.
After this, yep.
It's gotta be.
And I had talked to JJ and my father both about, well, maybe if this is the end of Brock Lesnar, we've been talking about that for the last hour, that it is, he should headline. It's like, no, because Paul has to induct him. So Brock shouldn't go in yet, but Brock's proven he can make a hell of a speech and make a hell of a promo. How about instead of, oh, well, Brock Lesnar should headline the Hall of Fame no matter what. What if, for the first time ever, a manager, advocate, spokesman, counsel headlines, and Brock Lesnar is the inductor? I think that's great television.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the last time you even see Brock Lesnar in any sort of WWE publication on any sort of video feed, that should be the definitive end game of ever seeing Brock Lesnar again.
I love it. I think that's a great way to go, personally, for me. JJ, what do you think over there?
It's not a bad idea. You know, you think about Paul Heyman and the people he was connected to over the years.
Yeah.
And you think about guys like Stone Cold Steve Austin, you know, part of the Dangerous Alliance, went to ECW to vent his grievances from being fired, really got a chance to kind of develop that core that would become Stone Cold.
Yep.
You think about guys like Tommy Dreamer or Raven or Rob Van Dam or the Dudley Boys.
Yep.
You know, any of them would be perfect considering the Philadelphia connection and being ECW originals. You think about guys like Mick Foley or Terry Funk if he's still alive come that point, for Christ's sake. You know, I mean, I say in jest, but, you know, we are talking 2 years away. Things happen.
Yeah.
Terry Funk was middle-aged and crazy when he came out the womb. And Terry legitimately is in bad shape right now, so it's not, you know, a real possibility that it
That's
could
not
be a
a
thing.
joke, but
So-
it's a point.
But I mean, you figure what ECW did for Terry Funk's legacy and what Terry Funk did for the ECW legacy.
Right? Exactly.
So to be able to get him up at the podium to speak for Paul would almost be as memorable and effective as classy Freddie Blassie saying, Devon, get the table.
Yep.
In the garden.
Exactly. I was going to read off a list of Hall of Famers that Paulie's managed. We'll be here till Monday night, so I'm going to go ahead and let that be.
About to say, I mean, I was.
I don't think anybody's managed more Hall of Famers, WWE alone, than Paul Heyman. So including the man on the screen. The Undertaker. He managed the Undertaker before he was the Undertaker. He got the Undertaker into WWE. He should get the wing just for that. I mean, Jesus.
No kidding.
Anyway, So, open
Good
mic night.
Lord.
Here we are.
Oh,
We're finally here. I'm happy.
What's up,
Alright.
James?
I would
He's got his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
I was going to advocate for for a 10-minute break, but I don't know if you had that planned after everything that just kind of happened.
You know, actually, 10-minute break good because that means 9:30/12:30. Actually works.
Perfect
Oh,
time.
I
yeah,
say we do that. Okay.
I'm heading out, guys. I need to go to
You enjoy your sleep, Paul.
No worries, Paul. Thank you so much for coming in and contributing what you
This is
did to the
fun.
live stream.
What
I'll
the
see you. I'll see you in the morning at church, brother.
bed. Yep, see ya.
Thank you
Later.
guys. Appreciate it.
Oh,
All right.
I'm still around. Don't worry. I'm
Let
crazy.
me close it off before we get to the 10-minute break because I have to say what needs to be said. But go ahead, finish your thing.
Well, no,
Oh, I was done. We were all done as far as the Paul
Okay.
Heyman thing goes.
Okay.
So go ahead and say whatever you need to say before we throw it to the 10-minute break. And then when we come back from the 10-minute break, we'll have a 10-bell salute to one of our fallen brethren out here on the West Coast, Robert Food God Tenorio, who passed away the other day. And then we'll get into open mic night. Go ahead, James.
What in the actual fuck have we just witnessed? Take it away.
We witnessed a WWE PLE that made you and Noah both want to tune in and see what happens next.
Damn
That's
it.
what we witnessed.
Yeah.
And when I became part of this announce team and this OMN team, I never thought I'd see that day.
I didn't
Thank
either.
you, Triple H. That's all I
Thank
gotta
you.
say.
Thank you, Paul. Both of you, Paul.
Both Pauls. About to say, what Paul you thinking more
Right.
right now? Paul Heyman or Paul Levesque?
Yes.
That's it. Yes.
So we will see everyone in about 10 minutes for open mic night.
See y'all then.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Open Mic Night. As we just saw on the pin bell, rest in peace to Robert Tenorio, better known as Boob Dog, out here in the SoCal scene. Aside from just being the respectful thing to do in paying homage to a fallen brother of the business, Fubi is somebody that's really close to Jeff and I, because when we were starting the Casa channel, we started working at a company called Battleground Pro Wrestling out here, BPW. And Foob Dog was one of the owners, bookers, one of the office types in charge of the company, as well as being a talent on the show. And him, along with Pete Viano, who is another one of the owners, and Brandon Rickard, who also wrestled for the company, were three of the main ones who were responsible for allowing us to come inside the company and kind of really get our foot in the door as far as the indie scene. Jeff had already done work, obviously, with Epic War Wrestling and Wild and everything. But this was a huge thing for the Casa channel, because as a team, as a whole, we were finally able to kind of step into that world together, and went from being just fans in the audience to being ring crew, helping set up the ring on a regular basis, to me and Mikey being allowed to get into the ring and take bumps once it was set up and run the ropes a little bit, to me being baptized. We've shared that photo with you guys before. My chest all lit up from the wrestlers taking their chops on me.
Right.
To Jeff being involved in an angle and a match that happened at one of their shows. And all of that was due to those three individuals, Pete, Brandon, and Robert. So when we learned earlier this past week of his passing, it kind of stunned for us. So,
Actually, hear me? There we go. Hi, guys. So,
Hey.
yeah, it's one of those. I said it on Thursday night show. It's getting to the point where we're getting to that age where our contemporaries are even starting to pass as well as our parents. It kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. The ticker below, in case you missed SummerSlam, and if you did, for the love of God, get on the Peacock app in the morning and take care of that business, because this was a good show. Even Noah and James were impressed by WWE Live event.
I can't argue.
Enough, so
Yeah, I
y'all
can't
get on
argue that.
stuff. But in the meantime, the results are below. They are what they are. There's a lot of controversy with the SmackDown Women's Championship match, which was the one determining factor that gave it an A- almost across the board. James, of course, gave it a solid A, which, again...
I go by A+ in my rankings, that's why.
Wow. Jeez.
No, the show is in itself an A+. It's an A because of the Liv Morgan thing.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, it was, like I said, I had low expectations, but, I was pleasantly surprised, and I have to call like I see it. I'm proud of you, as always, our play-by-play man, the simple man with the spectacular voice. James, I appreciate your contribution to this, as always, and I appreciate your honesty and your candor and the fact that you allowed yourself to be impressed when you were certain you were never going to be impressed by a McMahon-run company. And yes, Triple H is in charge of creative, but he is still McMahon-in-law. So I am impressed with your ability to allow for growth and change. That is impressive to me on levels, and I can't emphasize that enough. And pardon Shannon's in the room again. I'm proud as fuck of you, because you got to call your big four for the first time, and you did a masterful job today.
You were spectacular, JJ.
I'm so glad I have you back on the team.
This was an absolute pleasure for me to do this with you, brother. I can't wait for the next one.
Survivor Series, baby. It's coming.
As always, man, it's just a pleasure to be able to enjoy sports entertainment. Sorry, I'm all tongue-tied.
He's all tongue-tied now after all that
shit. Wrestling.
There we go.
Sports entertainment, professional wrestling, whatever you want to call it. It's good to be able to enjoy that again after not enjoying that for so long.
That's the thing.
And genuinely
able to call the action with you, Noah. to be able to call the action with you, James, we had way better chemistry than I thought we were going to have.
Right?
Like, we did a good job
Yeah.
in Noah's absence.
Ooh, that was loud.
You both did spectacular. I caught glimpses of it while I was
Okay.
eating pizza and playing cornhole.
Eating pizza
So,
and playing cornhole.
I am
That's great.
honored to be a part of this team and to be able to do this with you two gentlemen and for you, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Cheers.
Yes.
You
I,
were
I got water. I can do that.
May I make one point clear? On the Vince, you talked about the McMahon run thing. My issue has never been with Connor. My issue's never been with Shane. Hell, it's not even with Steph.
I know.
Right? It's Vince.
We-
I am against a Vince run company for everybody knows why. I don't have to go into it. We
That
do
counts.
all night.
Yeah.
Right.
But I am for a Triple H run company. I went to NXT TakeOver New York live.
You did. That's true.
One of the greatest wrestling shows I've ever seen live. Bar none.
Oh, yeah.
But this was way better than that show, even from a live standpoint. That's how good this show was. This is the best Triple H show I've seen in a while because it had elements of Vince that were already preheated.
Yes.
He made the most out of that,
Yes.
and he turned chicken shit on paper into a 5-course meal, like you said.
Yeah, it's one of those, you were not prepared to have a gourmet meal tonight. You were prepared to at all. So
I had burgers, hot dogs, cake right before I came here.
right.
Ah!
So, I mean, if nothing else, that is my takeaway. The fact that we have, at least for the moment, revitalized your belief that WWE can do better. So,
what a difference a week! What a difference!
what a
2
difference a
weeks
couple of
makes,
days
huh?
makes. Yeah, seriously.
2
Fact,
weeks,
couple
really.
days,
Yeah,
put it out
like
there.
If only for the short term.
Exactly.
honestly, it's crazy that this show was as good as it was with everything being pre-laid out. What the hell's next with Triple H having full control of everything going forward by Monday night?
Yeah,
We'll see you soon enough.
Tune in to Raw and find out.
that's right. Live at 8
Actually-
o'clock Eastern after Ask the Dads here on the Jeff Beacher Network. Okay.
All right.
It's open mic night. God help us all. Okay, so JJ, as he does, will moderate this, and he has asked me to have this topic go first. So, my friend, take it away.
So coming out of the pay-per-view, the PLE, the storm continues to gather in Connecticut. Nick Khan, Stephanie McMahon, co-CEO, Hunter, Executive VP, Talent Relations, in charge of creative again. Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman, we hear, is here.
Allegedly,
back
yes.
in creative control as well, pardon to help out in the creative team.
But the big thing, the SEC and what they said last week and over the weekend, that's why that thing's on Vince's mouth there. It's official, as Adam Pearce would say. It's out.
Yeah.
That's scary. It really is. It's a frightening thought. But I will. Why did it not go through? Oh, that's why. Sorry. Botch. There's my botch.
Botch.
There we go.
There we go.
So, Jeff, go ahead and start this one. You know, being the one who's been podcasting for 20 years.
God, right?
Crazy.
When you think about the very first thing that we ever covered on Extreme Mayhem was the Katie Vick angle. Who was the only person in the world that liked the Katie Vick angle?
Yep.
It was the old man, right?
Yep.
So it's a very interesting circle we've completed in almost 20 years.
How life is weird like that.
It is, right? Life is, again, I've said this so many times, and again, maybe it's because I've been to Disneyland more in the last year than I have in the past 3, but
Fair enough.
it is indeed a small world after all, and the circle of life always completes itself. Always, always, always.
Yep.
The Sudoku has to complete itself, whether we like it or not.
Yep.
And Vince, whatever you believe, whatever is allegedly out there about him and what he's done and not done over the years, things have a way of catching up.
Oh, yes.
Right? And, the federal government tried. They did. And they were wrong in what they tried to railroad him and drive him out of the company, out of business with. Because he didn't do it. But even if all of this alleged extramarital shenanigans didn't take place outside of the people that the SEC and the investigation have now flat out said, yeah, the company funds were directed this way. That's the bottom line. And we were saying it for the last month. If it was definitively proven by this internal investigation that company, not McMahon wallet funds, were directed that direction, he was screwed. Worse than he screwed the women that are involved in this.
Damn.
And that's exactly what happened. And we've all sat here over the years. I've said it for almost 20. I never envisioned a time in my life as a fan, as a podcaster, as a participant in independent wrestling, as any sort of facet of the business I've ever been involved with over the last 20 years. I never envisioned a point in my life where I would say Vince McMahon is no longer the chairman, CEO of WWE, and that he had no voting power on that board. That, and Virtue and I talked about this Thursday night, that is the most telling thing. The majority stock numbers are what they are. We don't really know all the answer to that because that's a lot of gaga that's out there, right? But the fact is, Vince McMahon is now Bruce Wayne in the final part of the trilogy. He can't even sit in the boardroom. He has no say. He can walk into Titan Tower or the new building all he wants. But he needs to sit in the lobby with the rest of us jabrones.
Yep.
That is the telling finality of this tale. That's crazy. And Josh, I appreciate that opinion, and I don't disagree with the underlying sentiment, but like JJ pointed out to me, and I had to concede, people deserve to make a living. Now, Vince doing or not doing what he did or allegedly did not do, people still deserve to be happy in their lives. And we all know, none of us have personally hung out and, had a hangout day with Vince. You and I have both met Vince McMahon over the years. Each of us once, I believe, if memory serves. But this is his life. This is all he's ever known.
Yes.
All he ever wanted to do, besides admittedly on an interview, kill his stepfather for being abusive to his mother, which, hey, nothing wrong with that.
Jesus.
But all he's ever wanted to do was be his old man and work with his old man. All he's ever wanted to do is be freaking Dr. Jerry Graham, a wrestler with long blonde hair and a robe and, smoking a cigar, which, knowing Vince's hatred of smoking now, it's like, think about that for a minute. But now he's had this last week now to wake up in the morning and go, okay, now what? And if you notice, there was a report that came out that they tried to stop Linda McMahon at some event or whatever, and she's like, nope, I ain't saying shit. Because even if they are still living together, which, if you believe whether they're not, this has got to be the weirdest. It's got to be the most quiet house that's ever been in Connecticut in the last 40 years. Because it's got to be weird. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Jay, I don't. It's crazy.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, mute yours real quick. Okay. It doesn't say that you're muted.
No, I mean the speaker so you won't blast over the house.
Okay. We all wondered what a Triple H produced event was going to be like. That was the initial groundswell coming out of this is, okay, Vince is gone. What's it going to be like? Is it still going to be a lot of the same? Is it going to be better? Is it going to be worse? Yeah, you guys had your taste of Triple H produced shows with your Black and Gold NXT, which, as we've pointed out numerous times tonight and over the months, I was not privy to. 2.0 is my NXT
Understandable.
because that's all I've ever seen. But you guys had a little bit of an inkling of what Hunter could do, but there's still a big difference between developmental and the weekly televisions.
Yes.
You know, the main roster. So was that stuff going to be able to carry over? Was Hunter going to be able to have full freedom like he did down in NXT? And James, we'll go to you next. Was tonight's show a fair representation of your black and gold NXT? What Hunter could really do, given the ability to be creative and book the show. Like we said numerous times, the ingredients were already in the pot. The oven was preheated. All he had to do is throw it in and bake. But then there's that little bit of seasoning that got sprinkled around by Stephanie, Triple H, Heyman, Nick Khan maybe, that made the show pop the way it did. James.
So first off, to the Vince McMahon news, I agree with everything Jeff said. Perfectly said. I don't really have anything to add, but without mentioning the name of this person, I'm going to just laugh for a minute. Give me a minute. Who was right? Who was right?
Okay, James.
I
okay.
was.
Okay.
Thank you. Check, please. All right, cool.
You got your moment in the sun.
There
Let's
you go.
refocus, okay?
Cool. Wow. I don't even know if you could call it a black and gold NXT because here's the thing.
By the shirt.
By the shirt.
Sure.
Man. There was elements of a lot of different things in wrestling there, really, for me. It wasn't just black and gold. It was, you know, and as much as we're going to crap on the SmackDown Women's title match, they did a different style there. They did do a different style there,
As much as we crap on the SmackDown Women's title match, there was a dusty finish.
Yeah.
So there was a throwback to the old
it was
Crockett
great dusty
NWA
finish,
days.
too. It was a really well done dusty finish. There was hearkening back to those eras. It was hearkening back to, technical wrestling in a way with the opening match, the Raw Women's title match, the celebrity appearance that blew me away. That's absolutely a trademark of Vince. Except here's the thing, done better because he allowed the celebrity to fully put the work in and not just do 3 spots. That's phenomenal, right? And then you had your Attitude Era moment of the night to close out the show.
And
now,
even
granted,
before
yes,
that, Edge's return coming through the fire pit, a la the Brood.
with a Brood remix. No one saw that coming. I didn't see that coming at all. I saw him maybe embellishing that old persona to a degree. I was expecting to hear Metalingus on the PA system. That's not what we got. We got Brood Edge getting his vengeance and actually making me care about the Judgment Day after what was a hell of a performance. Right?
Yeah.
There were things that happened that made me very intrigued to see what the hell happens next. And this is the first time since 2011 that I'm genuinely excited and looking forward to the future of World Wrestling Entertainment. So much so, here's the freaking announcement on my channel, which I didn't plan, but it kept melling over my head. You're getting impromptu Jay Hebert's side of things reaction to Monday Night Raw. No bullshit. I'm seriously doing this. I can't believe what I saw tonight. And I want to see what happens next. Here's the thing. Weekly television is a whole different animal, especially when you got 3 hours of Raw. But I've always been a firm believer in it's not about how much quantity you have, it's how much you can do with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be put to the ultimate test for me for 3 hours. And we're going to see how that goes. So I'm curious. They got me hooked at least for this week. For sure.
It's a great chance to have. Noah, do you echo the same sentiment as somebody else who is one of my go-to NXT Gold and Black aficionados? Like, what did you see tonight with as little as you were paying attention before you got back into the full studio, and then what you saw once you jumped back into the stream with us? Did any of this harken back to your NXT? And do you see good things for the future, or are you afraid and weary that things could continue to regress back after maybe Clash at the Castle or Survivor Series?
I felt the energy. I heard and interpreted the storytelling. I saw the passion. And I appreciated what I saw to a degree when it came to professional wrestling. It was, as James Huber politely put, a little bit of everything that used to make me a fan of the WWE, even before Black and Gold NXT. Because before Black and Gold NXT was a thing, I was a fan of the WWE at one point, indeed. Somehow, in one night, when I tried that Monday Night Raw after 8 years, and I was still by the end of it. But it was not a fully controlled, different, creatively interpreted product. It was the last stand for what was known for the last 20 years. Tonight felt different from the fact that I had Bayley with Dakota Kai and Io Shirai when I thought both those young ladies were off somewhere else, like the Stardom Impact Wrestling, to the celebrity showcasing, where yes, the celebrities got the win, but you saw the work ethic put forward by both. And I will admit here right now, Logan Paul belongs to the professional wrestling ring. Period. As far as the rest of the show, I echo the sentiments of James completely. It had shades of everything that made me loved NXT, made it felt different versus the conventional thing I always expected in the WWE. And yet still there are subtle shadings of what I expected from that man's creativity still in this product. Triple H said, and I quote, he will only do stuff if it makes sense. That's why the show was what it was tonight. But also it was what he brought forward to those that may have lost faith in this company years ago, similar to what may have happened a few years ago on this very night. Tonight was honestly one of the greatest WWE premium live events, pay-per-views, showcase products, shows I have seen in a long damn time. And I truly do believe that things will go forward in a different, at least different, not yet going to say brighter for the long term, but different direction in the WWE. And to further add to that, when I heard about how they're going to handle the tryouts now, when I heard that there were injuries during that, he is going to not focus on athletes or people that could show up and be maybe somebody on the marquee. He's actually going to focus bringing in professional wrestlers. Damn it.
Yeah.
By the shirt.
Into the WWE. Tonight was truly a standard for what I think could be brighter things to come overall in the WWE. But as far as suspension of disbelief, I'm still going to be that guy that simply goes by, I will have to wait and see. Tonight was a hell of a start.
Fair enough. I think tonight was, to steal a phrase from an old In Your House, it's ground zero. It's the beginning of the new.
Yeah.
And regardless of what we paint on the blank canvas that is in front of us for the next days, weeks, months, and years, it's going to be different. We know that. Whether it'll be better, worse, much of the same, all remains to be seen.
Exactly.
But it's ground zero. It's a blank slate. Triple H proved that tonight.
Yep.
And I want to believe that things will only be better and brighter down the road.
Exactly.
I've been burned before by this company. All of us have. Only one of us in this room has never stopped watching WWE. And that's only because it's his goddamn job to do it every week and talk about it. But everybody else in this room has stopped watching at some point for one reason or another. And I pray that this is the beginning of something better.
You're both muted.
If I may, before we go on to the next, gosh darn it, go away, bot. Like you. I think it's already blocked, so it's all good.
Oh, good grief.
Okay, it is very good. Just making sure.
Anyway,
all right, so before we move on to the next topic, I did want to bring up from King Mike X and the follow-up from Raymond. I wonder if Triple H ever thought about going back to 2 hours for Raw, and Triple H did say that it's easier to write for 2 than for 3. However, I go back to everybody's favorite Texan, Bradshaw. I know I'm being sarcastic. Yeah. Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour. It's not going to happen. I hate it. I don't like it at all, as a matter of fact. I despise it. But as long as the ads are being sold, as long as the money's coming in from those sponsors, we're not losing that third hour. That's just the reality of life. Again, we've talked about it since the Vince announcement first went down from the Wall Street Journal. Business is business is business.
Yep.
Part of the business is ad sales. As long as they're making the money on the ads, as long as the sponsors are throwing that money at them, they're not going to cut any time off their TV. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
The issue with the third hour is but when they switched to 3 hours, they barely could book 2.
Well, right.
That was the issue.
Agreed.
We're in a different time right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell we're going to see.
Well, the thing is, they've always had that issue for the last. They went to 3 hours officially full time at Raw 1000 10 years ago. This month, I think 23rd, if I remember right.
I think it was the 23rd, actually.
It's just one of those things where, Nitro made the mistake of going to 3 hours, and again, you know what? I retract that because I hate comparing that to WCW because they're not the same thing. WCW was never destined to be successful under their company, under their corporate umbrella.
Right.
WWE has always tried to be successful because they are their own thing.
Exactly.
But making that mistake of going to a third hour for the sake of an ad sales pitch is problematic, but they find a way to do it. Do we agree with the creative direction of that third hour and how the ratings keep? Of course we don't. But again, we don't dictate the ad sales.
Nope.
We can if we turn off that third hour. We can if we boycott the products being sold in that third hour. We can if the ratings and sales go down, period. But again, as a collective unit, we're not going to do that. That's just the way life is. So
now, as long as you got that attention. And one more note. For the first time in the longest time, the commentary sounded like authentic fans reacting versus program robots.
The commentary team did a wonderful job tonight, both here and even on the Peacock app.
Michael Cole, Corey Gray. Michael Cole said fans, by the way. He didn't say just WWE Universe.
Yeah.
He was unscripted. He wasn't getting yelled at in his ear.
Yep.
He felt like he was having the time of his life.
He was standing up in pure adrenaline and excitement. He got nearly physically involved with Happy Corbin, for Pete's freaking sake.
Yeah,
Damn it.
It was a
whole different world.
Show.
Yeah,
it was a whole different world.
It felt like a whole new world.
It's crazy because we're doing we're doing retros now. Originally, we were going to add 2000 and 2003, but obviously, just everything went to absolute hell in my life and other people's.
Right.
But we are still doing a retro review on 2012, and I've already watched that show. Watching that show, and especially in the mood I'm in, because that was after dealing with Xfinity for freaking ages.
The whole different conversation.
And all the family stuff, all the passings. I was in the worst mood, and that show did not help matters, right?
Right.
No. I completely agree with you. I went back and rewatched it because you had asked me to be on the show, so I was there.
Yeah.
It was a hard rewatch.
Bro, it's rough. it's rough, right? Like, and that's why I said it's like, thank God for the Miz, and I never thought I'd say those words, like ever in my life. By the way, you're muted. You're muted
for a reason.
Jeff muted himself. We're sitting right next to each other, and he doesn't have a headset on. So when he's talking, I hear myself in my headphones and myself echo over there, which has kind of been what's throwing me off and making me fumble a little bit because I hear the delayed reaction.
Right.
So, but out of the 3 shows that I went to for SummerSlam, that was by and far the worst. Going back and rewatching it, the 2012 one. 2010, 2011 were awesome. They weren't great, but they were good for different levels of reasons, you know.
Right.
I always look back fondly, even though the ending of the match was booked horribly, but I always look back fondly on the Nexus Team WWE match because getting to see Bret Hart in the middle of the ring again after everything he had been through was a moment for me.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You know, seeing these 7 young guys take on the establishment, that was a moment for me. Seeing Bryan fucking Danielson, our PWG buddy, come to the ring to be the 7th man was a moment for me.
That was great.
And I was 6th row for it. I'm on the camera pretty much the entire show with different signs. 2011, Punk Cena. And then the cash-in that I try to forget about with Alberto Del Rio. It's like Bruno. We just don't talk about it.
Fair enough.
but you know, seeing Punk and Cena after the pipe bomb, which we were there for, after Money in the Bank and everything that built off of that, man, it was a great show to see. And then I go back and I watch 2012, and it's just like,
It was a rough watch, man.
It was. I mean, I'm still down to do the thing with you, James.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I committed and I have my notes taken from having to sit through that again.
I'm so glad you do because I got my own. Oh boy, can't wait to see how those match up.
I'm
glad I did 2000. That's all I have to say about that.
I don't blame you for 2000. That was a phenomenal show.
You're damn right it was. Anyway, we're going off in the weeds as a
you know what? It tends to happen here on the Jeff Meacham Network on the Casa D18 Studios. So let's try and reel it back in. We've handled that topic that we were going to discuss. The next one at hand is the rumor. Okay, let me stress that again. The rumor.
Big quotes.
That a source within AEW says that Paige has now signed with AEW and is in a similar situation to Claudio Castagnoli was, waiting for the right moment to review. What do we think about this? Is there any clout to this? Do we think this is a legitimate rumor? Is it something that we should just cast out by the wayside and not even really give much thought to? Is this something that you want to see in AEW? Noah, I'm going to start with you because much like the Black and Gold NXT, you and James are my 2 go-tos for AEW. So I'm going to start with you, Noah. Is this something as a AEW fan from day one that you want to see happen? And do you think that this is a legitimate rumor, or is it something that should just be dismissed and not even thought about?
Well, to answer the second half of the question, I'll put it to you like this. When it comes to anything, this just in, I've heard reported blah, 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 blah. Actions speak louder than words. Seeing is believing. I'll believe it when I see it. It's as simple as that with anything you read off to me or share with me in any publication. And that includes reported by No DQ. Because again, I'm just reading. I'm not seeing. Now then, back to the first part of the question. One of the biggest criticisms of the AEW product is the women's division. They have incredible talent, but sometimes they lack a real direction. It's almost like they're pigeonholed in the same TV spot every week. But sometimes they actually demonstrate a lot within that spot. I just wish they could spread it out more and maybe book more than one women's actual match a week on a single show. That being said, if Paige were to be involved in AEW to provide creative input or guidelines, shades of what Gail Kim has done to further produce and excel the Knockouts division that now has Killer Kelly signed to a multi-year deal. Congratulations to her. Welcome back to the industry, my friend. I would figure it'd be pretty cool to have Paige actually involved in AEW. And when I figure about what she could do, I figure about a talent that should be pushed further than just the tag partner of a certain role model too. That's Jamie Hayter. I would love to see Paige and Jamie Hayter come together as a duo where maybe Paige is the mouthpiece or the micromanager to Jamie Hayter on her way to maybe challenge for Thunder Rosa and the AEW Women's World Championship. Because to me, Jamie Hayter is another one of those talents on that roster that should be pushed more on actual AEW TV. So the bottom line is I keep it simple. And also, let's put this in perspective. I wonder if this question or even this was brought up during her, I don't know, time at StarCast where she literally turns the page and talks to the fans and talks to us. I want to get actually some real talk from that. But I would like to see Paige involved to help move forward the women's division in AEW. But again, seeing is believing. So we'll wait and see. If it actually does happen, especially with the fact they just announced they're going to Canada, that'd be a cool coming attraction. And maybe she could be also put towards AEW trying to go over the Atlantic Ocean into the UK. We've already seen what they're doing with the All-Atlantic Championship. You got the bastard Pac representing that proudly. Paige coming in and making this into her house. That's a pretty cool surprise indeed. We'll wait and see.
I'm glad you pointed out the structure and the direction of the women's division. Jeff and I sat here last night and we watched Rampage and we saw the main event of Ruby Soho and Anna Jay. And we're sitting here scratching our heads because we know the AEW women's roster can do so much better.
Yes.
And we were left very underwhelmed in a AEW main event women's match. When you figure the main event of SmackDown was Paul Heyman talking.
Yes.
Granted, you had Brock get involved. You had the Usos. You had Drew come out. You had Theory. But it was a talking promo segment.
Mm-hmm.
And these women, at least Ruby Soho, who I know can deliver.
Yes.
Still don't know about Anna Jay too much. I haven't seen too much of her work. But to have such a lackluster main event really kind of made me feel bad for these girls. And then you look at SummerSlam tonight and dusty finish or not, Ronda versus Liv, and especially the Bianca and Becky match.
Yep.
Like, it seems like AEW has a hard time pushing some of these women if your name is not Britt, Thunder, or Jade. James, do you think I'm off here in my point and what I'm seeing, considering I'm kind of new to AEW, or am I on the money here? And do you think, like Noah said, Paige can maybe help bring some direction to the AEW women's roster?
I always have had a issue with the structure of the AEW women's division as a whole. I think a lot of people think it's hard for AEW to book the women's division, but the fact of the matter is they had months to sign a bunch of female stars they wanted.
Yep.
Chances are now, especially after tonight, that chance be gone. That's over now. What were you thinking? There are so many female stars on the independents right now that you could have gotten still even. That might not go back to Triple H's, WWE, but it's like you need to get them now. And not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, now you have to get them. How has Scarlett Bordeaux not been signed to a contract yet? How has Johnny Gargano and by extension Candice LeRae not been signed to a contract yet? How has freaking anybody that was released from Impact not been signed to come over yet? How did you not sign Killer Kelly and Impact got her first? It's stuff like that that infuriates me because there's so many pieces that you could fit in place to do legitimately. And the thing about it is, you just got a whole host of women from the Ring of Honor women's roster, and you have people coming up. Some of them are TV ready. You should be doing a lot more with those TV ready talents as well. There is no reason. There is no, and not to mention also, we failed to mention this. You know, they had an off night with the women's match, with the women's matches, kinda, right? But we failed to mention they also have that, the Joshi partnership.
Joshi Pro connection. You're right.
Joshi Pro connection. They could also reach out to Stardom and bring some women in from there. Like, you have options here. How has Kyrie not been brought in? How has Kyrie freaking Hojo not been brought in to wrestle a freaking match? I keep going back to this. Well, I don't give a damn what her, controversy is. She's too talented to be left off any roster. How have you not gotten Tessa Blanchard? How have you not gotten Rachel Ellering? How have you not gotten Teal Piper? How have you not gotten anybody that I've just mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
The legacies behind those three names alone would bring eyes to the product. Ellering, Piper, and Blanchard.
Whoa.
Absolutely.
I booked a legitimate. There's a whole Butt Masters playlist of this. You could go watch this. I did a Let's Play playing Journey of Wrestling. I had a field day with those three names. The trifecta is what I called them.
Yep.
Because I couldn't do the four horsewomen because there wasn't a fourth horsewoman I could do it with. So I called them the trifecta. You want to know why I called them the trifecta? Because Tessa Blanchard, Rachel Ellering, Teal Piper. Daughters of three of the biggest heels in the history of wrestling. How do you not book something like that?
That is a trinity. That's a trinity right there.
Granted, there are other women as well.
Yes.
And quite frankly, this is going to shock a lot of people. I'm shocked I'm looking at the roster, especially with the faction you're trying to push. I'm kind of shocked you let Big Swole go. Dead serious. That should be tailor-made for a woman like that. How do you let her go? You have women that you could bring in and build your division. You have 3 world championships that you can bring in, right? Now, if you want to build a homegrown faction, that's fine. You have one in Jade Cargill's baddies.
There you go.
You already have your TBS Women's Champion. If you're gonna get Mercedes Ronaldo, you better get her now. Because she should be the AEW Women's World Champion after Thunder Rosa. And have freaking one of the other women, Kiera Hogan, Tasha Steelz, I don't care who from Fire and Flava, win the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. And then have, what's the women's name that's kind of associated with them begrudgingly, but not really in the baddies, Noah? Can you remind me?
That is Layla Gray.
Layla Gray and whoever from Fire and Flava win tag team titles in Joshi Pro. Have a women's faction that has championships all across the board. Yeah. You can do it. Why don't you? Why don't you set the wheels in motion for it?
That would be a hell of a statement. And I have Jeff over here in my peripheral kind of shaking his head like, I don't know about Mercedes becoming world champion. But it's like, you want a name that's going to bring those eyes to the company.
You need a drawing.
Yes,
you need a
that's
drawing
why
power.
I say that.
She's got that drawing ability.
Yes,
exactly.
And that's the bottom line. Regardless of feelings of Mercedes, regardless of feelings of Tessa, regardless of feelings of whatever women you have, you need women to build a roster. You need mainstays. You need women that can bring eyeballs. They failed to do that. They failed to do that.
Completely agree. Jeff?
There's the one division, man. The one division.
waiting to bring you. Have you bring it home for us? What do you have to say about this topic?
I have mixed feelings, and I know people are not going to be happy with me saying that.
Same.
Because I like Soraya. I always have.
Right.
You know, I make the Soraya got me my time on television, so good for me. You know, meeting her in Ontario. But the truth of the matter is, there was a comment up there. She's been off TV a long time. She's been gone a while. Yeah, she has her presence on Twitch. She has her presence on social media. But my problem with her on social media is she does not know how to not attack back. She has a very dirty Twitter filter.
Oh no.
She has no process of not biting back at the asshats that will no doubt keep attacking her because they know they can bait her. That's problematic for any company, promoter, owner, book, or whatever you want to call it.
That's fair, actually. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That just is, because that looks bad if you've got a if you've got a name like that you're wanting to sign. It's just one of those realities of life. However, if she is indeed medically cleared, which again, you know, the injury she had was not dissimilar to Adam Copeland's, was not dissimilar from Steve Austin's and Bryan Danielson's. If she's medically cleared, I'm here for it, because I do miss her being on my television programming, and her character didn't differ all that much from Soraya Davis when she became Paige. So the character will be retained. You just got to, use a real name, which, not a big deal.
Better anyway.
But, there's a good point in there with Richard here saying, he mistyped, but one of the big things about bringing in these talents is they're trying to get that consistent viewership. They've got CM Punk. Not right now, but they did. They've got Bryan Danielson, who has had a major following before, during, and after his WWE run.
Right.
They're not staying at 1 million consistent. And that's been the stated goal, is to hit that 1.0 mark.
Wow.
They're not on the regular, even with those two guys.
Right.
Mercedes is not going to be that needle mover. I hate to use the damn Roman thing, because we talked about WWE and Roman tonight. And by the way, all y'all in that match, if y'all in the hospital watching, don't go to sleep, for one thing, but just chill. Don't get out of bed until like Tuesday. Thank you. Y'all crazy.
Yeah, as simple as that. Continue.
Anyway, I am looking forward to it if it's true, and that's the other thing. Is it actually a reality? Has she actually signed? I look forward to getting the feedback from StarCast tomorrow, because her thing is tomorrow before Flair's card.
Exactly, Jeff.
I would love it if she goes, AEW friendly environment. Why not?
There you go.
If she drops the announcement, I'm here for it.
Yeah, why not?
Even more pissed I'm not there. For real.
I want her there, but I don't want her just there as a wrestler, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
yes.
She's got to be a creative presence.
Guide.
Yeah. She would be the only key that they could possibly use to try and get names that could defect to, Triple H's WWE now, that could go back there. Like,
definitely.
She could be the deciding factor to convince women, like similar to how the Big Show and Mark Henry, those signings, and even Christian Cage, how they kind of coaxed names like Punk to come in, like Danielson to come in, right?
Right.
It's like respected veterans who were in the WWE system for years. And Paige was in the WWE system for years and got along well enough with both of them, right? As far as we know.
Yeah.
With both Vince and Triple H, if you have any chance of getting name recognition, whether it's Mercedes or whoever from the NXT Black and Gold, right, or whoever it is, it's Soraya. She's the key. You got to get on that now. I hope this is legit, because AEW is desperately going to need it now, because Now we're into real competition if Monday night actually ends up going as well as SummerSlam did tonight.
Game on.
Game on, indeed.
The problem that I'm seeing as far as AEW goes, and for the most part, I'm enjoying the presentations and everything I'm seeing there
Same.
too. Let me make sure I get that out there, considering I'm a new fan for AEW.
Right.
But it very much seems to be that unless you are one of a handful of certain individuals, you're not getting constantly featured.
Yeah.
And that goes in addition to Punk, who only worked select dates until he got injured and then got off on the shelf.
Right.
That went for Brian, who was working a little bit of a limited schedule until Blackpool really started to blow up and then had to get on the shelf because he's injured. You're not going to get those types of numbers if these guys aren't on your show on a weekly basis.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you're saving them for once a month or twice a month, you're only going to hit those views once a month or twice a month once people know they're going to be on.
Yep.
You know, the names that I see on a consistent basis on AEW are the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Yep.
Which I love me some Jericho, but the rest of those guys can freaking go somewhere as far as I'm concerned.
Really?
They've got X-Pac heat. Like nobody seems to like legitimately like them on the show. The only one that I really kind of enjoy seeing is Jake, because I was a swagger guy anyways.
Yeah.
You know, Sammy Guevara and Ty Conti can just go to the back broom closet and stay in there doing their naughty things as far as I'm concerned.
So you mean longer than 7 minutes in heaven? Okay.
You know, so you've got them featured on a regular basis. You're slowly starting to get Blackpool featured a little bit more heavily now that they're really starting to come into all this gold.
Right.
And where are they going to go with this program if Wheeler Yuta beats Jericho for the shot at Moxley?
Big if, but yeah.
I mean, are we already going to have dissension in the club? You know, it's a question mark, but it's something you've really got to look at. Do you really want to see the Combat Club fall apart yet? I'm loving the way these things are going. It's the only AEW shirt I freaking own.
Also, like they teased FTR maybe joining up with those guys. Yes, please.
Yes.
Especially if Tully is gone for good, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next thing I would add to that club at this point, based on what they brought forward and what they believe when it comes to the passion of
which just means a ton more gold. Which means a ton more gold.
That's a ton more gold. 3 championship top, but I digress. And
I mean,
JJ,
the thing that Jeff and I were most entertained by on Rampage last night was the freaking acclaimed music video.
I knew it. Trash boys.
I will co-sign that, but also Regal's smile. He was genuinely happy until Jericho came out and he had to get back into character. He is loving every minute of his damn life right now because he actively got Bryan Danielson signed by WWE, and now he's managing him. He actively, along with Hunter, went out and got Mox, who was so not the Triple H, the William Regal type wrestler, right? He's not. John Moxley was not that guy in the CZW or the Indies, and he's now managing him. Wheeler Yuta, who is just a technical stud, and nobody saw it except very few people. I saw him on the cruise. Not his wrestling skill. I saw that personality. It was coming out of him. Slow but sure with his best friends. Regal has reached down his throat and yanked it out of his damn self. It's wonderful to see. And like I said, if FTR can't have a horseman or a brain buster, shit, put him with Regal. And now you got Claudio. Regal, if Regal could clone himself and make that one gay, he would be in love with Claudio Castagnoli. That's how much he loves that man. Like, for real. I've seen it at PWG. I've seen it in person at shows. He loves Claudio, and he is so happy that Claudio is getting to be Claudio, and he's a world effing champion. That makes my freaking day. And it's making Regal's day. So that, combined with The Acclaim, which The Acclaim, again, my buddy Lee, who you all, we've talked about from the old XMV days. The fact that he reached out to me out of nowhere the other night, he goes, "I can never think of the term scissoring right ever again, thanks to stupid Billy Gunn." Well, you're not wrong, Stagger Lee. You're not wrong, brother. Terrible. Just terrible.
Oh, God.
But then back to my point, as far as the women go, it seems like I'm always seeing Britt Baker and Jade and the Baddies.
And Thunder.
Thunder I still don't see like on a weekly basis,
Right.
but pretty more consistent than some of the others.
Yeah. No, for real.
Yeah, again, like I said, it's always been that heavy critique. I look at women's wrestling. I mean, there's no a more prolific promotion on the planet that demonstrates women's wrestling the strongest than Stardom. Here in the States, the strongest women's division, I figure the industry, prolific from talent and storytelling, I give it to Impact Wrestling, especially under the guiding influence and creative direction of Gail Kim. I figure what the NWA does with their women's division. They probably have the most prolific women's champion in the entire country. I would say probably in this industry, and that would be 1X, Miss Camille herself, who such as defended the Burke most recently against Chelsea Green. And again, Chelsea Green, what she's done with herself since leaving the WWE, good for her, man. So again, AEW, incredible potential, but they need more direction in guiding and presenting the depth of their division. And I'm not just talking about darker elevation.
Yeah, they need to start booking it with a consistency, and they need to get the talent to book it with a consistency.
Exactly.
They went and signed all these names, yet not one woman from that entire release class from WWE or from any other company was signed. That's a big problem.
Big missed opportunity.
They need to find somebody a la, and yes, I'm going to use this name. Don't shoot me, IWC. But they need to find someone a la Vince Russo who can make storylines for every person on the roster.
Right.
You go back and you think about the height of the Attitude Era and his booking run in WWF. It didn't matter if you were Mick Foley, if you were Taka Michinoku, if you were the Nation of Domination. You had a spot on the show.
Right.
He had storylines for every wrestler. If you weren't in a match, you were involved in a segment, something on a regular basis. Maybe not every week, but you were there consistently. You were somewhere on the show.
Yep.
And that is what I think AEW needs more than anything, is a creative force like that, considering all of the names that they've signed from the WWE castoffs as of late, to help guide and push with their originals, their forefathers, their bases, their anchors.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Try to get more of a television presence, because I've already got enough wrestling to try and watch on a weekly basis. I'm not trying to watch Dark and Elevation too.
No, I don't blame you.
I just do it. Literally, it's one of those things where me as a wrestling fan, I sometimes just watch wrestling because I enjoy wrestling, but I'm curious, this name, what could I see him doing? And I figure about names I've seen women-wise that have actually become part of AEW, or I think should be part of AEW, or like, this could be more. I figure about the likes of Amber Nova. I figure about what they've done lately with Julia Hart. I figure about how they haven't signed her yet. Diamante. I figure about Sky Blue, where I hope that TV spot on Diamond was not a one-off thing. I figure about who I think should be more politically mentioned on the product in an AEW mostly original. That is Chris Statlander, just to name a few.
There you go. Moving on to our next topic, Jeff. Oh, hold on. He wants to say something again real quick before we move on.
Go right ahead. It's your show.
It's not the topic at hand. The graphic is incomplete only because I don't have the part about his talking about collaboration. So
that's fine.
I don't have the graphic you sent me, but I have the graphic that I created to talk about both things. So, okay, here we go.
Tony Khan made a comment about AEW being the fastest rising company in recent times, the strongest challenger in the last 2 decades, and he says challenger only because he acknowledges that WWE is still the strongest promotion right now. I think that's a bold yet humble statement from Tony, because people overlook what TNA did, we'll say in its first decade prior to the Hogan Bischoff takeover.
Oh God, forget that.
I try to forget everything that came with the Hogan Bischoff takeover, but you figure from the weekly pay-per-views to the impact and everything that they did, the 6-sided ring, the World X Cup,
right?
All the things that they innovated and they pioneered. I think a lot of people sleep on that.
Yep.
When they talk about AEW as the biggest competitor of the last 20 years, and granted, NWA did start 20 years ago. We had that celebration at Slammiversary, but they had a good 5 to 10 year run where they were, although not financially, a strong competition to WWE. They were definitely an alternative. They had so much to offer that WWE had no choice but to take notice of AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, Robert Roode, Eric Young. All guys who have come in and played a part at some point or another. Braden Walker of the WWE at some point.
Right.
They took notice of these guys. Petey Williams is an agent. Abyss is an agent. That there's something that they did that was right that I feel needs to be recognized. But I also agree with Tony that as far as like plant the seed, just add water, because AEW did explode pretty quickly. I'm not even going to argue that.
Yeah.
Whereas TNA definitely needed time to plant the seed and nourish it and transfer it to one pot to a bigger pot and everything. AEW had that convenience of having Jericho and Cody pretty much from Jump Street.
Right.
And then the talk that there's now the possibility of collaboration with WWE. A true, legitimate, forbidden door. Now that Vince is gone, and we know some of the mindset of Hunter and Stephanie. I mean, Adam Cole, baby. The Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly and all of these guys that have gone to AEW since being released from his NXT.
Yes.
How cool it would be to tap into that and have them do an interpromotional show.
Yes.
Jeff, I'm going to start with you this time. What are your thoughts on what Tony has said? Is he talking out of his ass when he talks about the growth and everything that AEW has had? Or is it a legitimate statement, one? And then two, what do you think about the possible collaboration with WWE? Is this something that is still on the surface just a pipe dream? Or could this be within fingertips grasp now that Vince McMahon is gone?
Jesus. A loaded question with a freaking shotgun in between my eyes.
No kidding.
So, as far as the growth of AEW, I would love to find the original post of this. Maybe you can help me find that when we get off the air tonight. I want to read the AEW cultists, right, Virtue, comments. I would love to see what they said about him acknowledging WWE is still number one. And they are the number one company. And they have been, and they're the establishment. Because all you hear from the true, completely unabashed diehards is that, WWE is... It's like, you know what? You watch the show tonight, and you hear your boy Tony here saying this. Shut the fuck up, please. Seriously. I'm over it. AEW has grown exponentially. There was no such thing as a true competitor to WWE at the end of 2018 when Matt, Nick, and Cody And the NWA Championship sold out a 10,000 seat arena. Like that.
Yep.
You and I talked about that, even though you weren't watching anything at that point. You and I talked about that. That was a what the fuck. Never expected that to be a thing. The fact of that was the seed, as you said, that grew into what is now AEW. You know, Cody did that because everybody's favorite Northern Californian journalist said nobody but WWE will ever sell out an arena like that. Oh, really? Stick it up your ass, Meltzer. There it is, right there. Chicago. Was it the United Center? No. It was the Sears Center, and that's it's 10,000 seats. There it was.
They got a plaque outside the entrance because of that.
The company grew out of that, and they got a deal with Turner, who, God, Turner could not jump on it fast enough. We don't have to run it? Go for it. We don't have to worry about the recall. We have to worry about TV? Cool. Yeah, y'all do you. Go for it.
There you go.
That was it's been a very mixed blessing. And I say mixed because as good as they were when they debuted, we just got finished talking about the women's division and how it kind of skidded to a halt. There are so many people on that roster right now. They have signed so many people, they can't even get all of them on television with 4 shows that are at least an hour long, if not more, every week.
Yep.
That's a lot of people. Part of growth is sometimes growth becomes swelling. They are swelling very much like a freaking Tommy John, injury right now. For you non-sports fans, that's a pitcher's baseball injury. When you mess up your arm really bad.
Are they swelling like the NWO?
No, because nobody's holding NWO, because that was just god-awful and ridiculous. Right, Virgil?
Exactly.
I know you're working at StarCast and you got booked. Good for you, Mike. Soul Man Jones got him a booking from Conrad, who never would ever book a wrestling show ever in his life. Said that more than once. Yeah, I'm going to give you shit tonight too, Conrad. I love you, but yeah, I'm going to give you shit tonight. So,
everybody.
The NWO got out of hand in a hurry. You mentioned about TNA being the first decade was their best. I'll even go you a little bit smaller. Their first 5 years, and I'm not gonna, smooch the butt of the 10 pounds of gold or whatever. But I really feel that their time booking under the NWA banner was better. And I'm not saying the TNA champions afterwards. I've got Kurt Angle, Team 3D, Jay Lethal, Black Machismo as the X Division champion. The end of 2007, I think, was really the starting of the decline. But yeah, weekly pay-per-views for them, and everything that went along with that was so good, and the wrestling itself was so good. I think the main issue with AEW not growing to the point of not swelling is the fact that there's too many people, and both the NWA now and AEW have too many damn titles. It's to the point, Dad and I were driving back from dropping Dylan off, and it's like, let's just have AEW become the Oprah Winfrey Show. You get a belt, and you get a belt, and you get it. Everybody gets a belt today. It's kind of ridiculous.
The Trios title is coming.
And the Trios title is coming. And again, that's very much a Kenny Omega Young Bucks thing, and I get it. That's great. How many people do we need to have in – because nobody has more than one championship in the company right now. Not a person. And when you factor in they also own Ring of Honor they don't own. Tony owns it. I'm sorry for you freaking literalists. Tony owns both companies. So you've got the Ring of Honor Championship at your disposal. You've got AEW. You've got their partnership with New Japan, which could very well develop into something else as far as having their champions. We had that Forbidden Door. That really wasn't a Forbidden Door. But, all their championships can be on AEW television. We don't need everybody and their mother to be a champion. That's how wrestling goes. You have champions and you have challengers. You can't have Jim Crockett versus the UWF where it's like Steve Williams, well, I'm the world champion. Ric Flair's like, that's cute, Doc. That's real cute. I'm the world champion. Go after yourself. It doesn't work. It's never worked in the history of wrestling. Why do they think it's going to work having that many people be champions on the same roster? That's the biggest thing. As far as collaboration, I think we are closer than we've ever been. I really do. I think Stephanie, even though she is very much female daddy clone, as far as creative goes and as far as her business sense goes, she knows when money's on the table.
Yep.
And she is less likely to walk away from it out of personal pride bullshit than the old man. Hunter knows about collaboration with this company because he basically built the guys who are in that company now, except for Punk and Danielson. Everybody else was a Triple H project that they plucked from the indies.
That's a fact.
And of course, Billy Gunn, because he can fire Billy Gunn the next day anyway, because that's what he said at the Hall of Fame. So he knows Billy. Hell, if he takes REW, he can hire Road Dogg and then fire him again, just so the Road Dogg will have a job finally, because Brian needs a job. We said that multiple times on social media.
Yeah, exactly.
I think collaboration's possible. I just think that, again, like we've said all week, the ice needs to start melting, not just thinning, not just boiling, not just simmering. We need the iceberg to get out of the path of the boat first, and that will take time. Monday night will be a good indication as far as creative with WWE, but we're not going to probably see a true major collaboration. I will put that out there now. I don't think we'll see it before I turn 40 on March 1st. I really don't think we'll see it that soon. Post WrestleMania for me at best is my prediction.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah. But with that said, and if I could go next on this, because I'll be very quick with my thing. Everything from this card, right, that I booked, and I'm going to go fast with this, so just have it on screen. I'm going to flash everything with this quick card. Every single one of these matches that I booked on that fantasy card, no matter how out of date it might be, from that fantasy booking video, is a legitimate possibility. And at this point, screw trying to do it for Forbidden Door. That's your WrestleMania card. Check, please, in the mail for royalties. This is a real possibility now. I didn't think that would be the case. I'd never even I fathomed that this was all fantasy. And then the wheels fell off. Everything went crazy. It's freaking I know I am, yeah. It's absolutely crazy. WWE just had their great show. AEW has had pretty damn good Fight for the Fallen Dynamite. Rampage was but Dynamite was awesome, right? Death Before Dishonor was freaking great. Impact's gonna have a good show coming up soon, and they have a great Slammiversary and a great pay-per-view after that. There has never been a better time to be a pro wrestling fan than right now.
Simple as that.
I'm serious, and it's like when this is gonna be a long time coming when it all is said and done. I don't think people realize that. Well, I'm looking for best case scenario here. If this generates good reviews and good numbers for them and good financials, guess what that's gonna mean? Triple H ain't going anywhere. Nick Khan and Stephanie McMahon aren't going anywhere. They're here to stay. Here for the long haul. And if that's the case, in after Jeff's 40th birthday, maybe even a little bit longer than that, that whole thing's a possibility now. And there could be a representative of every single company in professional wrestling, in sports entertainment. That is what we are looking at right now. It was not a possibility before. It has been it wasn't even fathomable until everything that went down the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
Nothing is off the table anymore. Not a damn thing. This could go so many different ways. It is ridiculous. And if you somehow take the wrong path, you're doing something wrong. Because it really shouldn't. There's no way it should.
That's fair. That's fair. Before Jeff was trying to give me a signal off camera. I think he wants to say something, but really quickly, before I turn it back over to him, I'm going to ask this question of you, James, and then Jeff, you can say what you want to say and maybe even touch on what I'm about to talk about. And then Noah, I'm going to go straight to you with the same question. So I'm glad that you brought up Fighter, whatever it was. Thank you, Fight for the Fallen, because I was talking with Jeff off camera, and it's like AEW has got so many specials here lately. You've got 2 weeks of Fighter Fest, you got Fight for the Fallen, you've got Rage by the Lake or whatever it is. It's going to be coming in a couple of weeks. It's like, why not just turn these into cheaper pay-per-views instead of giving these all away on free TV? Why does every episode of SmackDown, Jesus, how conditioned I am. Why does every episode of Dynamite and Rampage have to be a freaking Clash of the Champions?
Right.
You know, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing that they do that, but you've got to like spread it out more instead of doing 3 weeks of specials and you're still not able to pop 1 million views. 1. And then 2, going back to how closely you said that we are to this, and this is where I really wanted to throw back over to you, Jeff, because you said it wouldn't be until after you turn 40. We saw a forbidden door in the Rumble this year with Mickie James. What's to say that come next year's Rumble we can't see MJF, Wardlow, even if it's just a return of Chris Jericho with Judas?
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Yeah. Right.
Entirely realistic possibility.
Break the walls down to introduce it.
Yes.
No, not break the walls down. Have the countdown clock, but then kick into Judas.
Yeah.
Jeff, your thoughts on this, and then Noah, your response to these same questions.
Oh, Jeff, you're still muted.
All right, try that again. I don't mind the Forbidden Door being cracked again at the Rumble. That's cool, MJF or whatever. But if it gets kicked open and off the hinges and we have a card, is there no better setting than a Hollywood story at SoFi Stadium for this kind of show? You wouldn't get 100,000 people in that stadium. This is the way to do it.
That absolutely
is the
way to do it, yeah.
Now, granted, is WWE going to make all that money on their own? Of course not, because
you can feel the Food City 500 with this show.
You really could.
Yeah.
And like I said, that's the end of my celebration of my 40th. A month and a day after, like, I'm okay with it. That's a party. Had to drag me back to the hospital afterwards for all the alcohol consumed for how much I'll be partying. But look at as far as like I said, it's a real possibility, and it'll be sooner. Like I said, none of us, when the Forbidden Door show went down, none of us, when Mickie James walked into that Royal Rumble, ever really considered it to be a possibility because of who was in charge of the company. The fact of the matter is, we have always said never say never about anything in wrestling. But we all were convinced that Vince McMahon would never step down, forced out or not.
Right.
I fully, truly, honestly believe in my heart of heart, in my gut of gut, in my lack of soul, because I'm a ginger. Thank you, Trey and Matt, for that. Never say never in this fucking business again.
No.
James and Noah, do as the moderator requests. James, you were on James first, right?
Well, he was going to go to Noah first. I just want to – I'll go throw it to Noah after this. Can you flash that comment from Kuzan again? I love this man for doing that.
Okay. Absolutely, you're like, who the hell is this? We wondered who it was.
Yeah, that's my boy. Jack. Thank you, man. He's been with me when I started like trying to be, full-time serious about podcasting and actually giving it a legit try. He was there from the beginning on the Jay Hebert Side 95 channel. On my very first podcast, which was absolute garbage, I'll fully admit, to where I'm at now. And, he's been there every step of the way and helped me with so many projects. And cool. I can't thank him enough for that. And I love seeing that comment. And I really am enjoying it, man. And boy, did I need this week in wrestling, because it was sorely needed for me, man. I needed that. You wouldn't believe. It was like, yes, give me more of that, please. You know,
Wrong night, you got another one. So there you go.
You know, I'm happy to see James is enjoying wrestling. He's got a fantastic mind for the business. Thank you, Shane. And James is definitely a good man on your team. Appreciate all those words, dude. Thank you so much. I love you, dude. Not even, no homo. I'll kiss you later.
Oh God, here we go. You did so good that no homo. Okay, well there goes that crowd. Fuck.
No, yeah, you're fine. I'll kiss you later though, Jack. Don't worry.
No, go ahead and answer the question. But the answer, King Mike, is everybody wins. The fans especially. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man.
I mean, what do I need? What else do I need to say? What else do I need to add? You already know where I stand as a professional wrestling fan, and I have said it my whole life, and I will say it again. I literally just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling. And as of this moment, there has never been a more fun, unpredictable, rewarding time to join in this industry as a professional wrestling fan. It doesn't matter what you've been. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter what you like. It doesn't matter what you enjoy. It doesn't matter what you've watched. It doesn't matter what you try. There is absolutely, right now, more than ever, endless possibility in what can happen and what you can see in professional wrestling. We're seeing literally tomorrow a super show. Oh, excuse me. Now it's the actual day, Jeff, here on the East Coast, a super show of professional wrestling hosted by StarCast. And literally WWE could do this times 10 if they choose to at even a WrestleMania. I remember a long time ago, there was a certain individual that Triple H personally wanted to book and sign. Now, whether or not he ever signs this guy, I feel truly he can make it happen because Tony Khan made it happen once. I can truly see Triple H getting somehow Kazuchika Okada to show up for a WrestleMania. And that right there would be icing on the cake for me as a professional wrestling fan of the industry. There's no further words. There's no further demonstration. As far as this picture goes, that's the most realistic, humbling statement that not just Booker, but a professional wrestling fan can say and prove to us why, at the end of the day, he just wants to see professional wrestling thrive for the long time to come for the future.
Yeah, for real, man. Absolutely couldn't agree more with your sentiments, and I'm glad Tony is the one to say that and before any of us did. That was the key ingredient in all of that. The first one happened. Triple H coming in, Vince leaving, right? That was the first ingredient. The second was Tony saying that. That was a big one, huge one. This needed to happen, and I'm glad it finally is happening, and I get to live through that. Because for a long time, I feared for the industry's future. I never looked more forward to a week of wrestling in my life after a Big Four pay-per-view in WWE or PLE, whatever you want to call it, right? Never looked more forward to a Raw in my life.
Going back to my comment,
insane.
Going back to my comment about the Rumble, check out Keen Mike X's comment there that just popped up. Can you imagine if Seth and Roman were in the Rumble and Wild Thing hit?
Oh my God, Lord. Man. Yeah. That would blow the goddamn roof off the place. Holy shit, yeah. Oh, not to mention, too, by the way, freaking, could you imagine, you got even from a younger guy standpoint, and I know you don't like this guy much, right? But say Goldberg has one last appearance in the Rumble, and then Wardlow's music hits,
dude.
The moment would be made for that guy.
For real.
For real. That's huge for him.
I can't argue that.
It's crazy the possibilities that could happen 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line.
Yeah.
Professional wrestling is here to stay, and brighter things are definitely coming every single individual's way.
Thank you for saying what you said, by the way, Jack. I appreciate it.
Gentlemen, we come to the main event.
That's awesome.
And we discussed, Noah brought it up. Today's card if you're on the East Coast, tomorrow's card if you're still on the West Coast. Final thoughts before Ric Flair's third final match.
Sad less than
Because there was,
that's for sure.
there was him versus Michaels at WrestleMania.
Yep.
Then here was his final TNA Impact match.
With Sting.
And then there's this.
Jeez.
And I'm going to go first here, and then I'm going to turn it over to my cohort, Jeff, because me and him have talked a little bit about this. You know, when we picked him up yesterday, brought him back to the apartment. Now, you know what? I'm going to have you go last because I want to see what James and Noah have to say about what I'm about to say.
Oh, damn it.
My first question to you two gentlemen before I go into my thoughts is, have either of you seen the episodes on YouTube chronicling the Ric Flair's last match, the 3-part show?
Absolutely.
Yay or no? Okay, yes,
He has.
James?
I haven't, believe it or not. I haven't.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start with you then, Noah. I sit here and I heard Jeff speak highly of this because he watched these as they aired on Fight TV. Okay, ad-free shows. Want to make sure I get the proper plug out there. So he watched these as they aired on ad-free shows, and he told me about how great they were. And then, ain't he great? And then they get loaded up to YouTube, and I saw the first two up, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to watch this. And I watched part one, and I'm like, okay, good groundwork for the story, seeing fun with Rick in the match and everything. And at this point, I already know who is in the match.
Yeah.
But it's fun kind of see everything kind of play out on TV now.
Right. Yeah.
And you're seeing Lethal and Rick in there, and you're laughing, and they're working together, and ha ha ho ho. Little backstory. Okay, episode done. Then you get to episode 2. And you start to get the real build for the match. Yes. You get the scene of Jay Lethal asking Rick if there's any room on the card for him to be in a match, and Flair telling him no. Mm-hmm. Then you go to the press conference and you see Rick hand the moderator 2 tickets to hand to Jeff Jarrett so him and his dad can be front row of the show. And then you cut to the press conference is over and Ric Flair leaving and Jay Lethal confronting him in the parking lot and Jeff Jarrett getting involved and trying to pull Lethal off of him and trying to help Rick up, and Rick telling you, fuck off, Jarrett, I don't need your help, to the beatdown and everything. And I swear to God, Noah, they have painted the heels in such a sympathetic light that you're like, you know what, Flair, fuck you. You know, we're supposed to be opposed to Lethal and Jarrett in this match. They're supposed to be the heels. But the way they built this angle and the way Rick handled himself, because Rick is Rick, goddammit.
Damn right.
It's like the freaking Jim Carrey Grinch movie where they give the Grinch this 45-minute backstory of how the Whoville kids bullied him and mistreated him, so that when you find out why the Grinch is the way the Grinch is, you're like, you know what? Fuck Whoville. You guys deserve this shit from the Grinch.
Yeah, I love that movie, by the way.
You guys deserve, Flair deserved to get jumped the way that he treated Lethal, the way he was treating Jarrett. He deserves a grade A beatdown in the middle of the ring. Like, they have done the worst job of building Flair as a baby face in this because he's out-heeled the heels.
Yeah.
Dirtiest player in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sitting here scratching my head, and, you know, Jeff's like, well, are you passionate about the match? Well, yeah, but I'm passionate for all the wrong fucking reasons.
Yeah, yeah. It's a...
I should want to see Jarrett and Lethal get their asses handed to them.
Yeah.
But instead, I want to see them beat the living hell out of Flair and Andrade.
As if you needed any more reasons after the Plane Ride from Hell doc.
Right?
Yeah, like, I mean, holy hell, you know? Cool. Like, great.
So overall, like, and I don't know if you have the graphic, Jeff, loaded with all the matches, but like, if you look at the grand scale of this thing, you've got AAA, you've got New Japan, you've got Impact, you've got Reign of Honor, you've got AEW, you've got Jeff Jarrett, who is a WWE official, all in the match. All these companies represented. This is a
here.
true Forbidden Door show.
Yeah.
And it's an indie show, for Christ's sakes.
And I'm
Under
ready.
the Jim Crockett banner.
Thought, by the way. Yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So on the surface, the show is like, oh my God, the things that they're doing.
Right.
The people that are involved.
They have tons. Four corners.
But then the
match
way
alone.
that they have built this main event, it's like you don't feel bad for Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Noah, am I completely crazy, or am I right there? Are you there with me? Talk to me, man. Simple man, simple take. Give it to me.
A simple take. That's an understatement when it comes to this. When I think about this is one of the most compelling stories I've ever heard when it comes to you question a man's merit to go through a wrestling match, but then you also really at this point just want to see him get his ass kicked. And it really was brought forward in part 3 when it was a sit-down contract signing where literally Karen Jarrett came into play here and says, the only reason you're doing it is because you need the money. You have to be Ric Flair. You had to go out on your white shining stallion one last time, even though better judgment says you couldn't do it. You are a risk to yourself. The most dangerous individual is not your opponents. It is you. And now Jay Lethal and I are going to beat the living shit out of you in your last match and make sure it's something you never forget, as you will never be able to do this again. And then you just see Andrade, the son-in-law, and they try to make it personal, but Dad's like, why are you even here? You're not Flair. The only reason you're here is because you married this man's daughter. So everything about this, when it comes to storytelling, has flipped the narrative upside down to who are you with? Are you with the greatest of all time as the city honors him? Or are you with the two men that are looking to stop the dirtiest player in the game from furthering injury, being a danger to himself? Who's the most dangerous force in this match? What's the most compelling thought you could go into this with? Which side are you leading on? Are you with Flair or are you against him? Because is Flair in this truly for himself or in it for the wrestling fans? We're here to honor the Nature Boy. That's really what it's at heart. And all those who want to be a part of it, oh, they're a part of it all right. But at the end of the day, it's still about the man himself. And we saw how holistic and personal it got on Conrad Thompson's sit-down with Jarrett when he talked about why he beat this man. Like you said, he was going to help him up. He didn't want Lethal to further punish him. But Ric Flair decided to be Ric Flair. And next thing you know, Jeff Jarrett, that's it. You want to be like this? Fine. I'm going to make an example out of you and try and make you realize what you have become and make you realize how wrong you are. This is one of the most down-to-earth, old-school, compelling narratives to a match, a career in the making. And if this truly is Ric Flair's last match, I am not going to call the outcome. I am simply going to be alongside Jeff Meacham to see how the story unfolds. And I truly am thoroughly excited and engaged and invested in how this plays out. Less than literally 24 hours from now. But again, bottom line, it's not about whose side you on. It's about Ric Flair and how he looks in the end.
James, your thoughts? I mean, you said you haven't watched the 3-part special
you
yet.
You need to, brother.
I highly recommend you watch it before the show goes live tomorrow. But just hearing what I have described, and Noah can co-sign, that's basically what happened on the special and how they built the story.
Every emotion has been put into this.
That's fair.
What do you think?
Well, a lot of people know what my first take of this was, but before I even get to that, I have to bring up my boy Nikos. My brother in Christ, James, go to sleep. Nikos, no way. After the event I watched, there's no way that's happening. Jack, I'll get to your thing at the end of it during my plugs because I need to acknowledge your comment because you don't know how much that comment means to me, and I really needed to hear that after the week I've had. That said, I'll get emotional later. I said I would not watch this event because of what Flair did and what came out of him. You know, what came out about him. Because there was so much effed up, right? And I knew a lot of that stuff before, but it was told in such a way where it was just, it was just the boys being the boys that you almost forgot how serious the nature of it was and how scarring it could leave somebody. That when it was actually fully expressed finally, you know, I was BS. Because imagine that was, you know, your sister. Imagine that was your daughter. Imagine that was your niece, you know,
your mother.
cousin, your mother. Like, that would infuriate me more than you could ever imagine. I felt for that woman. I felt for, you know, everybody involved that was affected in her family. Because I would have felt the same way. I really would have. Yet at the same time, what I failed to realize in my rage was the very thing she said in the documentary. And I think in that rage, I lost sight of what she said. She doesn't want the man to be out of work. She just wants him to be held accountable finally. You know what? If this is his last match, I'm cool with that, right? And he's in the right role anyway. I'm on the side of JJ. I'm hoping he gets his ass kicked in his final match and goes out flat on his back. Right?
I mean, in all honesty, with the exception of Jay Lethal, and I know he's been heel in the past, but I know Jay much better for being a babyface.
Absolutely.
But all four in this match have serious heel natures. Like
exactly.
They all have made livings at one point or another, some more longer tenured than others, as heels. Rick is the dirtiest player in the game for a reason. Andrade has been an amazing heel in every company he's worked for.
Including AEW right now.
Double F, JARRETT. Woo! Ha ha ha! Every company I've seen him in, he's been a heel. WCW, WWF, TNA. Like I said, Jay, I've seen heel a little. I know him better as a face, but I know he was a legit heel. And I've seen him heel here in recent weeks with Sanjay Dutt. And Singh, whatever his first name is. Forgive me, I'm still learning.
Satnam Singh.
Great Khali the Wish version, as Jeff and I called him last night. But I digress by the t-shirt.
Except Satnam Singh's more mobile, but I also digress. Continue.
Yeah, I agree with you there wholeheartedly. And he's still young. He still has a lot of career ahead of him. He definitely can improve.
Yep.
But these guys are all known heels. How do you legitimately get behind somebody here?
Right.
You either feel sorry for Ric Flair or you support him.
Yeah, you want to get behind Rick because it's his last match.
Exactly.
But like I said, the way they've painted this portrait in the canvas, it's very hard with the documentary, the Plane Ride from Hell documentary that came out, with the 3-part show that came to the ad-free and now is on YouTube. Gonna turn it to you, boss man, to bring it home.
I wasn't finished.
Go ahead, James. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had to make this point. That wasn't even the main thing that made me buy the show because I still can acknowledge what she wanted and still not watch the freaking guy's show, right?
True.
Right.
The son of a bitch Conrad made a Forbidden Door card.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Look at this goddamn lineup.
And this is right. The 3 matches that were already announced, right? that I remember being announced was the Wolves versus the Motor City Machine Guns, which I've always wanted to see for the life of me. Oh my God, I've wanted to see that match for so long now.
Only happened once before.
And it only happened once before. The Briscoes versus the Von Erichs? Are you kidding me? That match is going to be a belter in its own right. And then to round out, the other thing, they were booking Ricky and Kerry Morton as a father and son duo to take on Brian Pillman Jr. and Brock Anderson. Insanity to me.
Yeah.
That already was starting to look like, oh my God, they're literally having wrestling companies all over the place in this. And those were the only 3 matches announced. And then you add the Four Corners match, and then you add, the New Japan Dojo match that they're putting on there. 2 of the most premier strikers in the dojo, by the way. You add the Knockouts women's division on the card for the damn championship with Rachel Ellering and Deonna Purrazzo in the mix on that one. That's going to be a freaking technical masterclass. You have like Davey Boy Smith versus Killer Cross. Are you kidding me? Like, and then the Bunkhouse Brawl for old school fans. I mean, and then Jacob Fatu versus Josh Alexander. My body's ready for that one. For real. Like, this card, the undercard, made me say, all right, I'll bite. I got to. Because what Conrad did was, even if Flair wanted it to be all about him, there was plenty of people with a lot of moral high ground to a degree that wasn't going to watch this.
No.
But he added the Forbidden Door element to it and gave the fans what they wanted to see wrestling become for the future.
You know what? And before I throw it to you,
at the end of it all, great. I'm all for that, and I have to watch it. I can't pass that up. There's no way. I have to.
Before I throw it to you, Jeff, James and Noah, what do you make as the semi-main event here? Is it Josh Alexander defending the Impact title? Is it Jordan Grace defending the Knockouts title? For me personally, and I know I've talked to Jeff a little bit about this, so he'll co-sign, you've kind of got to have the Horseman match as the semi-main. You cannot have a Ric Flair last match, Ric Flair main event card, a Crockett promotion, and not have the Rock and Roll Express and the Horsemen as the semi-main.
Right. I mean, those are great candidates right there.
I mean, granted, maybe Brock and Pillman Jr. aren't ready for that pressure, but how do you not have the Horsemen in the semi-main?
And by the way, Pillman is ready. Brock is questionable, but I've even seen him get better lately. So
get better, but do you think he's ready for semi-main status on a card with this much pressure?
Bro, there's enough people to protect him that it's not even going to matter. They just want to see him do the spine buster, and he's golden. He's really.
That's what I want to see Arn do.
Well, I mean, Arn or Brock. It's an Anderson doing a spine buster. He's set.
Right, but
that's all
I
he
have
needs
not
to do.
seen. I have not seen Arn deliver a spine buster since the one he did at WrestleMania 18 to The Undertaker. I want to see him slide in the ring and either give one to Ricky Morton or get
Robert
involved
Gibson.
in the main event and give one to Double J.
Or maybe even Robert Gibson. Possibility.
Something. All right.
Jeez,
To bring us home on the main event, JEFFMEACHAM. Ha ha ha. Take it away, sir.
Take us home,
Anyway,
Jeff,
all right,
because
so
Jesus.
I have been very mixed about this for a month. I say that
Same.
more so the last couple days. I'll tell you why. I finally got a chance to listen back to the entirety of the My World Library since the press conference. not just the one that had Jeff and Karen and Jerry. It made me want to blow my brains out in the middle of a bus stop waiting to go to the grocery shopping. Oh my God.
Jeez.
Jerry Jarrett needs to put out to pasture like with the rest of the glue factory, and Karen just needs to have a fucking muzzle. Oh my God, they both bug me. However, Jarrett did a show with Paul because Conrad was not talking to Jeff at that point about the Steiner brothers. But the very first few minutes of that was Conrad was recording content, even though he said he couldn't record with Jeff, which I found very shitty of Conrad, to be honest with you. And he had said, somebody asked him about, I thought you said you would never promote again. And it's like, well, promote a show ever. He's like, well, the opportunity presented itself, so here I am. And then he completely buried Jarrett's involvement early on in planning it. So what you said just now about, Jay and Jeff being painted as the sympathetic heels, it's like Conrad did it to himself too. It wasn't just Flair telling the Jarrett family to F off. It wasn't just, Flair telling Jay Lethal, you're opening match guy at best. Mucker further, Rick, he beat you in the middle of an Impact ring when you should have been wrestling there anyway.
Yep.
So as much, and it all goes back, Jay, it really does, to this. I was so honored, still am, to have been a small part of a big deal, as Pete Rose said when he was in the Hall of Fame. I was one of roughly 75,000 people out of 6 billion on the planet that had a paid ticket to see Ric Flair's last match. And now Rick and his son-in-law, who's a lion-ass podcaster, turned out to promote after all, have taken that away from me. And I felt that way the minute they announced this shit. And I allowed myself to get wrapped up in it because I don't like Jeff Jarrett. I don't like the fact that he, was given a horseman spot because the office wanted it. I don't like the fact that Jay Lethal, was written into this as a sympathetic, as a heel character by punching Rick right in his surgery. I haven't liked the build. You're 100% right. The build at past episode 1 has been backwards. I'm not happy with it at all. I'm really not. And when you talk about the fact that you've got such a stacked card here tomorrow night, like you said, the Knockout Championship in a 3-way, whatever you think of Jordan Grace right now, a lot of us don't think about Jordan Grace after her Benoit comments and the fact that her husband is now being dragged under that bus with her dumbass. Rachel Ellerine's a legacy Crockett person. Have her win the championship at a Crockett show. Why not? Paul's daughter. Why not? James, you mentioned it. I am here for this shit right here. All day, all night. Hell, make it a Flair comment. Twice on Sunday. Woo! Do it twice. I'm here for it. This tag team match, which I think the independent show they were at is the one of the boys. Were you there in these two guys' teams, or was that a different show I'm thinking of? Because I swear I remember seeing this match in person, but maybe I'm remembering incorrectly. Yeah. In either way, this match is going to be, all these matches can be a show stealer. They really can. They're going to be awesome. You've got this match, which is kind of last minute because Chuck Connors got hurt. This is going to be great. This one, if Hunter is not at this auditorium waiting to give Cross his WWE contract back, there's something wrong in Hunter's head. Because damn it, he got railroaded with anybody. Well, Harry Smith got re-signed, didn't get a damn bit of TV time, so there is that too. This bunkhouse thing, like you talked about, Sussie's match. Bully Ray's in there. James Storm is in there. Brian Myers is in there. Crowbar is in Nashville. He's going to be in this match. Devin Storm, James Storm. It's going to be crazy. The Lucha 4-way you talked about. The independent 4-way you talked about earlier. That's going to be a hell of a fatal 4-way. But then, how do you not make the representatives of the Rock and Roll Express, the representatives of the Horsemen, ready for prime time or not, the semi-main on a Crockett show, and then you've got this main event that we've said has been built backwards. I am looking forward to it still. I'm looking forward to being on the call. I'm looking forward to, teaming up with Noah for my first bit of commentary live as a show happens in 17 years. I'm nervous as fuck. I'm not going to lie. I really am. And I'm more nervous because
how much wrestling
I cannot
in this
be 100% objective because I don't like the fact that you know what it is. I don't like the fact that they've turned to podcasting into the television shows to drive the pay-per-view. I think that's wrong of them. I think that we said it in the car coming up here yesterday. Either we get the thing on Monday or whatever hell day My World airs for the ad-free show, folks. I forget now because I've missed my damn podcast the last 2 weeks. Either we get we had a great show, Connie. Yeah, it was good, man. Or where do you go from there otherwise? So it feels like it's like it just feels so, again, bass-ackwards booking. This didn't need to it didn't need to be this way, Rick. It didn't need to be this way, Conrad. It didn't need to be this way, Jeff, Jay, Rick, and Andrade. It just needed to be a send-off. Did it need to be this old school? I don't think it did. I really don't. And I know the Crockett's are all about old school, and I know that, they really wanted to make us feel it, and Lord knows I do feel it, but over the last week, having a chance to hear, and then on top of the Jarrett's going on there, and yes, Karen Jarrett's an obnoxious person, and Jerry Jarrett just needs to be put out to pasture ready. But then you turn into Flair's podcast with Conrad David Crockett, and David Crockett is sitting there in a freaking baby song voice making fun of Jarrett the whole show. It's like, you are the baby face, you stupid carny mucker father. And you can't even pull it off. And I'm going to really shit on Conrad, which I've tried very hard not to do. But here's the deal, Conrad. You sat there, and not only did you run down the Colorado Kid Mike Rapata for being a two-time, by the way, NWA champion, but you said that Jeff Jarrett didn't beat anybody better than him. Raven, Rhino, Truth, and AJ. Bullshit. You're wrong, Conrad. Jarrett, yes, he booked the company. He ran the territory, whatever you want to call it. Like you said in the car, like we've said for years, he's the most reliable guy in the roster. He owns the company. He's not going to go anywhere. But in the context of the storyline, take out the fact that he was office, he straight up defeated Ron the Truth Killings. Yes, did Mr. Wrestling Forbes Russo hit Truth with guitar? Yeah, but you know what? He's a heel. Get over it. Did he screw Raven out of the championship in Canada? You damn right he did. You know what? Because he's a heel. He's a champion. He's supposed to do that. Did he screw Rhino out of the championship 2 days after he won the fucking thing? Yeah, he did. He's a heel. Get over it. He won King in the Mountain, which is designed to be a heel's wet dream because there's so many shenanigans involved. Every championship he won in TNA as the NWA champion was what your heel champion's supposed to do. That's the whole idea.
Which is what you did.
And every time he lost, it meant something.
That's right.
I'm going to speak ill of the dead here. Forgive me. Because I saw the comment earlier about Jarrett in the chat way earlier during SummerSlam. Never drew a dime. Guess what, Mike Graham? You were second generation of one of the best promoters in the entire history of the business, Eddie Graham. You never drew a fucking dime, Mike Graham. You tried to keep Hulk Hogan out of being in the business. You run down people like Jeff Jarrett. You come off very poorly every time I see your face on a documentary.
Damn.
So, no. Jarrett drew money outside of Memphis, outside of Florida, unlike your dumbass.
Yep.
I'm going to get so many hate tweets for that. I really don't give a shit.
No lies detected. Keep going. I'm just listening.
It's just so frustrating that
You're speaking truth because at the end of the day, yeah, No Mercy 99 was headlined by other art acts. But there was a shit ton of people who tuned in to see Jarrett in China.
because they didn't know if Jarrett was even going to be there. Because the internet was such a freaking thing by then, they wanted to see if Jeff was going to hold them up. Now, that narrative has been spun out of control the last 20 years, and it's been set straight on my world, and I appreciate that Jeff and Conrad did that. Because as a friend of Joni, I was, caught up in the gaga by Joni, among other people. But Joni herself even said what was put out there on TV was a lot of gaga. So, Jarrett gets a bad rep. And to a certain extent, when you're making funny, he's earned it. He's a stable killer. The Horsemen were out of commission less than a year after he was part of them. The NWO, the Silver NWO, the Bullet Club was never the same. He even ruined the damn Nation domination because he took Owen away from him. They were never the same after that. Because think about it. Owen left the Nation, and then Rock, Mark, and D'Lo started fighting amongst themselves. It's all Jeff Jarrett's fault. Those awesome stables went away. But to sit there and claim he's not a great world champion and wasn't deserving is the old Jeff phrase. Bullshit. B-E-W shit.
Yeah.
And did he win the world title in WCW because Vince was booking? No. He won the world title in WCW because Vince Russo was booking, being governed by Eric Bischoff. Oops. Sorry, E. My bad. Didn't mean to throw you under that bus.
Right.
I still want Rick to win. I do. I still want Rick and Andrade to win because Rick, as much as Orlando meant and still means to me and my father, especially how much my life changed less than a week after that when my son was born. I'm fucking tearing up right now. That was erased from his memory as good because the wife that was there, it became what it became not too long after. His son, who was there, spiraled and passed away. He took his own life. His other children are going to be here. His granddaughter's going to be there. Conrad is going to be there because he's going to collect, get the money. But he's going out the way he wants to go out. And honestly, as Ric Flair, I think he does want to go out, fly on his back like a fucking turtle. Because that's how a heel is supposed to go out.
Looking at the light.
Looking at the lights, man.
Yeah.
And like I've been saying for 3 weeks, I've been cracking on Jeff and Jay. They're going to look up at the lights in Nashville. It's like, you know what? As long as he leaves the ring with his dignity and the way he wants to, I will be a happy fan.
There you go.
So we don't want him going out like Lita did with the wholesale via cram time.
Oh, God.
No, because he's got the money.
No.
Trained the Godfather could. He's proven that over 50 years.
Yeah. By
Longest
the way,
line.
can we
Oldest
be
rise
heard?
of the longest line, baby. Woo!
Can we be
On both
heard?
coasts. Coast to coast around the world. Beat your boy.
Yeah, there goes Noah, by the way. You just made Noah leave.
But shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Just cut this shit. But the other 10 matches, I'm happy to be color commentator for real, dude. This is a stacked fucking card right here.
Bloody
And,
insane.
James, I didn't show you this yet, so forgive me. You kind of got a preview of it earlier, and I did show Noah this on a message by myself, but I was able to take a picture and do a little creative editing, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So, Noah, when you and I go live tomorrow, and this is the first time anybody's seen this on a public forum here. So, when Noah and I go live tomorrow, since I don't have my green screen with me because that thing's too much to travel with, Noah and I will be commentating the last Jim Crockett show, the last Ric Flair show on the Crockett set. That'll be behind us. So let me see if I can pull it off without being a schmutz here. Because Lord knows my technology is not having a good day with that today, but we'll see.
And technology, again, could be your best friend or your worst enemy.
I
really
should
can.
know.
Right?
Right.
Y'all
I
should.
should know.
Oh, no kidding. So yeah, this is basically what it's going to look like. And again, it'll be just, you know what, here. You know what? Just give me a second here, Jay. Let me, let's do this. Boop, boop. And, oh, where'd it go? Hey. So again, you can't see the Crockett logos, right? But
Right.
it still looks, you know what that is if you're an 80s wrestling fan. So it's all good.
I just need to see a picture, and I just know.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So I'm looking forward to calling it the other 11 matches, the 10 matches as a fan.
Whew.
The main event is going to be difficult for a lot of reasons that I've already outlined. But I'm looking forward to it. I really am. And I hope that if nothing else, Rick and his family get. Well, actually, I'll just go like that. I might do that for the show tomorrow because I'm going to have the thing in the background. We'll see.
Right.
I hope that if nothing else, Rick gets what he needs when this is all said and done.
Right. Agreed.
That's the best
Whatever that may
possible
be.
thing. Right.
Yeah.
The best possible thing that you can hope for.
Yeah. And yeah, I am going to be mad about the fact that I wasn't part of his last match anymore. But I was part of his last WWE match, and that's still pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
and he's going out on a Crockett card.
Right.
Which is as it should be.
Pretty much, yeah. Absolutely.
So really nothing else really needs to be said beyond that. I mean, again, Jeff, like I told you, you introduced me more so to learning about the NWA and the champions that held the 10 pounds of gold. Ric Flair, definitely one of the most synonymous with that. Now I'm getting an education behind what really kind of was like in the beginning for the Nature Boy Ric Flair, when it goes back to the roots and what became the 16-time world champion in the game. And now I'm part of calling this type of super showcase of professional wrestling with you. It's a one-of-a-kind, humbling experience, to say the least.
It's one of those things, Noah. I had the opportunity, just didn't have the time to create the opportunity for myself to be part of my friend Rob's world title win in New York. Couldn't get the time off work. Wasn't enough time to go.
Right.
I've had the opportunity, a lot of opportunities like that slip by. Being in Florida for WrestleMania with my dad and going to Disney and doing the whole thing was really special. But being a part of any commentary team, and again, no other commentary team officially licensed should call this show but Tony Schiavone, David Crockett. Let me be clear on that. But to be able to, like I said, be a small part of a big deal, because there'll be people watching tomorrow. I know there will, and that's wonderful. To be a small part of something like this is going to be really cool for me as a fan. Growing up as a fan that really didn't get into Ric Flair's stuff until much, much later.
Later, yeah.
So much later that JJ's going to sleep on it. It's so late. Anyways. Love you, brother. I'm looking forward to it. And like I said, I hope that, God, Ric Flair, Ricky Morton, Arn Anderson, these guys are still, Ricky's still wrestling on the regular. He's old age and crazy. The hell is Terry B. Millage? He's old age and crazy.
Hey,
and he was a WWE Tag Team Champion the last 2 years.
He said rock and roll never dies. There you go.
Well, hopefully this probably won't be the day the music died. Jesus.
That's
all we need.
Too. Good grief.
It's a very sad reality, but okay. I need to stop being emotional and get in the plugs before I get worse. So
it'll be here before we know it, Jeff. It'll be here before we know it.
I know.
I got
and not to mention, we're going to be doing this on No DQ too. Jesus.
Yeah, we've got my channel, your channel, and my original home all getting to see this. There will be so many eyes on us tomorrow. It's going to be disgusting. It's almost ridiculous. It really is.
No pressure. No pressure
at all.
No.
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure.
Dude, if Aaron, I know Aaron would probably not be able to do that, but if I could call a match with him, oh my God.
Well, okay, so Aaron won't be on the broadcast. He might be part of the pre-show. Because we're going live at 5:05. They're going live with their pre-show at 6:05 because it's Crockett, so of course.
Right.
The show itself is supposed to start at 7:05 or 7 or whatever the hell, the Eastern for the record, kids. I know JJ and I are Pacific folks, so that reminds me every Monday.
All right.
It's one of those. I look forward to Noah and I getting to do this card because I'm just so tickled. And again, everybody's going to be along for the ride, watching in the green room, in the matches, talking about the matches in between. JJ's going to be here. Dude, my best friend that I've made in wrestling, and it's been consistent the entire time, is going to be next to me, and I'm in his house. That's just too fucking cool for words.
That's cool.
And the fact that my original wrestling best friend is allowing me the platform that gave me this platform in the first damn place, really. it's just gonna be such a cool fucking synergy day.
Yeah.
And then it's like you gotta wake up Monday and go, oh, that's right, we gotta keep going. Yes, sir.
Let me throw this out for you as a little bit of synergy. But I don't know if it's actually registered in your brain yet or not.
Probably not.
Because I haven't heard you mention it.
Okay.
The last time you were at a Ric Flair retirement match, your son was born less than a week later.
Yeah.
He will be in the house tomorrow.
I didn't think, oh my God, you're right.
Oh,
I didn't even think about that till right now. Holy shit.
Jeff.
And I'm calling the damn thing.
Oh, boy. This is going to be more than I first anticipated.
Yeah, okay.
We leave this house at about 11:30 tomorrow to go pick him up from his mother. Bring him back here, and then the next day they're going to go over to my daughter's house with her mom, her stepdad, and everything for a week. Because they live not that far from us.
Thank God.
Freaking driving distance.
In the house for Ric Flair's last match again, after being born less than a week after his first retirement match 14 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, man. Wow.
That's
you know, I was just going to say this is going to be like a Disney day where I want people to sleep. Now there's no fucking sleep. That is not going to be a thing now. Like,
right.
No. Sleep. You sleep. We get plugs and then we sleep.
That's what the hell is
sleep till Crockett.
What is sleep? What is this term you speak of?
Sleep is accurate. All right, so the
first, get your plugs in for us, sir.
Yes.
All right. I'll share my screen and actually have everything prepared and kind of relevant. Here we go. So I'll start by plugging these shows. Obviously, there were 2 additional ones that I wasn't able to make QR codes for, but Fight for the Fallen, which turned into a couple of emotional streams on many fronts for myself as well, as many people are well aware. So check out the Fighter Fest and check out the Fight for the Fallen, the FTW watch parties. Check out the Indie Force podcast, episode 25. Probably our best episode to date, in my opinion, even though it's long as hell. But definitely check that out. Our Super Mario Brothers Z, and a lot of these things are on demand, by the way, that have been out for a while. The reason why I'm promoting them is because of what I'm about to say next, because I said in my plugs I was going to mention a comment that was commented ages ago. Episodes 1 and 2 voiced up by people in FTW Productions. Check that out. Probably some of the best voice acting work we've ever done. On Owen's channel, as we said, AEW Spark is on there every week, first off. So if you haven't yet, go check that out.
Y'all
got to do it
very well.
Owen's keeping Noah's, first baby alive that got him the views, if you will. Definitely give that a watch because he's doing great things with that. And also, we have been doing every 10 years since 1992. So we did SummerSlam 1992. SummerSlam 2002. JJ, Owen, and I will be doing SummerSlam 2012 on this channel.
Nice.
And obviously, it comes around full circle with the reaction we did tonight. So again, check that out if you haven't already. We obviously did Death Before Dishonored. That thing is increasing in views on all fronts on every channel since it dropped. Check that out if you haven't already. Another amazing wrestling show. Check that out. Seriously, it's really, really good stuff that we saw that night. And I want to promote WYW Immortal as well as the Button Mashers Stable Wars, which I've been doing with that man right there in the right behind Michael X is not you, King Mike X, different Michael X, by Michael X. Jack is right in front of him. That is Kuzon. And that man said in the comments section, if you could scroll up to it, Jeff, I'd appreciate it. He said, I'm happy about the fact James gets to show how good he is. Fuck. people don't fully appreciate him, honestly, man. After the week I've had, after the couple weeks I've had, you can stop sharing my screen now. Those words mean more to me than you know. I appreciate that, dude. I really do. Thank you.
You're a good person, James. We appreciate you.
Thank you, man. I try.
Absolutely. I know I speak for everybody on the team here when we send our thoughts and condolences to you with everything that you've been going through this week, bro.
Yeah, man.
Across the board for everybody.
To address the elephant in the room as far as Raymond goes, you have to remember, sir, this isn't Ask the Dads. This is open mic night. You want to get your topic talked about? It needs a super chat.
Yep.
And if you're actually paying attention to the comments, King Mike X replied to you earlier. No one takes us home with your plugs.
I'm simple as always, folks, because you know me, for I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it!
Buy the shirt.
Yes, buy the shirt. But also, find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and Foster 1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my ATW family on Twitter. I'll be back on the Daily Slam, continuing bringing you AEW Rampage and Dynamite recap and reviews. I'll definitely be back on my Simple YouTube channel with more Simply Predicted panels, including but not limited to Impact Emergence, AEW All Out, NWA 74, and so much more too, and Clash of the Castle. And as Jeff alluded to, literally within less than 24 hours, I'll be right back here. Got a lot of research to do. Bringing you play-by-play reactions, commentary coverage too on this incredible super show of professional wrestling entitled Ric Flair's last match. And there's still so much more to come to in and out of all of our YouTube channels. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no bettors. There are just fans with no opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. It's as simple as that.
And let me just go and throw out another plug for Noah. I saw your Simplin predictions for SummerSlam. Hell of a show, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Watched it today. It was good. We watched it today.
Watched it before we came on the air today.
I wish I could have been on there, man. It was just, I knew that was going to be one I couldn't make after.
Yeah, you're all good, brother. Again, still predicting. As long as wrestling keeps going, and I still have a voice, trust me, I will too with those panels. And all are welcome.
And stay tuned because that will be an FTW production staple called Simply Predicting with an intro made by yours truly.
Love it. Love that shit.
Jeff, go ahead and do your plugs.
Well, okay, cool. All right, we're at here. Okay.
That way I don't know what to plug.
Oh, I got you. Okay, good. Fair enough. We do so much shit together at this point.
Pretty much.
So, of course, every other Monday, including this coming Monday, August 1st, will be Ask the Dads. It'll be live at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. Relatively speaking, to me getting over to where I'm going to go Monday, and we'll see how things play out. Hopefully, I can get in the chair and actually turn the phone on, and we'll see how that plays out. If not, we'll figure it out. Tuesday. There it is. Of course, the flagship, baby. The mothership, if you will. Dusty was there about the 6:05 slot. This is 10:05 Eastern after NXT. Talk Wrestling, of course, has put me where I'm at on both channels, and I really appreciate that. I get the opportunity to broadcast on Greg's channel and JD's channel. It's very, very appreciated. Wednesday, of course, the Greg Cherry Show, each and every Wednesday night. I wasn't there last week just because I had errands and life sucks. And then, again, I can't talk about tomorrow night enough, but I'll go ahead and let you do your thing. We did run the trailer. I did not realize that I did not have the 31 graphics for your month coming up, but I know tomorrow you have a show that's going to talk about the craziness over there. So by all means, talk about the war zone, because I definitely want. I can't recommend his show enough because he's got such a ridiculous collection, and it just keeps growing. And I love hearing him talk about it. Such good shit.
There you go.
So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern, the War Zone, the weekly acquisition report, all the newest additions to my ever-growing media library. You can find that every Sunday on the Casa D18 Studios channel. Monday, we're going to start a brand new theme, brand new month. It's my birthday month, so we're going to be taking a look at some of the films that I grew up loving, whether it's from my childhood or my teen years or even into my adulthood. We're going to be starting off on Monday with Little Monsters, with Fred Savage, Howie Mandel, a very young Ben Savage, way before Boy Meets World and everything. Daniel Stern, who would play the narrator on The Wonder Years for the grown-up version of Kevin Arnold, for which Fred Savage was the young Kevin Arnold. So there is a lot of synergy in this movie. Wednesday, we've got Like Father, Like Son, Dudley Moore and Kirk Cameron, essentially a male version of Freaky Friday. Friday, very similar movie, Vice Versa. We've got Judge Reinhold and once again Fred Savage in it. So you get to see whether you like Dudley Moore and Kirk Cameron or Judge Reinhold and Fred Savage. If you don't have the images, sir, just go ahead and take the Warzone one down, like at least see me talking. Vice Versa is funny to go back and watch it these days because at the end of the day, you've got Judge Reinhold as an overworked department store employee with a son named Charlie who doesn't have time for his son. Film takes place around Christmas time. And then you fast forward a couple years to where you'd see Judge Reinhold opposite Tim Allen. Tim Allen is an overworked father, doesn't have time for his son, named Charlie, around Christmas time. Is like seeing the synergy here again. It's just like really weird when you watch it back in retrospect because Judge Reinhold is essentially the Scott Calvin role in the Santa Claus in this movie, with a son named Charlie to boot.
Jeez.
Like, it's hilarious when you look at it in retrospect. And that all starts Monday on the Casa D18 Studios channel. And then a week from Monday, myself and Jeff, new episode of The Dad's Not Always on Wrestling, an episode I know Jeff is looking forward to. We're going to be discussing the top 10 Eagles songs.
Especially,
That'll definitely be on the list.
Especially with what you told me about the fact that the songbook's over there with the guitar. Like, I want to have Dylan try to play those songs when he's here. We don't have a guitar here. Shit, forgot about that. It's all right. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. So good. I'm so excited about that show, too.
The Eagles for Jeff are like the Beatles for me. Like, they are the group that he grew up with. So for us to be their waxing proxy on their top 10 songs, and we discussed this a little bit off camera, he's gonna mainly be diving into like the deep album cuts that maybe people don't know as much, whereas I'm gonna be covering essentially the greatest hits.
Fair enough.
You know, I told him I came up with a list of, I think it was 14 songs that I wanted to put on my top 10 lists, and I was like, okay, look, I won't tell you where I rank them. Here's the 14 songs I have. I'll let you know which 4 I eliminate. You still won't know where everything is ranked. That way, if you want to use these 4 songs on your list, go right ahead. And you know what songs I'm going to have. Just won't know where they fall. That way you can help fill in your list a little bit more. So he does have some oldies but goodies, if you will. But the majority of his list are going to be deep album cuts that maybe you, the fans, don't know so well. And after hearing Jeff speak passionately about this band that he loves and these songs that he loves, you'll dig through the Spotify collections, or if you have vinyl like us old folks, or if your parents have vinyl like us old folks, you'll dig through their old record collection to find some of these and listen to them.
For the record, not the vinyl. I gave your list. You didn't rank them, like I said. I gave my both our lists to Dad, and he goes, "It's about right." Number 1. Number 2, if you are a Spotify user, I can't recommend that app enough. There is a collection on there. It actually was an album that was released. I don't know if it was released commercially as a physical thing. Eagles Legacy. If you don't hear the song you like or whatever on that list, that album has it. There's every Eagles song, multiple cuts, different recordings, It's pretty much like the freaking Beatles collection they released. Which one, Jeff? Yeah, I know. That had like all the like all the cuts, like the Garth one that had all the cuts. Like it's pretty much like if you're an Eagles fan and you don't have a physical copy of it or don't have access to it, you're not an Eagles fan at this point. I'm sorry, it's not, because that's the shit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be a cool next couple of weeks. Like I said, no rest for the wicked, no sleep for a week. Sleep is for the week. It is what it is. I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of this, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, today, whatever. What the hell time is it?
11:50. We're still today.
2:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's it. But yeah, I can't, I'm so tickled I was able to make this edit so no one I can be.
That's freaking awesome.
What the Crockett said. That's fantastic. I'm so happy. Proud of my damn self, not gonna lie.
As you should.
Before you thank everybody for tuning in and wrap us up, Jeff,
Yes.
I just want to say one more time, James, thank you for calling the action with me in Noah's absence. I really enjoyed it. Noah, thank you for coming in and jumping when you did. It was an honor to call my first Big Four main event with you. Jeff, thank you for allowing me to do it on your channel.
Of course.
Bring us home, boss.
Well, I had the stats up, but then I went to go do your plug. So, but I'll get the number here in a second if I can talk long enough. Let's cheat. Can I talk long enough? Let's see. As of the end of this recording, this live stream, we are now on this live stream. As far as the live broadcast we've done on this channel the last almost 3 years now, the second most viewed live stream on the channel.
That's freaking awesome.
Tonight.
How many
Only
views?
trailing WrestleMania this year.
Wow.
Which makes sense. WrestleMania is the big one.
One out to look.
There
But
you
yeah.
go.
And that's a lot of that is because of you three. You guys calling this action and me kind of, hovering around in the shadows back here, pushing the buttons, doing the thing, if you will. I don't know why I did the Macho Man voice for the Dusty quote, but hey, it worked. Whatever. Fuck it.
Yeah,
By the way, I did have one more stat. It's the last one. I promise I'll bring it home. Let's see if I can get to load here. There we go.
What a stat. That boy Mike approved.
So, because
I should have.
we made money tonight, so it's all good. Yeah, the official count was 1,913 views, which is trailing WrestleMania. Just kidding. It passed it.
Oh boy.
Most viewed in history of the channel. As far as live streams. This is it, right here.
It's almost like a Triple
Be here
H
for
run. It's almost like a Triple H run production got more views. I wonder why.
James.
Damn it! Don't get me in trouble, James.
I'll try.
Jesus.
No problem.
Anyway.
254 views on my channel alone.
Just
I have
tonight.
not checked.
Yeah.
I gotta check. Let me check my channel.
Oh, I'm gonna check. What the hell? Why not? It's all right.
The numbers matter, Jeff. The numbers matter.
The numbers
The
matter.
numbers
That's right.
matter, especially for my channel.
We're one live right now.
Yeah, so somebody's watching live besides the four of us dorks. So
Yeah,
ignore me while we love you.
If you're watching live, God bless you. Also,
That's
get
it.
to sleep too.
Knowing my luck, it's my dad.
Jerry's on vacation. He's like, I'll watch the boys again. What the hell?
Yeah, I forgot Moonlight Rare. I don't know.
Yeah, it passed WrestleMania within the last few minutes because it was not above 1905 when I went into my spiel about the Flair show. So
Over 220 on mine. So again, thank you to everybody that dropped by, tuned in,
over
or stayed on the
2,000
long
people
haul.
already tonight.
Yeah,
That's crazy shit.
I can't. How do you wait?
Professional wrestling. Damn it!
Damn it!
That's how we're closing.
There
That's
you
it.
go.
That's how we're
Yeah.
closing.
How do you check the stats?
I'll tell you after. It's all good.
Okay, cool.
Kids, have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow for Ric Flair's last hurrah. Yeah, right. Raymond's still watching. God bless you, Raymond. We appreciate it, man. Did we watch the Nunes fight? No, we've been doing this for 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
And Nunes fight $75. This is free on the cock. You kidding me?
All I gotta say is, if we're talking about Forbidden Door, this is another thing that needs to happen. Nunes versus Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I don't want to see that again. Nunes don't whoop that ass.
Hey, Ronda Rousey, she's a heel now. Maybe she can get it back.
This is true.
It is wrestling. It's not MMA.
So okay. If you haven't watched the UFC and you want to, well, turn away. Did Nunes win the title back? Anybody know? That's right. We're Wrestling Channel. So it really doesn't matter tonight. Thank you. There you go. Anyway, crazy awesome fun. There you go. Okay. Tell us off there, MMA 97. Thank you all for watching. for the Renegade, for the simple man with a spectacular voice, for James Hebert. I don't want to give you the vulgar name because you've actually been a really good boy tonight. I am the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham. We will see you guys tomorrow for his last match and all week long on the Simple Man Studios, J95 Studios, the Cossie Studios, and of course,